honest, pull your little arrows out. Let me live my life, the one I gotta lead. All the blondes of fantasies, and we looked at them all 11 ways. You said, look at me, I looked away. You wrote the song I wanna play. I'll write you harmony and C. Everybody just won't fall in love.
Harassing. Imagine going to court with no trial. Lifestyle cruising blue Bahama waters. No welfare supporters. More conscious of the way we raise our daughters. Days are shorter, nights are colder. Feeling like life is over. These snakes strike like a cobra. The world's hot, my son got knocked. Evidently, it's elementary. They want us all gone eventually. Trooping out of state for a plate. Knowledge, if coke was cooked without the garbage, we'd all have the top dollars. Imagine everybody flashing. Fashion, designer clothes. Lacing your click up with diamond rolls. Your people's holding dough, no parole, no rubbers. Going raw, imagine law with no undercovers. Just some thoughts for the mind. I take a glimpse into time. Watch the blimp read, the world is mine.
If I rule the world,
imagine that.
I'd free all my sons. I love them, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be, if you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
still living for today, in these last days until where to be. Paradise life relaxing. Black, Latino, and Anglo-Saxon. Amani exchange the range. Cash, lost tribe of Shabazz. Free at last, brand new whips to crash. Then we laugh in the illa path. The villa houses for the crew, how we do. Trees for breakfast. Dime sexes have been stretches. So many years of depression make me vision the better living. Type of place to raise kids in. Opening eyes to the lies. History's told foul, but I'm as wise as the old owl. Plus the gold child, seeing things like I was controlling. Click rolling. Tricking 6 digits on kicks and still holding. Trips to Paris, I civilized every savage. Give me one shot, I turn tripe life to lavish. Political prisoner, set free, stress free. No work release, purple M3s and jet skis. Feel the wind breeze in West Indies. I lick Coretta Scott King, mayor of the cities, and reverse veins to Willies. It sound foul, but every girl I meet to go downtown. I'd open every cell in Attica, send them to Africa.
if I rule the world,
imagine that.
I'd free all my sons. I love them, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be, if you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
Still living for today, in these last days and times.
we'll walk right up to the sun, hand in hand. We'll walk right up to the sun. We won't land. We'll walk right up to the sun.
love to hear the story, how the thugs live and worry. Duck down in car seats, heat's mandatory. Running from Jake, getting chased, hunger for papes. These are the breaks, many mistakes go down out of state. Wait, I had to let it marinate. We carry weight, trying to get laced. Flip the A, stack the safe. Millionaire plan to keep the gap with the cocked hammer. Making moves in Atlanta, back and forth scrambler. Cause you can have all the chips, be poor or rich, still nobody want a nigga have a shit. If I ruled the world and everything in it, sky's the limit. I push the Q45 infinite. It wouldn't be no such thing as jealousies or beef felony. Strictly living longevity to the destiny I thought I'd never see, but reality struck. Better find out before your time's out. What the fuck?
If I rule the world,
imagine that.
I free all my sons. I love 'em, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be? If you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
Still living for today in these last days and times.
if I rule the world,
Imagine that.
I free all my sons. I love 'em, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be? If you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
Still living for today in these last days and times.
if I rule the world, I free all my sons. I love 'em, baby. Black diamonds and pearls. If I rule the world, if I rule the world, I love 'em, baby.
Welcome to Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and I'm checking if my mic is on. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, it's on. I am Jordan, not Devon. My name's Jordan. And today, we're doing some YellBRo Light. Main topic, Bliss. But before we get started, do not forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's journey to recovery, to helping victims of Africom, Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also, help out some content creators, Stevie, aka Redneckonomics, Sleepy J, buy him a coffee, and optionally, Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. All right. Who's here? Let's see who's here. The moon is here. You pesky moon. Changing my thought patterns with your oohness. Arsafo, what's up? End the Fed. I'd unravel every riddle for every individual in trouble or in pain. Ooh. Interesting. Is that a lyric? Is that just a parable? Is that Buddha or Jesus or something? Chip, what's up? Choosy. Chuckles. What up, Chuckles? What are we talking about? Oh, we're going to start with a little Bliss. And after that, I guess it'll go as normal. Normal live stream. I know there's fights on tonight. I don't know if I'm going to... I'm for sure probably going to open up... For sure, probably. Probably going to open up Discord later. But I don't know. But I guess it wouldn't be for the fights. It'd be for discussion. Maybe we make a video. I don't know. Maybe I get inspired by something. Who else is here? Prop, what's up? It's 1, 2, 3. Is that like a test thing? You're testing if your comments are getting through. Josh Davis, what's up, Josh? Steven, what's up, Steven? Steve Cutler. Steven and Steve join forces. Tangled. Tits are good. Oh, that's Prop tricking me into testing my microphone. I'll just say, tits, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tits, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. See, I'm like OCD about it now because there was one video I did. I did like a 40-minute video on, it was, what's his name? Sacha Baron Cohen. He did some big speech for the ADL. And so and I did a full 40-minute video on it, uploaded it, and then people are like, no sound. I'm like, nah. I had to redo the whole fucking thing from scratch. That's how it goes here. No editing, just go. Record, hit record, send it out to the world. See what happens. Shro, what's up, Shro? You don't see a title? Really? The title tonight is YellBRo Light. Bliss. We're going to talk about a little bit about some Bliss. So I'm trying to do like a theme type of thing where I do like YellBRo Dark and I talk about something dark and decrepit and scary. Then YellBRo Light is like the, you know, made it to the top of the mountain shit. Hopefully something inspiring. Also just like a yin-yang. Oh, this is lighter of a topic because it's more of the feel-goodies. Feel-goodies. Yeah, audio can suck. And I usually just look down at this thing, see how much the meter fucking goes. I roll with that. Then when I open up Discord, I have like second microphone for like so we can talk. So that me and James can both talk. He's not here right now, but we can both talk at the same time on the same microphone or whatever, and work with Discord. What's up, Lucky? I'm on mobile. Gotta hop over. Everything's better on PC. It is. Not gonna lie. Like everything is. Other than like convenience, right? Sometimes you gotta like, you're on the run. You gotta have your phone with you. Alright. I do have some recommended videos, fan requests. Those are going to be a little fun. They're going to be kind of fun. You heard about the drama with the Fred Hampton leftist. There's going to be a video on that from King Swag himself. Also, the video we didn't do last time, which was a request, about Google's the selfish ledger. It's going to be probably going to be like some technocratic shit that Google's doing. Their way of thinking about employees and how people behave and all that stuff. They don't say it, and I catch it. I'll let you know for sure. My thing. Also, we have some Ralph Emerson. We're gonna get literary in this bitch. That's right. Also, all the requests you guys make during this show. I'll try to look for things, because the thing with a topic like Bliss, let me explain it this way. When it comes to things that are darker elements in regards to existentialism, things that are darker are much easier to like put into words about describing the process or the topic or the idea. Much easier to do, because you can just think about it practically, right? When you're upset, right? Sad, upset, angry, whatever the fuck, all these seems like thoughts and thoughts and thoughts are just running around, and your ego's a lot more engaged, which means you can see things more clearly about what you're saying in your own mind and all that. You know, it's cloudy, but it's cloudy because there's so many fucking thoughts happening, so many tunnels being ran through. And for me, who's like would want to study something like that, like within my own mind, like observe it, like, yeah, you can see a lot more things there, a lot more content there. When it comes to something that's, happy, sunshiny, like, oh, you're like in the moment, right? You're in a happy spot. So you got to have, it can be difficult, because I think a lot of people would not want their ego to engage in moments of like something like bliss, right? Or happiness or whatever. They would want to just be in the moment, which is why when that ego's not so engaged, it seems like it flies by really fast, right? That sense of time kind of dissipates, and it's just like in the moment. It's like, oh man, it's over already? Damn. It felt like 5 minutes. When it could have been like hours. I just saw the FHL video from last night. If the FHL group can be honest and forgive each other, and I'm willing to give them the benefit of being authentic. Well, we're going to talk about it, because we watched it. Who was it? Me, Prop, Tender, and Allie. And I think Ethan was like jumping in and out of the chat. And maybe others. Oh no, Cannabis was there as well. And maybe ICU. But yeah, we were listening to it, and it's like, Sometimes that suspension of disbelief can kind of like, it's some things, like the logic of it is too overwhelming, where it's like the suspension of disbelief of like, oh, these are just, real people doing real shit in the world and all that. Sometimes that little mirage can be bubble popped. And I think we'll go through it, because the logic of it is like, this doesn't make sense. You kind of went behind this guy's back to oust him, and then now you're just going to go back to normal. And it's like, either A, like that's really fucking weird to do, or B, something like that's become normalized, where you can, like, that's pretty literally stabbing someone in the back, right? Game of Thrones shit. What's up, Mickey? Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. I won't do it to you. All right, let me just make sure I got space on here. Clear up some space. Yeah, I gotta clear some space. I still got two videos about authenticity to come out. 3. Got the 2 metric videos and the Michael Tessarian video. Boy, do I love my metric. My thoughts. I'm sorry we tried to commit a coup. Our bad, CJ. Our bad, but I know we went behind. Like, according to Compton J, he showed up to the meeting not knowing it was about him getting kicked out. So it's like, the fuck? It's like Ned Stark, like he's walking towards that brothel, and then all of a sudden he's surrounded by troops. He's like, wait, what? Kinda. Or here's a better one. Like Tommy from Goodfellas, where he thinks he's about to be made, and then he's like, he sees an empty room. He's like, dark shit, but still relates. And it's like, this is the question I asked last night, where I'm like, what thought process did it take to go that far, right? Where you voted, to where you essentially colluded to get this guy out, right? The RJ kid took all responsibility. Yeah, I planned this and all. My deepest sorries for this, and it's like, wait a minute. What mind state were you in to where you went to where you went there? Like, what is that? And the savvy girl, to where it's like, wait, you voted him out too, but you were, where was your mind state at? And I guess she said she was just following the group. We'll go over it. Don't worry, we'll go over it. PSA: if you're in MCSC, your rights to speak on FHL are revoked. Are you doing the soccer like red card, like shh, flag on the play? Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of what I talk about in regards to, hey guys, better be, existentially formed before you walk into certain areas, because this type of thing can happen. In fact, I expect it to happen. You can see this in fucking music groups, right? Where there's like breakups and all that shit, and then they get back together, and then all that shit. Human drama. It happens, man. But if you're doing something to where your claim is to make the world a better place, it's like there's no room for that. No fucking room for that. No time for that. But yeah, I talk about that quite a bit. I was very judgmental of John Mayer being in Dead & Co. Grateful Dead has been a huge part of my life. I realized that if the band I adore accepts him, then I need to at least give it a chance. I don't know what happened behind. Well, we'll watch the videos, and I guess they'll kind of say what happened. But in either way, like, there's only like certain conclusions that could be made from what we have in front. Like how do you, like, either it's some form of like extreme incompetence to where you leap to ousting the guy, or maybe the guy's really an asshole, be a problem itself. Like there's a problem there somewhere. So yeah, and yeah, in my mind, like, everyone always gets a chance with me. It's just like, you got to call it what it is first. Really make an assessment about it. And I'll do that just for my own thinking, and then obviously when I get on YouTube, it's just me speaking my mind. Not trying to say do what I do or anything, but from my personal perspective, I would recommend it, but I'm not saying you have to listen to YellBRo or else. Sabby basically pulled an AOC present apology. I mean, there's definitely some guy like and the Rome guy, I guess he voted present in a way, or he was like, I guess according to what they were saying, he's too emotional about it, so he's like, I gotta step back and think about it or something. Like, Then when you find out like what alleged beef was about, what they said it was like went on another show or let someone else host something. What are you guys, a fucking corporation, bro? What is it, copyright infringement? So you got to get rid of them? Weird. What's up, Liam? It's Sunday tomorrow. Namaste in bed. I'm with you on that one. Tomorrow for me is silly football, silly Call of Duty, and silly talking shit on Discord. I listen to music, vibes. If Lucky and Steve are going live tomorrow, fucking put on some vibe music, hang out. Namaste from me and my spicy noodles with roasted garlic. Oh, that sounds fire, bro. Savvy did. There's people not standing up and not just being sheep. I mean, yeah, Savvy's reason was that just went with the majority. That's what I mean by like self-made before you get there, right? Don't take yourself out of the oven too quickly. Make sure those cookies are done. The Buffy reference. I'm not going to waver on my integrity and morals no matter what others say or try to do. I'm with that. What's her name? Athene? I think I'm saying her name right. She sounded like that. She sounded like she wasn't even included in what was happening. Right? She kind of said what I said. Yo, you guys are like resembling the shit that we're supposed to be fighting against. Right? I'm like, oh, okay. She might be the one that I'm like, okay. But what happens if this... What if I throw the Joker in your world? And that and the racial shit gets racial about it. That's when... do better. Rome stepped out. He could not handle it. I just watched their group apologizing video. Yeah, we saw that last night. Hot off the presses. But yeah. Sabby a follower. Oh, what's up, Anthony? She basically explained herself as that. I mean, she was reiterating like she's new to the group, right? And she's like, I usually handle things like this. Like, well, why didn't you handle things like that? Why'd you like that doesn't even make sense. Like you don't understand what's going on, but you still vote for someone to leave. I'd be like, I don't know exactly what's going on. What's the problem here? Let me really piece this out. And like sometimes people can get overwhelmed, you know? For sure that can happen. I'm not looking at her like she's sort of nasty person. Just saying like sometimes people can get overwhelmed with things. And in my mind, it's like, okay, you should step back from this, become fully made, then step back in. I doubt you would decide to join a group, but if you did, it's like, all right, join a group or whatever the fuck. Do your thing after that. And that's what I was saying in that video about authenticity. It was less about us looking at someone and saying they're not authentic or they don't seem authentic, even though that's a part of it. But it was more importantly talking about, am I authentic to myself? If I look at myself and I say I do something in the world, can I look at myself and be like, that was my authentic thing? That was mine. Or is it something that you step back from 5 years later and be like, I fucked up? And it's like, oh, we're trying to avoid that. So what you do is you work on your authenticity in the present. So that even if you do fuck up, it's with your eyes wide open. And it's about something other than your own integrity. It's about something to where you made a calculated mistake. Like, oh, I got the time wrong. Or, oh, okay, that guy didn't actually say that. He said something else. Okay, my hearing was off for that. Or whatever, or I heard him wrong. Trust me, that shit is important. And and it translates into how you do things continuing on, right? Because if you get locked into a thing to where it's like, I'm a part of this group now, and I fucked up, I know I fucked up, but I can't say I fucked up, because if I say I fucked up, then it's like, now everyone's looking at me sideways. I don't want to be looked at sideways. I just want to get past this, keep it moving. And it's like, hey, there's a trail behind you left behind. Wait, it's supposed to be YellBRo light. What am I doing all this dark shit for? Where am I at? Yes, she is. Babby said went with group consensus. Yeah, that's what she said in the video. Sabby sus? Pause. From what I've seen of her, her motives seem on the surface at best. Right? I don't know whether that's financial, or that's political, or a mixture of both, or I just want to go along to get along, or this is a fun, social thing, social hangout type of thing, as opposed to like, this is for fucking this is for saving the world, point blank, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This isn't a hangout. This is for fucking wrecking creepy shit and boosting up good shit. That I don't see. I don't see that fervor. I saw that with Sabby when she interviewed Kim Iverson. I didn't see that video. What? Not recording. Just still in the just talking shit right now. Talking about shit I'm supposed to talk about later, but I'm doing it now because all the comments are. I brought it up because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go over this later. But you would have just walked there. Oh, he's there. Guarding the top stairs. I served the information to FHL, and I've been kind of backing off to give them a chance to decide what they want to do. Fine line between the persistent and being a bully. Interesting. What's up, Flash? I hear you, Choosy. I hear you on that. Shit. Sorry, guys. I had top chat on live chat. I don't miss anything. I'm gonna get into my video soon on the region. Yeah, I missed a shit ton of. He blind following the blind. Yo, Swaggy P covered it. The video I got. Played a video of Sabby explaining shit. I missed that. Oh, in the they did a group stream, I guess, or something like that last night. I see glimmers inside, but then other times it seems like she's playing the game. There's a lot of language that's easy to adopt, which is why it makes sense to ask for something more. If they say something like, we need to get money out of politics. Okay, you'd say, like, why? And you ask, okay, well, why is that important? And on and so forth, to where it gets to the human part and not the content creator persona part. You have poison oak? I want to know if it's karma from digging up worms for fishing. No, I don't think so. Aw. Just life, man. Life. It's a lesson to stay away from poison oak. That's your lesson right there. No, I'm joking. That's for you. That's for you to figure out. See, like something like that is called, you're reflecting on possibilities, and those possibilities will help you form you. Maybe secretly you don't want to, kill worms to go fishing or whatever the fuck. right? Maybe that's something inside of you saying, like, fuck, I shouldn't do that. Well, go dig down internally and find out. Find out. But no, I don't think it's any type of cosmic punishment. Right. Someone should put a paper bag over Jackie's face. Which one's Jack? I don't know what you mean. If it's something about looks, then fuck out of here, bro. Nothing to do with that. You don't guys don't see the beauty of other, like, I don't know. You guys are weirdos. I see glimmers in Sabrina that she gets it. Okay. Maybe you do, and I missed it. Well, I think her intention is, my personal opinion on her intention, I think she, like, if she could snap her finger and make the world better, I think she would do it. 100% believes she would do that. But at the same time, like, when it comes to, like, you gotta have, this thing takes time and it takes work and all that shit, she might, like, skip over certain steps just to get, or not just to get there, but, kind of go along to get along in that sense. Yeah, it is what it is. I tried. Meanwhile, the hero archetype's like, fuck! I fucked up! Shit! Might hear a little bit of that to that. It's crazy Tim Black called it out of all people. Hard to trust that, right? If he's on a rambling rant and shit. You really know what's going on, or are you just grabbing an Uzi and spraying in every direction? And some things land, some things fucking hit fucking bricks. He had some points. I know what you mean, though. He had verbal points. I think people got caught up in the spotlight and show that they wanted to get along and not cause waves. Yeah, I mean, that's like for me, that's like a person, this sense of, being nice is a beautiful thing. It is, but it needs to be attached to other things, to where it's like, wait, excuse me, what'd you say? Wait, hey man, how you doing? Fuck you, pussy. Wait, what'd you say? Where it's like, nice is now attached. Like, I want to be nice, but it's attached to this thing, which I'm not going to turn off for the sake of being nice. Sort of some fire to go with your water. He's talking to Afeni, the only one I'm following. She's the only one that feels real. I saw that speech she gave at the eviction moratorium, like, rally thingy, right? Or when MPP showed up and whatnot, they did their own version of it, I guess. So that speech, I'm like, it's got charisma. I hope there's fire behind it. I want there to be fire behind it. And if there is, like, fire meaning like some sort of legitimate passion about this type of shit, if that's there, she'll figure it out. Just don't let the light die. Rage against the dying of the light. Why you never say what you mean? Rage against the dying, rage against the dying of. That trick. What's up, Cannabis? Cannabis, Ben, what's up? AKA Gem Collection. Check out Ben's channel, Gem Collection. If you're in the books, you want to hear like an audiobook version, he's fucking building a library over there. I got your video, by the way, Ben. Ready to roll. Ralph Emerson. I got it ready to roll. Oh shit, Rob, what's up, man? How come you're not a mod here? You're instantly modded. Oh my god, it won't let me do it. Oh, okay, I gotta do it on my tab. Or my phone. Welcome, Rob. Welcome, Rob, to Modship. Only a couple rules. 2 rules, basically. There is no banning anyone or timing anyone out unless you get the okay from me. Also, the only reason I have like everyone modded, like everyone who I'm aware of or I know about or I've talked to or whatever, or I'll just get a sense that like, hey, you're okay. The reason why you're all modded is for you to be able to say what you want and also put down video links that you want me to react to. That's right. I think that's the right way to do it. As soon as I found out there's no limits on mods, like how many mods you can have, I just went fucking bananas with it. Hey, this makes more sense. My thing froze. Rob the mod. That's right, Liam. Wait, what's this? Philip K. Dick, Edgar Allan Poe. Actually, you can't add middle names because that's what serial killers do. Was that shit like that cliche from movies? Like if they have three names, they're probably like a serial killer or a shooter or something. I don't know. FHL is BreadTube, is in BreadTube despite saying otherwise. That's interesting. I'd figure they're more of the Jimmy Dore wing of things, right? I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert and like I've watched all their content or whatever the fuck. I haven't, but you know. That I saw that, Stephen Torres. People on Twitter were mad at the white people voting instead of the sham the process was. Feels weird to be called Fred Hampton leftist, bring white people in and be mad at the white people. I mean, what's up, Sin? I think Sabby brings that up to where she's like, I don't condone or whatever the certain messages that the Meg girl, right? I think that's her name, Meg, Killjoy Meg or something. I guess there's other white people in there. I don't know. There are names they brought up that I'm like, I don't even know who that is. But yeah. I hate trying to like it escapes righteousness for me at that point when it becomes racial because righteousness is not contained by a skin color. It's silly. Right? I was hoping people's plight would be like something sucks, I want it to be better. And it's my moral drive to make things better. So I relate with other people with similar moral drives to make things better. Well, that is the moral drive, to make things better, right? But we align about how to efficiently go about this. I guess that's what they're doing, but yeah. I would hope that they'd take it back a couple degrees and focus more on the will to do good or the will to make things better. I would hope that would take precedent over what you look like. Imagine how shallow using what you look like as the rubric for whether or not you fit in here. That's incredible to me. You're making mistakes the fucking ancients made. Fucking dudes in robes in the fucking desert, covered in dust and shit, and you're making the same mistakes as them, bro. But we have iPhones. Yeah. It's effed up watching black folk do white people shit. See, once again, that's not a character is not embedded in your skin. At least I hope it's not. If it is, then we got bigger problems. Like we should just stop what we're doing. There's no reason to. And there's Matt Hunter on cue. Right on cue. All right. We can get to the juicy gossip stuff. That's not me belittling gossip stuff. I think it's very important because it's the drama stuff. Like, there's nothing more like giving you more of that humanist perspective, like looking at it from the angle of a human rather than the angle of a political thought leader or thinker. Right? That's the arena of the drama shit. I think it's important to look at. You shouldn't be ashamed of it either. That's much different than, type of TMZ shit. This isn't about studying the human drama. This is about entertainment. That's a whole different thing. It's not very Fred Hampton-like to be excluding anyone. I hope you believe that, and that's what I heard he believed in. So sounds like a good idea to me. I got you, son. I got you. Gossip, drama, busybody, drivel. Well, I'm sure you heard this notion before. Like, yeah, everybody's a tough guy till they get punched in the face. Right? You've heard that notion before. That's what this is. Now it's not digging at your political ideas. It's digging at you as a person. That's what the drama shit is. Yo, there's something off with this person. Someone just threw a fucking shot at you. Someone just punched you in the face. Well, how are you going to react? Does the quote-unquote real you come out? Speaking on a shallow level of real you. Oh, yes, it's almost might be more important than the political shit. As far as, like, if the idea is to make the world a better place, people exposing, like, who they are, like, what their thinking is. I don't want to say who they are, but their thinking. People putting their thinking on the table, right? Their deeper thinking on the table might be more important than who they voted for or what political idea they like, right? In fact, that works with fucking quote-unquote infiltrators. Anyone can say political rhetoric. Anyone can say force the vote or get money out of politics or vote blue no matter who or trust the plan. Anyone can just say words like that out loud. But how about those moments to where like someone bears themselves? No pause. Where they lit out something that like wasn't on script, wasn't on point, wasn't on the ledger. Almost like an abstraction coming out of their fucking face. Damn, we might be able to learn something from that. I gotta open up my... Oh. Yeah.
All right, guys.
Of course. Was it a debate? Clean air, food, water, housing, and clothing. 6 essential things for human survival. But they're gonna want more than that. In fact, I think humans would threaten those things for the sake of the other type of survival. Maybe the essence of who they are. Maybe that's the thing they want to survive too. Not only food to eat, but the ability to crack a joke. Or to love someone. Or whatever the fuck. And if you get in the way of that, maybe they'll be like, fuck your food and water, I'm gonna get mine. I'm gonna get my fucking food and water. And then I can do those expressive things that I wanted to do. It gets dark, huh? It's supposed to be YellBRo light. What's going on here? Just like there's a huge spectrum and gulf in the area of ideas and quality and knowledge and well-groundedness, there's a huge spectrum between drama to drama, gossip to gossip. Okay, you're just defining terms differently. I gotcha. The first part's a little weird. A little weird because you could say what you're doing. You're saying there's a hierarchy of knowledge and quality of ideas and on and so forth. I see how you could say that, but there is also the existential sense of things where maybe I needed this bad idea to reach this better idea, but better by my own standards, and maybe there's an overall better. But I hear what you're saying though. But that would be a hefty philosophical statement to make. All right, let's do this Bliss thing because everyone wants to get into the other shit. I need Medicare for all for my Havana syndrome. Oh, bye. All right. Oh wait, I see a Batman thing. The beauty of Joker in The Dark Knight is his actions pushed the characters so far it revealed their true selves, even if they didn't blow each other up. See, as far as the character goes, forget about symbolism. Just the character, like taking it like it's a real person or whatever. Like, he believed that this thing is the real person. Like, this is what people are really made of. Like, who they are. And Batman's like, no, people are capable of good. They have choice to choose between the one or the other. And there's something deeper inside driving them. And Batman's supposed to represent that archetype. Joker's like, bullshit. As soon as you do this, they'll fuck it up. Imagine him in the real world, huh? Where he just gets away with things, like he does crazy shit and there's no like crazy military task force that just nukes him or something. Like he just gets to keep going. It's like, what would happen? Maybe the archetypal sense is already here. All right, let's do this video. All right, so I am in a live stream, and the topic, it's YellBRo Light. The topic's going to be Bliss. That's right, good thing. Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to Helping Victims of Africom, to Cohen Daly, the Australian boy, has cancer, and you can donate to help him out. Also, share, support, and donate to some content creators. Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, buy him a coffee with extra cream. And optionally, if you have money left over, or if you have time left over and you want to help this person out, you can. Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. She's a good writer. You should support her. But on her, based on her instructions, wants people to check out the other ones first. And I'm a simp, so I said, okay, I'll do that. All right, so topic for this video, on the light side of things, is Bliss. Now, when I say light, it's very difficult to go on with that without bringing some sort of aspect of dark along, because I believe that the only way to find this like supreme light, the imperial masculine, right? This thing of light in a symbolic sense. The only way to find that is for it to be born out of the imperial feminine, which is the dark, right? The unknown. You go in there, you dive through, and you figure shit out, and then boom, the prime masculine pops up out of there. Which is why I think you see a lot of symbolism in regards to like the great masculine hero is born from the female mother maiden type of figure or character. Right? The mysterious woman. And that's why you see that in mythology and symbolism and in film and all that stuff. So yes, I'm gonna have to bring up some elements of dark. Meanwhile, dark, I just do like full dark if I wanted to. But yeah, all right. So Bliss. Bliss, I will call as something different than happiness. These are my words and how I'm using them. Right? Happiness is something momentary, or even fleeting. Right? It's not there and just stays around. Sort of some notes, a little bit. Wrote 5 words down. So how is there this constant bliss? Because that's what I think it would be. It would be constant. I think most people are like, well, how does that make sense? You're always happy, like 24/7? Like, this is why I make that distinction. This is why I make a distinction between moments of feeling this thing, I guess, call it joy or happiness or whatever, and then the permanent mainstay of bliss itself. The only way to maintain and experience bliss, right, would be the ability to negotiate both your darker aspects and your lighter aspects. That's what makes it a mainstay. See, something like happiness, like the momentary sense of it, sadness, or anger, or any of these type of feelings and emotions, and thoughts. Thoughts as well go into this. The ability to negotiate all of them is bliss. When you are you, no matter what the conditions are, you are in a state of bliss. Check this out. Some sort of, all right, let's go typical, right? Romantic type of thing, right? And clearly we can all see like, oh, I can see how this is happiness or a happy thing happening. We could see that. It's right. It's blatant. You don't even need to think about it. Like, I feel good. Let's say this person ends up being something entirely different than you thought they were. Guess what? Bliss is like, okay. Like they're ready for the gates of hell to pop open. You have your champion, your internal champion, negotiating all realms of all this shit. Where you are you 24/7. So if it's some sort of external event that happens that's you would consider positive, I'm okay with feeling happy. Granted, like, to be honest with you, there are people that would fight that actually. But they have their own things to work at. Probably something I would probably lean towards or have experience where you see something happy and you're like, no, that can't be true. Can't be it? No. Not happiness? No. Must be something fucked up must be happening. Where you create a narrative, right? Because you're trying to stay in that darker sense of things. But the ability to walk into the light and sit in it. There's your bliss. But as soon as you see the fucking storm cloud overhead making its way towards you, like, okay. Guess what I get to do? Put on my fucking armor, my shield, and my sword. I'm ready to fucking go. Guess what? There's a secret like enjoyment of it. Bliss. How about tremendous sadness? where it's not a moral fight. It's just something terrible happens, right? Not anyone's fault. Like it's just happens. A loved one passing away or something like that. Towards like a sort of random act of, quote unquote, random act of nature, like a fucking lightning bolt strikes him or something, right? And you feel that extreme sadness. Fuck. Be able to sit in that, still bliss. Be able to sit in that extreme sadness is bliss. Why? Because you're maintaining yourself throughout all. This is the best expression version of me, no matter what the fucking weather is. No matter the circumstances, I am me throughout all of this. And that is holding your bliss up in your fucking chest. In fact, I think I would say you would feel it. You would feel it in here. And you guys will hear me quite a bit rant about the notion of letting the environment be the reason or excuse or the determining factor of why people do certain things, right? Or like as a solution, changing the environment, something like that. The reason why I poke at that or be like, no, I'm not buying that, is because in a way, like if that person, that victim, or whatever the fuck, talking to you, you expel that, your circumstances. That's why you. If you bring that to them and they buy it, like, oh, maybe you are foregoing the greatest experience anyone could possibly have for the sake of convenient reasons for why things happen or why people do what they do. You're also, in a way, could be, you're not taking it away from them, right? You're just playing another environmental factor in reality. But in a way, it's like, if I did that, I would feel like, fuck, I'm almost, like I could possibly like put an idea out there that you might that you can look at. Hey, you have your own agency. You have all these faculties. You have the existential hero, champion, lover, friend, all that shit. All that shit is internal. It's inside of you. Pause. But it's covered in dust. You just can't see it. Sand over it. Got to go negotiate that fucking desert and dig it the fuck up. And guess what? Even if you're like, you know what, it's bullshit. Well, fuck. Go find it. Like, go find out. Say, hey, you know what? Jordan's wrong. Jordan's probably wrong. Let me go check. I'll go check just to make sure. I know he's wrong though, but I'm gonna go check. Maybe you find something. Unless you're Sam Harris. Sam Harris will say, there's nothing there. He looked for it on some sort of machine. Yep, it's not here. Not on my tablet anywhere. I don't see it. Now, since we're in YellBRo Light here. Now, to me, in my mind, I look at that as a perk. As 100% a perk. To be able to deal with any forces, any emotional atmosphere you're walking through. You're able to deal with all of it. I would consider that a perk. And you'll see it in your own life, you know, when you go through certain things or things happen in life or and whatnot. The ability to stand, you know, feet planted, you know, feet on the ground, head in the clouds, with all of that. You'll see, like, oh, fuck. There's something, like, this is, forget about material importance, even though I do think that plays a factor. But imagine the importance to you yourself, There's a bunch of areas I can go with this. How about let's go extra woo-woo with it. Like even on like a woo-woo, new agey, spiritual sense of things, of where bliss can take you. Now there's this idea out there called The Secret or Law of Attraction, right? I think they have what I've seen typically seems to be like a poor version of that, right? Because they're saying if you wish for this, this will attract to you in your life or something like that. I'm like, yeah, but you got to be you first. Otherwise, you won't even recognize the little signpost that will guide you to the thing you actually want. You don't even know what you actually want at that point. Really, you got to go through the you stuff first. But let's go and say the you stuff happened already. Now look at the perks. I don't look at it like, I partially look at it as like nature colluding, you and who you are colluding with nature to make this thing that you truly want to happen. But you're not going to want like I want to be able to run a 4.240 instead of nature being like da-da, da-da-da. All of a sudden your calves are like you're all yoked and shit. Instead, it's like, since your perception is looking at that as the thing you want, now you're noticing, maybe you see someone running down the street, or a body type walking down the street, or you see it on TV, this new workout thing, like, let me look into it. And ends up becoming something that helps propel you to be able to train to be that thing, to run that fast. But no, it wouldn't be just like, here it is. Because I don't think you would actually want that. I think you would want to work for it. Also, your own moral sense of like not wanting to take from others in order to boost yourself up, right? You kind of want it to be fair grounds for others. That's my guess. Someone can prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong that selfishness is a deep-seated who you are type of thing, as opposed to, okay, greediness, let me dust off that and see what I actually want. Also, playing off this law of attraction thing, this is the one I think people would love the most, and I do believe it's a real thing. This idea of a soul family. It's almost like David Icke's notion of frequencies, right? Where it's, if you're rocking at a certain vibe, oh, the universe recognizes that. Like, hey, this vibe's also over here. Not saying like you're literally going to hear a voice in your head that says vibe is over there, or you're not going to get like map coordinates or whatever the fuck. But in a way, you're going to attract to that type of thing, that type of frequency. This is very woo-woo. And if it's written off as just, this is make-believe, blah, 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 like, okay. I don't mind that. This is YellBRo Light. YellBRo Dark is where I go beat the shit out of you. But YellBRo Light, it's like, okay. I get it. Sounds, woo-woo, like this isn't real. It sounds mystical. Doesn't sound grounded. I get that. I get it. But it's still an idea I'm throwing out there, regardless. So yeah, this whole notion of even like soul families, that's interesting. From like, oh, these are the people you're supposed to be around. Because there's some sort of existential kinship, maybe. Or whatever. Whatever it is. Some sort of relation there. And you kind of attracted them into your life just by you being you. You doing the work to stand at the top of the mountain with, with your whole self intact, expressing your bliss, which is the ability to be you in any circumstance. The result of that is that feeling, that vibe, that frequency. That's right. That's right, Ben. Vibes. I mean, I think most people already believe in that, but they don't think of it in a structured sense. And yes, YellBRo light, the light side of things, is very difficult. Like I said earlier, very difficult to put into words because it's almost like moments where your mind isn't running. Right? That's more of the darker stuff. That's when the mind's racing. There isn't, there isn't, fireworks to keep you going. Just one little match in a cold cave. What's up, JC? That's right. Find your authentic self. And guess what? Your authentic self, once you are there with that, you have all these different avenues because of the things that are going to be thrown at you. Life still continues on, right? We're going to be threatened by death. People we love are going to be threatened by death. I don't mean like, bombs and missiles, although it could be that. But I mean like oh, you're going to die someday. Right? There's still darker aspects to life, 100%. But if you are you standing tall in those fucking moments, you are sitting in bliss. Because guess what? It feels good to beat the shit out of a bad idea. I know most people will go for the wrecking someone, like someone actually saying the idea and like they're destroying them in a debate. I know that probably feels good too. I get that. But to actually be like, this has no, you hold no ground. This idea, you hold no ground here. You get wrecked easily. That is existential gold. All right. Done with my bliss rambling. Don't forget to subscribe if you feel like. Comment. Agree, disagree. Tell me what you think. What do you think about bliss? Like, what do you think it is? Maybe use the words differently. Some people might call it like just happiness, but I would apply happiness to a particular type of vibe as opposed to the ability to negotiate all vibes. Right? The weather changes, I move with it. Where are you going? But yeah, tell me what you think in the comment section. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links, all of them in the description box. Do it. And with all that said, give this video blissfully a thumbs down. All right. That was my bliss ramble. Yay. Hope I didn't miss anyone. You are a penguin supremacist with a pokey tongue? You will like this video. Just saying. Wait, I gotta go back in the other. There's only video I could, or video. Yeah, I'd have to sit and think about it. For videos that would stay on topic with this idea of bliss. I mean, I was gonna go with the Joseph Campbell stuff, but I think I played that here already. I don't want to stale it up. But yeah, I think bliss always gets so attached and tied to happiness to where when something sad happens, like something you're supposed to be sad about, and some sort of tragedy happens, they're like, no, like it's okay to feel sad about it. You don't have to go like, oh well, that's the way the world is. Nick Brana smile your way out of it. Like, no, feeling sad is more than okay when something tragic happens or something sad happens. So that's why I put Bliss in the notion of like being able to negotiate all of it. I got you, man. You guys put down links while I was doing my little
Okay, there, folks.
my diatribe. I'll call it that. Just relink them so I can have them ready to go. Jimmy Dorignore's story of fake tough guy Boogaloo Boy shooting up third priest AK. Guy on Twitter like went at me for getting on Matt Binder. Yeah, my new name is. Ego House has YouTube channel suspended for 2 weeks after spreading vaccine. I heard about that. I heard. The penguin video is only 4 minutes long. Disappointed. I will play it. Don't worry, I'll play it. I'll probably play it first. I'm just thinking of like things that kind of stay on theme. In my mind, the greatest things I can think of are fucking they're in movies, bro. Give you the visuals and the actor or actress showing you like the emotion that they're going through. That realization of wholeness, being complete, it's like that is next level feeling. No, I got that one already. I got it, Steve. Got your gosh darn penguin video. Binder lost the pasta. Wasn't even close. Well, I only went over the Binder talking about boogaloos, and some guy was upset about it. Yeah, all right, come debate me then. Haven't seen him since. Haven't seen him around. This is what you always do, man. Always try to. Why don't you debate me here on Twitter? What? It will bring you animal bliss and a brain reset of giggles. Yeah, we watched that shit, right? We watched that in Props Discord. Hold on with your damn penguin. Damn penguin worshippers. To be real, I think Pasta did better, was the best one, as far as their argument were concerned, but he left holes in. Debates are a weird thing. But yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think Pasta did us. Either that or it was Bender burying himself to where I'm like, this. He destroyed him too. On certain points, I think. Fuck, I'd have to rewatch it, to be honest with you. If I remember, sometimes I don't remember like content wise what exactly like word for word what was said, but I'll remember the feeling I felt while experiencing it. But too much content, not good enough. But yeah, I'll have to rewatch it. Do that with fights too. I'm just like, the 4th or 5th round. I forgot what Pasta said. I remember watching Fee and Bender were saying more. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, Bender looked a little better. Fiorella. Just like, I'm not saying intellectually, I'm saying like how someone sounded there. Or the vibe I got as far as like who getting more to the point we're getting. But I don't know what to say to Matt after several questions. Wait, what? Oh, you mean Matt Hunter? I will try to remember to rewatch it. Maybe we even do it tonight. Who knows? And Bender prides himself on being part of the enlightened Brooklyn left who lost Donor Chef. Hey, maybe we will rewatch it, so I remember correctly. I think a far deeper subversion is called for that can be publicly discussed in common speech. At the same time, there's 1,000 ways home. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I'm looking at that. I'm like, 1,000 ways home? Like, how many people are? 7 something billion? 7 something billion ways home. That's just my individual. All right, let's play this penguin video. What the fuck is a Hyrax? I don't even know. Here we go. I'm playing it.
Oh, the smell. You're cute, but you stink. You smell like fish oil, you know that?
Okay, hold on. There's penguins in Africa. Aren't they supposed to be in like the cold places? Looks angry as fuck too. That looks like an evil bird. No Kramer.
Oh, God.
Blinking one eye at a time and shit.
What are you doing? What was that? What are you doing over there? Did you get that pink thing above your eye? Are you shaving your eyebrows off? I did that when I was 11. Because I seen that movie Clockwork Orange. Afrotheria, is that you? You know, people mistake you for a rodent, but I never thought you were a rodent.
A mole rat.
You know, it's quite obvious.
That shit looks fucking angry too. Look at its eyes, bro.
Doubted you.
Fucking evil ass eyes. That resting bitch face. A rally is one way of bringing attention to an issue.
They make you pay
It shouldn't be the only way.
To see the penguins over
exactly.
there at the boardwalk, but you know, you could come see them right here too. We didn't pay anything; it was free. You know.
Sorry for pausing a bit, but I have to say it's like sometimes people. Usually, it seems like bad faith guys will argue with me, and they'll think I have this notion of like, oh, I just sit around and do nothing all day. No, that's the furthest from the truth, man. When I say like this notion, like, okay, obtaining your bliss, then following your bliss, right? Like, oh, what do you enjoy? Or what are you good at? Or like, if it's something like political to where it's like in a moral type of, like a moral context, basically. Like, okay. You are in that fucking hero, archetypal, champion fucking mode, which will probably be next week's YellBRo Light, the champion hero thing. But when you're in that mode, what are your superpowers when you're expressing that hero archetype? Some people could be quiet. Moral thing happens, they're the loudest fucking voice in the room. The loudest guy. It's like, oh no, I did this work. Let me talk about this right here. Or some people become very like, okay, what's the problem? Okay, let me detail every little thing out. Put it in stages, letter it, bullet point it, put it all categorized and blah, blah, blah. And here, let me share this. Hopefully, the guy who's a good speaker about moral issues and the guy who's a good, not be guy or girl, that's good at doing bullet points and laying out, like structuring things. Like, oh, maybe they would work together or something. They both have that same moral fervor towards this particular thing. Maybe someone's good at whatever computer shit to where like, oh, maybe they're good at disseminating it. Maybe someone's a video editor. I want to record you saying this. Blah, blah, blah. Or that guy just puts a video out and like, I'm going to edit it and change it in a certain way and then present it. This looks better like this. Or let me fix the audio quality. Your audio quality sucked. Let me do this. Or not. Okay, now it's more people working together. Maybe someone else is also a good speaker. Boom. They got two great speakers together. Maybe someone's a great speaker but disagrees with something. Some sort of efficiency thing they disagree with. Okay. Since we're all good faith here, we can all actually have that discussion. They got great points and then be like, maybe someone changes their mind about the most efficient way to go forward or someone. So it's like all these different people's blisses all dancing together. Or you could say, I think I said this before, like a Justice League. Everyone has all their own superpower. They're putting it on the table to defeat the bad idea. All right, here we go. Sorry. Had to ramble about that one.
Everything smells real nice. They got the Hyrex. They're like two bugs in a rug. Yo, you got your babies with you and everything. Look at it. Look at it. All Donnie and with the shit. Look at it. Totally used to us human schmucks walking by. Not even bothered by it. What's this guy doing?
What in the fuck?
Looks comfortable.
Oh,
hey,
it's a baby pen.
What are you doing? Are you a Hyrex? Did I call you a Dassy? Huh? Are you more closely related to elephants than rodents? Okay, can Afrotheria be our safe word? Oh, look at you. You're so cute. What a cute little shit you are. What are you doing?
What's up, Emblem?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Compare this Taiwan discussion to that dope.
Fish for you.
Comes
You
out
guys
off as
might
fake.
smell bad, but you sure are cute. Oh,
Unreal, you can make facts sound like malintent.
With that guy over there, where's he going to? Look at it, the Hyrex. Oh shit! Hey, what was that? What was that?
That's a good point.
Why'd you do that?
Fuck, I missed it.
Why did you? Look at it, the Hyrex. Oh.
Oh shit!
Hey, what was that? What was that for? Why'd you do that? Why did you do that?
The evil bird, bro.
Huh? That antisocial behavior. He wasn't bothering you. He didn't have anything to do with you. Look, you made him go into his little hole. What is it like to be a Hyrex? Huh? Do you get into it with the penguins?
How evil the eyes are, bro. Like a squirrel's evil cousin.
Bullshit. I saw the way they treated you with that colonial attitude, that colonizer mentality. I don't support that.
Mr. Growly?
Yeah, I could twitch my nose like a big ass.
All right, Rob.
I got a question. If I pay you $15, would you shit on my chest? Huh? Do you feel that you've been unfairly portrayed in movies and television? Do you feel that the media has not given you a fair shake? Huh? I feel I have to agree
That is
with
fucking
you.
my head up.
Out,
I'm thinking one thing's the eye, then something else blinks. Fucking my head
A
up.
lot better. Oh yeah, let me get a knife. Oh, look at that. What the fuck is with that tongue?
Got
No
fucking
offense.
blades on its
I've
tongue.
never seen that before. Is that so you don't lose your fish when you got them down there? Is that so you can get? You need a tongue with traction. You know, if you're having neck trouble, you should go see a chiropractor. So go to Tong Zhang over there on 9th Street. He'll slap you around, you know. He
Crime
reads his
pays,
phone
but
while he
botany
goes to town
doesn't.
on your back.
What?
You know, it's
What am I
affordable.
watching?
Very nice man. Barely speaks English, but he'll do some good on you. You know, trauma therapy. Just knock the shit out of your back. You know, just give you an elbow or something. He'll take care of the pain.
I wanted to see a fight. Nah. I was actually expecting them to fuck each other up or something. There we go. I know. Even that thing's fucking tongue was evil, bro. Just there to wreck people. Say this, because I'm going to do a video. I could do this. I'm planning on like what's up, Jesse? I'll probably want to rewatch that. All right. We can go through the whole drama thing, guys. I'm gonna eat food while we watch. I'm gonna have to pull up like a bunch of videos, aren't I? I gotta like find all. They all have different responses or something. Think you'll criticize that Sotomayor vid? Don't expect you to play it in its entirety. Do I think I'll criticize it? Well, dang, it's not, what's his name? His name's Tommy, right? Where is it? Yeah, it's Tommy. His name's Tommy Sotomayor. So, yeah, he's not my reason why I'm like, I expect to criticize it. It's you. You're the reason why I expect to criticize it. Like, oh, Matt recommended it's either like some poetry or fucking Hamlet or some shit, Shakespeare, or sort of racial whatever. I guess she didn't even talk about it on her own. Okay. We got plenty of time, guys. First 15, 20 minutes. Oh, he's dusty as fuck. All right, so what we could do is I call this YellBRo drama. Actually, here's how I could do this. I'll stay in my Bliss thing, and then I have to play content about it. I'll watch it, man. I'll watch it. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I watched this video already, so I'll play a decent amount of this, I guess. Unless you guys are like, no, we don't need to see the Compton J. I don't know why I'm even. We can skip it and go to Emerson. Well, Ben, so you know, there is no hierarchy of information. You get what you need, and you need what you get. Bro. Neruda? I don't even know. I don't know who that is. Neruda's sonnets are the best. I don't read sonnets. I don't know. I don't even like read, to be honest with you. Read titles, You guys want me to skip this one and just go right to their special thing? No, and then we can play this as or for the main event. And we can play this after all of it. You know what? I'll play this while I go get food. And then when I come back, you guys let me know if it's like move on or not. Turn the speed up. All right, here we go. FHL removes co-founder Compton J. Fred Hampton, leftist. I'm playing this while I already watched this. All right, here we go.
For all of us.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm hearing an echo here.
The Bliss
Hang on 1 second. I'm hearing
and self-learning gets my vote. Hey, we can keep
leave
going into it.
comments. If you hear it,
Don't worry
echo,
about it.
let me
I'm just
know.
like, hey, I can play
Hearing
this while I go
echo.
get food. Just something to hear in the background.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so let's get right into it. First off, what I wanted to say is that this is not necessarily a bash FHL video. That's not what this is about. I'm going to tell you things that have happened. Let me take this off, actually. I'm going to tell you the things that have happened and, leave it on the table. Now, my critique may be a little tart, so my wife thought it was good for me to actually do this while it's fresh in my head. Otherwise, I would be actually laying in a bed sleep. But anyway, so another thing I wanted to start with is that I love my FHL brother, Nick, and I love my FHL brother, Rome, and I love my FHL brother, JB, even though he was one of the votes that voted me off. And I still love my brother, JB. That's not to say I dislike everybody else necessarily, but we'll get more into that. A lot of the new members I simply don't know, so I don't have anything to say either way about anybody that is not mentioned by name. So I think I'll start with today's event, and then I'll give background on why I believe today's event occurred. So we've already been planning a meeting, or now see, I'm still used to being a part of FHL. It just happened. So when I was part of the group, there was a meeting planned for today. And the meeting's 4:30 my time, so that's at 7:30 East Coast time. And begin the meeting, and from the jump of the meeting began the errands. They were airing out, or Jackie in particular was describing issues that FHL needed to discuss. And at the time, I wasn't looking at the screen, so I was just listening, and I noticed she started to say, look at this, look at that. So I picked up the phone, and that's when I noticed she's sharing her screen and she's showing things. She's the only one talking. We're all muted, and she begins to describe things, and each thing she's describing is me. She pulled up a screenshot of the panel I did on FHL, the new leftist panel, and conversations with leftists. A screenshot where I did not appear on the screen. In the screenshot, she said, people are allowing people to stream on FHL without our permission, with no FHL member on it. She begins by saying that. I'm just quiet because I already know what the answer is, right? And then she goes into something else. She shows a few other videos, same thing. She says the same thing. Then it sounds like an opening statement in a trial, because it's literally, she's bringing up exhibits. Which one did she get to? Okay, so I think that. Oh, she gets to a stream where my co-host for Straight Outta Compton, she did an impromptu live stream with some other people who I had put out a tweet asking for people to be on a panel, and we wanted many different groups. We wanted people to be represented on this panel, right, for FHL. So where was I? So they do this live stream, and I had told Liv before the live stream that, hey, and then some other people too, I told the same thing, like, hey, if you can live stream to Populist Voice without me there, but if you live stream, but in order to live stream to FHL, like an FHL member has to be on the episode, right? That's what I told her. Now, give her my logins to my Populist Voice, or I didn't give my login, but you just send a code. If anybody who uses StreamYard knows what it is, it's a code they sent. So give her the code, she logs in, and she does this impromptu, not the day of she logged in, it was previous she had logged in, but she does this impromptu live stream, and I now I know, but at the time I didn't know, but now I know she didn't know how to uncheck the Fred Hampton leftist stream. So it went to both. Her mistake, honest mistake. When I found out, this is before today, so now I'm taking you back a little bit. Before today, when I found out she did that, I did talk to her and said, hey, make sure you're not doing that, because you did stream to the other one. And I deleted it off of FHL, right? I told her, hey, yeah, just making you aware. And that's when she told me, oh, I'm not that savvy on that part of so I didn't know I did that, right? So Jackie brings up that video saying, listen to Liv and what she says. Liv says, hi, welcome to this impromptu live stream. I'm Liv, I'm FHL member Liv. Now, I didn't tell her to say she's an FHL member. I didn't offer her to be an FHL member or anything like that. That's how she chose to describe herself, because she's been working with me as an host. Now she understands not to do that, but this is what happened, right? She plays this video all as if the whole mood is as if I'm telling people I'm 19 people as members for FHL. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, Rome, this has happened several times. Rome is on the phone. I'm like, Rome, this has happened several times where people who have been on our shows have said this. This wasn't the only person. I've talked to Rome specifically about this topic, saying that. And I must say, I was the person who only wanted to stay with 6 FHL members. Just make sure you understand that. Now, Meg is cool. I think Sabby is politically close to brilliance. Even Jackie is politically close to brilliance. Andy, I don't know as much. And Carrie, I don't know as much, so I don't have anything either way to say. But, my cousin gets shot and killed, murdered. I have to take a hiatus to deal mentally for my mental health. They chose to insert these people during that time. Right. Because they knew I would be a no vote to any new members. And to add members at the time, I don't know if it's different now, it had to be unanimous. And I'm definitely a no vote. But I have this life event happen, tragic event. They choose to add these members during that time. So now back to the story. Hey, sweetheart. All right, let me get back into the story. So if you're not subscribed to me, please subscribe to me now, to this channel, if you're not subscribed. And I'm going to go to Twitter and read some of the comments that you guys put. So, I'm getting there, but I'm just reliving that moment. So I just needed a moment. Okay. So, so she starts to say that, I'm, trying and get, telling people they're FHL members. And I'm like, that never happened. What do you talk like? That never happened.
Welcome back.
I told her, or I told the group, I can screenshot you the DM where I explicitly said to her, yeah.
4 times speed.
And then I said about the video, I said that.
Honest to God, I can explain everything that he's basically going to say. They voted him out because he did some sort of simulcast type thing. And it's like, you guys, just like some sort of corporate like copyright infringement type thing. You used our team's likeness somewhere or whatever the fuck. Which would make me think, like, I would hope that it's something different and it's just some sort of excuse, but if he's just out here on his own saying that, like, I'm pretty sure that'd be the case, which is sad enough. Then I guess they made it an apology type video. This I can play. More or less. Yeah, we were all fucking giggling about it last night. Okay, here we go.
You're muted, JB.
Sorry about that. Welcome to a special address from FHL.
Now the fans were like, if I remember correctly, the fans were like, you guys will be stronger for this. I'm like, didn't this kid like colluded behind this guy's back to get these other people to vote him out of here? He's gonna read an apology or something. Yeah. they made a statement about almost like a corporate sounding statement, like as of September blah 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 2021, Compton J is no longer. Here we go. I'll just let it play. Turn the speed up too. We will get into the woo. Don't worry. I'm just hungry.
I am live here with CJ, Compton J, as well as RJ, Savvy, and Nick. We're coming to you live to address the issues that we've had that was publicly. And I want to start off by first myself giving a public apology to all of you. Things were done in a rash way, and they weren't done in a way that was restorative as far as justice is concerned. I did play a part in this, and I do apologize for my role in this. I think
he dropped. He'll be back.
Okay, he dropped for a second. Okay,
which did.
But I want to let you all know that not only did we hear your concerns, but addressing this is the right thing to do, and we are working more and more to make sure that we adhere to the values that we at FHL uphold, because we have to hold ourselves to the same standards that we hold others to. We have made our apologies in private, but we also are here to make our apologies in public as well, because we are a network of transparency. We are a network of compassion, and we are a network of love. CJ?
Oh, no.
You are one of the founding members, and we respect you as such. And once again, I am sorry. I am sorry to all of our members, as far as people who watch us, people who have been rooting for us, people who have been assisting us. And I hope that, hopefully you guys can find it in your heart to forgive me. But if you do not, I understand as well.
Okay, I guess I'll go then. Okay, so I want to clear this up right now. All of y'all that have been attacking Savvy, that have been attacking JB, that have been attacking Meg, don't attack them. Attack my black ass. I'm just going to be straight up. I was one of the main ones orchestrating this entire thing. So if you're going to come for someone, come after me. To be perfectly honest, I made my apologies with CJ in private. I will continue to work this out with CJ. I made my apologies, and we're going to try to work something out together. But I do want to make that public apology, since I was one of the main ones who orchestrated that. And many of you are right in calling me out, saying that wasn't due justice, that wasn't corrective action, and that wasn't fair. And I agree. In terms of how you go about this, in terms of democratic way, that was not fair. It does not matter if you have 7 or 8 or 3 or 5. You need all members present for a vote. That did not happen. And I deeply apologize for that. I also want to apologize to JB and Sabrina and Meg, who in my opinion, should be on the screen with us as well, for the relentless, disgusting attacks they've been getting, and in my opinion, is not warranted for them. But from the outside looking in, I can see how probably you guys attacking them think it's justified, and I don't think it's fair. So if anyone that should take that hit, it would be me. And I apologize for that. In terms of personal differences, in terms of differences in politics, I am one of the main ones who always say on Twitter, hey, call a person up, shoot them a DM. But I failed, broke my own rule. You just got to man up to it. And in terms of respect, in terms of how you act moving forward,
I think I compared this to the Bill Spill
in terms of how CJ
apology.
May in the future, I am not owed that respect in terms of member. That is something that's going to be earned over time. So I'm going to say this tonight.
That has a message for you.
In front of all of you. And I said this privately behind with them. In terms of how things went in this group, in terms of the role that I played in this group, in terms of the action that I orchestrated. What happened to CJ was wrong. The way he was voted out was wrong. That entire process was wrong. Regardless of the grievances that I probably had with him or the situation that went. And I said with everyone privately, I would not have any ill will if anyone in this group voted me out today, because it would be justified. No ill will. And to be perfectly honest, a lot of everyone who watches this network, watches Nick or JB or Sabrina or CJ, a lot of you put your faith in us as a group.
I'm sorry. Last night, my logic meter was just like, what? But You just said you orchestrated something against this guy to get him out. It means you orchestrated with other people, which means there's some sort of like mutiny type thing happening, which means like you just make a video. I'm sorry. It keep going. Like what happens? Yeah, they'd be on my weird list for a long time.
Group to be better, to stand in solidarity with you, to talk about things in a way that is more constructive, more loving than probably other networks you see big or small in this group. And from hence and now forth, I vow that whatever role I have in this group, whatever my responsibilities are as a member, I vow now and henceforth to put my best foot forward, to ensure whatever duties I can perform for the best interest of the group. That's what I will fill. That's what I will fill out. Because in the end, everyone in this group, we make each other accountable. Every decision that needs to be made in this group, and for the most part in this group, has been made with everyone.
You should only be a group in namesake. Only. Hey, what was that? Those guys that were talking the other night. Oh, the Fred Hampton leftists. That's it. Oh, freak. My hearing. Here we go.
Everyone. And I apologize for my action. And I apologize to CJ. And I recognize I would have to gain that respect over time. And I should have called. And honestly, the attacks I've been getting on Twitter from even my closest friends, those who have been calling me out, I've seen it. They're warranted because honestly, look at it this way.
Are they even attacks? I hate putting that thing in attack territory. Attack me. Where? On Twitter. It already makes. I'm sorry for like nitpicking every little thing that's said, but it's like
imagine if I was in that situation and I had to think about it this way. Imagine you being in that situation, being completely blindsided, essentially having someone go behind your back to orchestrate this in terms of votes, in terms of getting rid of you. How would you feel? You leave someone no choice but to go on social media and flame your ass, to make a video, to make a tweet and expose the rot that's going on. And you know what? I 100% agree, and I don't even fault him for that call out because it was warranted. Many of you that are hardcore supporters now, that have been in the past and before, CJ and I have done multiple episodes together. We've interviewed Thomas Frank together. That was a fun time. I was on CJ shows a lot. At one point, I was I was on half of his shows. It was a lot of fun. We talked about class and race, and I think more nowadays with everything going on and not really knowing about what's being impacted in people's personal lives. It's important at times to just check in, whether it's a text, whether it's a call, to see how each other's doing. And that is an action I'll make moving forward to better and rectify the situation. But no means is this an excuse. So that's why I wanted to apologize first and give you the type of plan and action I'm making moving forward. So I'm going to say this again. A lot of you that are watching this network, we love and appreciate you. We wanted to create this network where we can amplify as many voices as we can, because all of you that pull me to the side and say, RJ, you got to stop that Mayor Pete shit back when I was a shit lib, or hey, that ideology stuff, some things you're saying is kind of wrong. You pull me aside and live, or that pull me to the side and say, RJ, you got to stop that Mayor Pete shit back when I was a shit lib, or
you got to stop that Mayor Pete shit lib stuff because I was a shit lib. It's like, James, how long ago was Mayor Pete? 2 years ago? Almost 2 years ago. Now he's here. What transformation happened? I don't know. Like this notion of rites of passage is just like oh, dubstep. Like I don't know. Seems like more value should be applied. Yeah, you know what? I supported Joe Biden, but yesterday I learned. Now let's figure this out later. Now let's start a show. You would think there's how'd you fall for that? It took you how long to figure it out? Granted, there's no like time limit or time scale on things. Look where we're at now. Now you're colluding to get rid of some guy. Just saying.
Hey, that ideology stuff, some things you're saying is kind of wrong. You pulled me aside and you told me the right way and how to go about things the correct way and which stuff to read. I appreciate that. And it's without you, there wouldn't be an FHL. And I'm not sure what else to say. But what I will say is that my decision to stay in this group, based on the actions I've made, falls completely in the hands of this group. So whatever decision they decide to make in terms of me being a member and the type of responsibilities I have to ensure that this network continues to be the vision of not only what the members want it to be, but in terms of what you all expect it to be, I would like them to decide for themselves. And it doesn't have to be now on stream. It could be private, it could be whatever, if they would have me. And if not, it's been a pleasure knowing all of you. And it's a pleasure being with all of you.
People saying bye capitalist. Of course, that's the context it's put in.
I think he dropped again.
Bye capitalist.
Thank you for that, RJ. Nick, actually, Savvy, ladies first. I'm sorry.
He's a capitalist for voting someone
please,
out of the.
Your thoughts.
Like,
well,
so
first
there
I
are
want to
people
address,
that
I want people to know that Meg actually is here.
there are people
She
that
is just- you can't
recognize
see her because she's
capitalists
producing right
as
now, but she
being like,
is
you're
behind the scenes,
bad.
she is
It's
here.
immoral.
I just wanna make
You
that
are
very clear,
immoral
'cause I see
because
some of
you're
the comments in the chat. People
you're
are like, "Where's
capitalist.
Meg? Where's so and so?" Andy could not be here. He wanted to be here. Unfortunately, Meg is producing right now, but she is behind the scenes, but she is here. I just want to make that very clear because I see some of the comments in the chat. People are like, "Where's Meg?"
Producing. I'm like,
Where's so and so?
I guess I'm a
Andy
producer
could
now.
not be here. He wanted to be here. Unfortunately, I saw comments about Carrie. She is not here.
I usually keep up with the drama, but I stopped long ago, so I may
I don't know
work
how much
on my
I
own
should say.
project. What are these b-ball socialist
not happy.
Americans talking about?
And I voiced that opinion.
They're talking about
I had to leave
the
earlier,
new season of Game
I
of
just want
Thrones.
to let that known. I don't want you guys to think that Affinity, Meg, and Andy just chose not to be here. Like they just could not be here. I saw comments in the chat about like, where's Jackie? I don't know, you guys. Should I even?
Cheetah.
I don't know. What do you think, JB?
I think that should be handled, in private with Jackie. We'll speak to her. As I just want to address this. As for members like Meg and Andy, they have been amazing allies.
Invasion, so
yes.
sexy.
But
so sexy.
is that due to anything nefarious regarding race? Absolutely not. They have been great allies in this fight. They have expressed.
Yeah, we don't mind silencing ducks here. I'm
Their
okay with that.
transgression was the same as mine. So we basically did the same thing. And so.
Can I just add this?
You just had 12 disciples, taught them for 3 years before they had acted on their own.
And I discussed what it means to be
so they can to be mentally, physically, spiritually ready.
It's not about drama. And I
for
think
the
it's very important.
tribulations they'll face.
Here. So I made this point very quick, and I want to hear from CJ so he can respond to everything. But a true white ally is not someone who want to act like a white savior, someone who want to yell and scream and try to talk down to the people you claim you fight for. So I see Carrie in her response to Kamali, and I'm sorry I'm saying this right now because I tried to say this to Carrie in the meeting, and she left. I do not approve that behavior, and I'm putting that on the record right now. That is not the kind of white ally that I appreciate. So I'm saying it right now, and it's Carrie's fault for not having.
Listen, white ally. I'm gonna do the Dr. Disrespect. You know what's up.
This conversation, but the comment that she left on Twitter, I'm straight out saying I do not.
But yeah,
that,
you better
wholeheartedly.
How much learning does it take to figure out? Hey, don't stab someone in the back. It's like, did we need a lesson in that? I guess so. Yeah. World, it will carry on, which means no lesson was actually learned. And you run the risk of having the same situation happen again, just under different circumstances. Maybe there's a new member that pops in and causes havoc, which apparently is going to be easy as fuck. Right, Black Game of Thrones. We have RJ here from the house basketball. What? How far did you get? Just season 1? He's never seen it in that. Listen, cut her off at a certain, like, okay, we've watched enough for tonight. Stop it here. I don't just, okay? Can't go bad, okay? In a lot of cases, okay? Stop her right there where she's at. Oh. You were... I can tell. Going to be an addict. Doesn't become an addict? That means she was fighting it the whole time. Which means I was right. You're welcome. Can you imagine it? They get away with it now because of the way the culture shifted. That's how you get away with saying, my white allies. That means they think different or something? That means you think different. That means you just justified all the history of quote-unquote racism. You justified it. You guys are different species. You think differently. You do different things. Like, duh. But no one will question him on bye-bye. Here we go.
And I'm against that. So it's very disappointing.
Oh, it's acceptable.
A lot of stuff to be said today. But I'm not happy. Like you guys see, I've been tweeting a lot. But there's no need for me to talk about this that much. I want to get CJ in here, and I kind of want to get CJ reaction because everyone talks. There's a lot. Like most important, this was very heartbreaking because I put so much work into this group, and I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt where it deserves. So that's why I strongly spoke against removing CJ. But more than bringing up the past, I want to look forward. What was very interesting to me, and this is what hurt me the most is.
Well, we talked about roles on Wednesday, authenticity and roles, and it's like, huh? Talking about roles and authenticity, it's like, no, I did that like near the end. Yeah. But I actually got to do 2 metric songs as my stables for authenticity. Here we go.
The people that was kind of let down by this, and like RJ said,
Game of Thrones is not confusing.
Because I probably would have
not confusing,
to be honest. Because once again, I didn't agree with the decision.
You're gonna love characters. You're gonna hate characters, and you're gonna hate all of it by the end.
I've seen everything that was gonna happen. This is something that we had to go through, and I hope we get better. And I sincerely would love to see CJ come back because what made me sad was the people who were just sad. Like it. I try to picture our group as being above the fray. I want to build solidarity.
We do think differently, Matt? No way. You believe that? No way, Matt Hunter. You would believe. Well, everyone looks different?
I host international leftist coalition panels, and the theme of that panel is literally growing solidarity and growing community. So it's not like that's why when I had a conversation with anyone who disagreed with me on the vote, I had conversations with nothing but love. I didn't vote the same way that A1 voted here, but I had a conversation with Savvy, JB, with A1 here, and I wanted to come to a place of love and understanding. We're supposed to be above the fray. We're supposed to be above this stuff. And it kind of saddened me to see that people were disappointed by that. But I hope we can continue to show what solidarity means. So that's why I say hopefully I'm going to see in here. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first off, for everybody that apologized, I of course, accept everyone's apology. I feel like your apologies have been sincere. And I do want to comment to FHL audience, FHL's family. Like what Nick said, that was the reaction was more sadness than anger that I read. And
yeah, he did do that.
Says that
he used Cornell West to try not go at someone.
And we have to step outside of our egos.
That's mega sus to me. That's super sus to me. He used the Nick guy, in his argument with Tim Black, and he used fucking Cornell West's name to say, look, even Cornell agrees with me. You're a fuck. Whatever the fuck. Some sort of insult or something like that. And then Cornell's, it's either his wife or a partner or something, was like, yeah, Cornell would never say that and has never said that. She said it in like she said the nicest way of saying, like, you're fucking wrong and you're lying right now. Like, maybe you made a mistake, but he would never say some shit like that. And it's like, what drives a human to do that? To make up words for another person and say, even blah, blah, blah agrees with me, see? What's up, Ed? All right, that shit's a joke, right? That's like that didn't actually happen, right? The Jen Perlman is on Fred Hampton Leftist or something. That's a joke, right? I saw it memed, or not memed, but saw a picture of some shit that was photoshopped. I heard someone else say it, but it sounded serious when they said it though. So I'm like, what? I'm like, nah, no way.
And understand the fight is for someone else, and that's the takeaway.
That shit's fake, right, Steven?
Like, people are literally counting on us.
No fucking way.
To speak truth to power.
That's right, the Fred Hampton Leftists.
Build movements, to educate people. So,
come on, the drama's interesting. Look at all the things that I just went with, just from this whole conflict drama type thing. Look at that. Like, wait a minute, I found out this guy was supporting Buttigieg, which means that's not that long ago, which means he's already now a Fred Hampton leftist after that. Right? Like, he went from Buttigieg to Fred Hampton in a short period of time. Maybe it says something about motives. I don't know.
Oh, yeah! Make it rain! Make it rain, baby!
Thank you, Ed, for the $7. I commit to my friends and go beyond words in all I do. Keep it up, YellBRo. Thank you, Ed. Always with the 7. 7s. Pause. But yeah, it's come to find out this girl was new to the group, but she still voted this guy who's I guess like a founder out. So it's like, did you just make it just on a whim decision to like get rid of someone? Like, I don't know, something's just not out there that's actually happening. Makes you look sus as fuck. Or weird as fuck. I mean sus in the human sense of things. Not the creepy crawly. But sus in the like, alright. You guys like saving face. Maybe I have immaturity there. Probably like when you guys say it's about the issues, might not actually be about the issues. There might be some other contributing factors that end up taking main stage at the forefront of what you're doing, on and so forth. All right, here we go.
That we didn't have before, and maybe that's what we're gonna learn from this, is that, hey, this shit, like, it's bigger than any sort of disagreement. There's people counting on us.
I'm gonna.
Honestly,
I wanted to skip to this.
FHL, the fight is bigger than me, anybody, Nick, RJ, Sabby, and JB. So yeah, that's my takeaway on it.
Yeah, I just want to say, sorry, some of the questions coming through on the chat. No, this is not tea. But I saw some of the comments coming in. I'm like, this is not tea. But I just want to say, and I spoke to CJ earlier, and during the meeting, and I didn't feel right about what happened last night. I honestly felt kind of bad because I couldn't be there the whole time, and I felt like if I would have been there for the whole time, I don't know, maybe things may have been different. I don't know. I just have that kind of hope. For people asking like, Sabby, why did you vote CJ out? I'll be honest with you guys. I honestly, by the time it came around to me, keep in mind I'm a new member. It was very clear to me that that was the consensus, and I tried to say these things. I tried to say like, well, let's talk to CJ. Like, let's talk
You're
this out.
calling me a Tyrion
It seemed to me
Lannister?
that there was a clear
Oh,
consensus. It was
that's
already decided. And I'm not as close to CJ
I'm a better
as I should
Arya.
be. And I feel like that's kind of my bad. A lot of people don't know this, but CJ came on my show like
Assassin
months ago,
motherfucker.
way before like FHL. And I just get really busy, and sometimes I just don't. I'm not connected. Like, you guys know this. Sometimes I don't even know the day of the week. I come on my show and I'm like, Happy Tuesday, and you guys are like, no, today is Wednesday. So that's on me. That's my bad. But I can just tell you that last night, like, it didn't sit well with me. And I had trouble sleeping, and I got up this morning and I felt really nauseous. I didn't comment on Twitter today because I wanted to gather everyone and try to bring everybody back together before there was any kind of comment on Twitter. And so for those of you who
This is what I was saying last night, where I was like, how does that... I was just following the group, right? I was following the consensus. Vote this guy out. Okay. And then you feel bad about it the next day. Did you call this video together? I don't know. I don't get how that happened. I accidentally voted with the consensus to get rid of someone. Like, that makes sense with, like, lunch. Like, hey, man, we're going to order lunch. We all decided on this. Yeah, whatever. And they get it, and you're like, oh, fuck. I don't want to fucking eat this. I want something else. Or whatever. But with someone being, like, kicked out, like, whatever.
reached out to me and tagged me and said, Sabby, say something. Sabby, respond. The reason why I didn't respond is because I wanted to work things out with the group. I didn't want to just like respond before talking to the group. That being said, it has been very clear to me tonight. There were some things that were said, and I think we've all like mentioned this earlier.
Watching
on
this
Twitter,
pre-WWE match,
and I do not co-sign that shit.
episode
I
of
want to be very clear, and I said this. I do not co-sign it. I didn't respond earlier because I wanted to talk to them in person
politics
tonight.
about commentating.
And I tried to do that, and they left the meeting.
I call it the human
that is
drama.
not okay with me. So that shit pissed me off. So after that, I did respond.
Have a good old silly time with it too.
So I apologize to all of you for being silent, but I wanted to make sure that we had a chance to talk to each other as a group before I commented. And for me, like as a new member, I really didn't feel like
she's lying.
I'm not one of the originals. It just is what it is. I'm not one of the originals. And I voiced my concerns and I voiced my opinions. And at the end of the day, it just seemed like to me, there was a consensus. I didn't feel comfortable with it. And after that, I said, like, I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't feel right about this.
Reek.
I feel like something's kind of wrong.
Wait, why would it be?
And that's my bad. And I wanted to say, like, I take responsibility for that because I should have been more vocal. Even though I was pushed back on, I should have been more vocal. And that's my bad. But I mean, CJ, like, I know I don't know you as well as I should. And again, like I said, I feel like that's kind of on me. Like, I just been so busy and it sucks. Like, it sucks. It is what it is. But I should have taken the time to get to know you more and listen to what you had to say. And I feel bad about that. And that's my bad. And I take responsibility for that. I'm not perfect, you guys. Sometimes I fuck up.
Yeah. I'm not perfect. Sometimes I, collude behind someone's back to get them kicked out of something. Not saying she did that. What she did was like, sometimes I accidentally, contribute to a vote that kicks someone out. Listen. There was a mouse got in the house, and I was spending all day. I wouldn't kill the mouse, so I got to find ways to get him out. And he's running through all these little crevices. It took all day. And, accidentally let it slip and voted this guy out. Accidentally hit yes instead of like, wait, what? What's happening? Explain this to me. This doesn't make sense. She could be a sweetheart, but it's just like, oh. Oh yeah. Their weaknesses already infiltrated it. Imagine someone who's like not gonna let up doing some creepy shit. You're fucked. All right. Now let's move on to. I think we got enough of the context, right? We got an idea of what's happening. It's now time for King Swag. You're gonna love the beginning of this. This is from All American Socialist, aka King Swag. Fred Hampton leftists boot Compton J as white people's party implode from its own antagonism. Now, this is from before this video, the group video happened. This is just probably right after he got kicked out and whatnot, or found out that he got kicked out. So, here we go. Here is the king of all kings, King Swag.
1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, 3. This is what you asked for. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect
He's the king, bro. He's the king.
Reaping what you have sowed. This is a perfect example of what goes around comes around. What is it that they have sowed?
He's the fucking king.
What is it that goes around and then comes around? What is it that they are thus reaping? It's antagonism, as simple as that. This is the pseudo-left in a nutshell. Camp antagonism is as camp antagonism does. That's all this is. Never wanting to be part of a movement, just part of a club, just part of a clique. For clicks, of course. Always for that money, of course. Make no doubt about it.
Now, if those Fred Hampton leftist guys, let's say they're honest actors, and this is what they they're just fucking up, right? You see why you should be doing particular types of work before you reach okay, let's make a challenge, make a platform, and try to blah 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 blah. You see why you should probably get certain things worked out before you get there. I mean, from individual to individual, with no one you know what I'm saying? Hey man, you can come on my show, but you're gonna get wrecked. It's gonna happen. Or if we get a disagreement, I'll let it fly. Sorry, I'm not gonna dance around or anything. Sorry, it is what it is. But yeah, you want those things worked out so that this guy doesn't who did what? Wonderful. Puts his fucking suit and tie on. I'm ready to go. If you're dishonest actors, then get him, King Swag. Get him. Yeah. He's playing Lucifer, bro. That's the character he's playing. He's playing Lucifer. Brilliant. This is what you asked for. He's like 1, 2, 3, 6. He's fucking Lucifer, bro. They're scorching these motherfuckers. You leave room, he's gonna scorch you. Oh shit. Stevie, what's up? The Swaggy P like any YouTuber? He shouldn't, man. He's the fucking devil. He shouldn't. Huh? And all we get is all right. He just looped that first part really. This is what you asked for. He's the devil character. He's like, come on, bro. If your Arya is for, I already told you, bro. He's Reek. Told you, Emblemed. Alright, here we go.
Make no doubt about it. That is one of the prime motivators of the pseudo-left. What are some of the other things about the pseudo-left that are constantly coming to the forefront? These petty interpersonal squabbles. They never let it go. They never let it go. Just hanging on over trivial differences, ladies and gentlemen. Being ultra partisan. Never accepting that, maybe you should accept this progressive in this race, even though they're not in your party because, well, gee, your party isn't running anyone. How about that? Imagine that. Look, we could go over the
are those
aspects
things gonna
of
be
the
done?
pseudo-left all day long. Their embrace of pseudoscience, okay? Their rejection of a Marxist analysis. Their rejection.
I'll be right back really quickly. Sorry about that, guys. Shadow, what's up, Shadow Band? Jackson Hinkle. Prop, you silly goose. Alright, let's keep playing this. Rewind a little bit. Just fucking brilliant. Brilliant.
Never accepting that, maybe you should accept this progressive in this race, even though they're not in your party because, well, gee, your party isn't running anyone.
Don't diss the fucking king, Shadowband. He's the fucking king.
You could go over the aspects of
I get it. You missed the intro.
Their embrace of pseudoscience, okay? Their rejection of a Marxist analysis. Their rejection of internationalism. Their conflation of anarchism with chaos. All these other things. We could go over this all day. But let's get down to what's happening this time. The White People's Party completely collapsing. Completely. No juice. No juice. Here's the inside source right here, Joe Charest. The People's Party has less than 70 people watching their national call. It started 20 minutes late. How about that? What's the last video I did on the White People's Party? Oh yeah, the Jimmy Dore White People's Party clearance sale. Check that out, pal. They are hurting. They ain't doing well. Let's go to the big news here. The Fred Hampton left disintegrating before our eyes.
He is Lucifer.
I've called them Fred Hampton liberals for some time because I firmly didn't believe that they were in the radical wing of politics. That's what leftists are.
I love it.
We are in the radical wing of politics. We ain't in the reactionary wing of politics. You do that with liberals and moderates and conservatives and right-wingers. Okay? You can go handle that nonsense. And by the way, we don't even spend... If you're over here and you're, looking for someone to beat up on liberals, moderates, and conservatives and libertarian capitalists all the time, this ain't the place. Okay? This ain't the place. I know they're not radicals, but this ain't the place, pal. Okay? I'm worried about the retrograde right wing, and I'm worried about deviationists within the movement. The movement must be properly representative of what it is, the diplomacy, okay, of the movement. What must represent what we are. It must be a rainbow coalition. None of this balkanization that you can. That's another thing with the pseudo-left. Camp antagonism and balkanization constantly. So check this out. Check this out. We'll go right to Compton J. Compton J, founder of the Populist Voice, co-founder of the Fred Hampton Left. I've been pushing back against him for a while. I've been pushing. He used to follow me. I used to follow him.
30 minutes.
I can't handle that nonsense on Twitter. I can't handle that reactionary nonsense on Twitter. I've been pushing back at him. I've been warning him for a while. National Socialist MMA is one of these Fred Hampton libs. Okay? Unholy Rome, that freaking goofball, he's another one of them. Compton J, 8:36 p.m., September 30, 2021. I've been voted off FHL. Wait until you hear the lies, in particular from Polls Jackie, at Killjoy Meg, and at Comrade Curls. Next, 1, because I simulcast my shows to the Populist Voice. 2, because the panel members on the New Left podcast mistakenly called themselves FHL members. 3, because I started the General Strike Summit on my own. That's why I was removed.
For simulcasting? Gives a fuck. Someone else uses your whatever name, your group name. Like, hey, no, those guys don't represent me or anything like that. Even though, honestly, be standing as individuals. Be like a fucking superhero where you let the public fucking name you. I don't know. Anyways, here we go.
How'd that vote breakdown go? That's what I want to know. How's the collective bargaining over there? How's the democratization of that workplace? You want to see? At Polls Jackie, at Killjoy Meg, at JB Font, I think that is, at Comrade Curls, voted him out. Almost all of them have been crickets, by the way. Almost all of them have been crickets and tumbleweeds, by the way. Crickets and tumbleweeds, pal. Crickets and tumbleweeds, pal. Now, Compton J, Compton Made Me, at Compton Made Me, and at National Socialist MMA, both voted no.
They're probably officially like a company on paper and shit, too. They're using this guy's name. I hear what you're saying about it. Like, that I can see either way. It could be like a testament to the guy or whatever the fuck, or a tribute to him. And also like a business. That's whatever to me. to be honest. But if you're strictly doing it for business reasons, then you have a problem. Or I have a problem.
Unholy Rome, abstain from voting. Way to take a stand.
What's up, Lithium?
Voted present.
Oh, for sure he's
Spent
gloating.
A lot of time torching AOC.
And I'm sitting back and watching it.
I torched Tulsi Gabbard when she voted president, and I torched AOC when she voted president. Dingo responds, really disappointing that Rome essentially voted president. Coward. FHL is just another corporate talking headboard, siphoning donations from us poors. FTS. Amazing.
Yeah, they asked for money, but
amazing.
If the guy actually symbolizes something for them, I don't mind.
We're not done. So apparently,
all about the
that's
reason
not all.
or intention behind using the
Afeni,
name.
hashtag save so long, that's at ready is
It's like, hey, I got a good way to
was
make
not
money
able
or
to
whatever
vote.
the fuck.
Was not
It's a
able
little
to vote.
different.
Some democracy, some collective bargaining, okay, some collective decision making. Doesn't sound like a very cooperative workplace to me,
Also,
if you get what
I
I'm
would call
saying.
it tacky. I wouldn't call it corrupt or anything like
Didn't
that, though, or sus or
even
anything.
get
I'd call it fucking tacky.
Vote. Rome got a vote, but
I'm sure there's some people that think YellBRo is
Character
fucking
Radio
tacky.
didn't even get a vote. Amazing.
Well-
That is amazing. Found out from Compton J.
But, you know, we
himself.
murdered them already, so they're...
Oh, we're not done. We're not done,
The
pal.
dead don't talk, okay?
You thought you were getting off that easy? The Fred Hampton Liberals post a statement on the removal of Compton J. As of September 30th, 2021, Compton J is no longer a member of the Fred Hampton Leftist Network. The decision was not made lightly and was carried by a vote of 7-2. 2 votes outstanding.
The Fred Hampton leftists need a
The reason
Fred
for this
Hampton
decision is
lesson.
because Jay made unilateral decisions on behalf of the group without the group's approval. FHL is a democratic organization.
Here's my phone.
All of our decisions are made through the democratic process. Though it did not work out with us, we wish Compton J the best with all of his future endeavors. 89 likes, 76 retweets, 336 comments. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to read some of these comments. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
No.
The circular firing squad is closing.
Not individually, but off the name
Might as
brand
well
I
just
have.
disband the whole Fred Hampton left now before you do any more
Like I
service
said-
to Fred Hampton. By the way, this is Tony Gramsci Jr.
If they're
Tony
doing
Gramsci, a legendary Marxist
what, like
from
Tim
early
Black was
1990s.
saying, or they use that fucking name
Tony Gramsci was one
for
of these
that
guys
reason,
that
like, oh,
understood
this will get
you
traction.
couldn't
Let's
just
use
have
his
objective
name.
conditions for a revolution.
Yes, that
or,
would be very
great
sus to me.
reform even. You had to have.
But like I said,
subjective
if it's
conditions
like
that
we're
took the
doing
way.
this because we're going to be doing this
you
anyways, and
certain
this is a
things
guy
like,
we
well,
look
what's
up
in the
to, or
movies, what's in the
whatever
books, what's in the
simple
music,
reason or whatever,
You get what I'm saying?
whatever.
You get what I'm saying? How do these people that live in this nation handle
Oh, it's like
this
a- it's
sort
like a
of,
basic-
this sort of adversity? Okay, are they going to
My
be
phone won't.
radical with it, or are they going to be reactionary with it? Are they just going to go along with it? What's up? Now, I know this isn't actually Tony Gramsci, but you get my point. Check him out. Fred Hampton, check him out. The actual Fred Hampton. His son.
It was a
Fred Hampton
joke.
Jr. is actually doing
Matt
work on
Hunter.
him. You know, if you want to talk about some real
Boss Snap,
black
Swaggy G,
progressives and
Swaggy
leftists,
P.
I know they don't all consider themselves communists or anarchists or socialists.
Swaggy
But
G
if
and
you
the
wanna talk about
hee
some
hee house.
real
Nice
black
my nizzle
leftists
for
or
Rizzle.
progressives,
This
go
is
check out
tight,
Tim
my
Black.
G.
Go check out Reset
Swaggy
Race.
P,
Go
yes
read
indeed.
about the great folks
You're banned.
that came before. There is no dearth in the United States of black American
I'm jealous
radicals.
because he got that
All
bump
right?
on his head. Pause.
Benny Russell. LMAO.
How are you going to
What's going on, buddy?
compare
Says, what a
yourself
joke
to
you guys
them?
are.
They have a
It took
business
away
model,
my
you
life.
don't.
Isn't that something? Next, nah, y'all need to
How you
bring
gonna
him back
compare
on.
yourself to
Next,
the-
apparently
have a
some Fred
business
Hamptons are
model,
more
you
equal than
don't.
others.
Oh,
That's a
me?
body blow right there, pal. That's a body.
Anthony.
Yep, according to Compton J, the 4 new members voted him out. 4 new members removed.
Well,
the
I'm
vote
saying,
counter. Amazing.
in my
Allowing
mind,
everyone to vote. That's great.
well,
Next, this is really sad.
I'm
but
saying
helpful and
like you
necessary.
can make
Next,
money off
I'll
of
be
it. I
canceling
get
my
it.
Patreon
I don't think there's
subscription
anything
until Jay comes back. I followed FHL
really wrong
because
with
of
that,
the
as long
OG
as it's
since last year. You guys dropped the ball if you're
you
kicking
know,
out the co-founder of the
for
group.
me
Who will be
personally,
kicked
my
out
own
next,
principles.
eh? No second chances.
Out here like begging
Next.
for money
Not
and
gonna
shit
lie,
like
my money
that.
would have been on Nick considering he's the worst. Next. That guy, he's a coward himself. That guy's
But
yeah, he's a fake tough guy, one of you wise guy. He's a Nick Fuentes Democrat.
Next,
Next,
I'm just saying, like,
always stay home and do no real activism.
They're doing it for business, for a business sake. Then yeah, they're whack as fuck. So they're extra whack as fuck. They're already kind of whack now, based on the shit I've just seen in the past, whatever day or two. They're already whack for that shit, but they'd be extra whack. They'd be the wrong kind of whack.
Service announcement, but public relations statement. Next, this sounds like 100% bullshit. Turning into TYT is not progress. Saddening. TYT is 10 million times better than this garbaggio. Get out of here.
Where are we at?
Get out of here with that nonsense. You're deranged, pal.
Ooh.
Breathing them in the
You want the Wizard of Oz on DVD?
Next, since y'all want to act corporate, I put my monthly Patreon on hold until you guys fix this easy repairable rift.
No more DVDs anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. Next, this is Margaret Kimberly right here. She says, you only needed the first sentence and the last sentence. The reasons behind your decision should not be public. That is standard HR for human relations. HR practice. Good luck to you all. Movement disagreements online serve the police.
You're not supposed to be in HR
department. The reason why I
right?
even found FHL in the first place. Has he been positively representing FHL in what I believe? I'd argue yes, in bringing in new fans. Did he not ask for approval before starting new stuff? Sure. Sounds good, buddy.
Movement
Sounds
for a
good.
people's page.
Sure. But
That'll get me laughing
insane
every
to
time.
go nuclear on him like, and you know, that's fair. That's a really fair comment right there. But it's insane to go nuclear on him like that. That's a really fair comment. Hashtag Breonna Taylor was murdered. Those cops are still out there. Let's go to their channel and see how they're doing.
How about putting it in a nutcat?
You know
Nutshell
me, pal.
cap.
You
Talks
know
to-
me, pal. Yeah, what's up? Hold on a second, buddy.
Liberals are my competition.
Hold on a second, buddy. First comment. Compton
Eco
J was the
know-it-all
best
house.
part of your show. Next, this live was all over the place. There seems to be a lack of structure in your presentation. You guys should decide on the topics. Make sure everyone is aware of them and go through them one at a time. News clips, newspaper story, and related commentary. It'll help everyone better think how they... Okay, this is not quite related. But they're not pleased with the product. Next, so Compton J got voted off the island? What? And Rome didn't even
All the
stand
white
up?
people in that?
Shameful. Next, or response to
Where
that.
were
Yeah, I
they?
would like to know what's going on. Next, I always got a male energy from Jackie. I don't know what that means. Rome, you are
If they stayed
disappointed.
black and black
Brought 'em out
only,
when you
that'd be
pushed-
another
when
reason
push
for me
came
to be
shove.
disappointed in them.
Excuse me, but
So
when push came to shove, and for you to do the correct thing, you soy boyed. Okay, look, I joke around like that sometimes too, but I don't know how serious they are. Jackie, since you supposedly are the
Jack
CFO
Post.
for the transparency purposes for all your Patreon supporters,
Yeah.
an audit of the finances are in order. You cannot be trusted.
you spelled Puss's name wrong.
Next,
Nico Know-It-All House.
y'all tripping right now. I hope this issue is addressed and resolved because it looks really bad. Next, 10K subs got to Jackie.
Was no white people on tonight's call?
She could coup Jay and unfollow
Tonight, or do you
me.
mean
Next, Jackie, are you COINTELPRO?
the shit we watched
This is
already?
Star Chamber in a,
The
you know,
apology
in a
video.
dick move. Excuse my language. You know, excuse me. Very similar to what Nathan Robinson did over at Jacobin. You and the other. What's that?
Oh, that's the video from last night, Ed. I think that's what you're talking
I thought, that
about.
was I thought Nathan Robinson was somewhere else. Whatever. You and the others that voted yes are the ones that will be shown the door. It seems that your increased subs and funding for
The other
Patreon
guy showed up,
stuck in
too.
your head. You have damaged
Forgot his
your
name.
brand.
Jay Buffon.
That is absolutely sensational, bro. Absolutely sensational, bro. Our enemies are
When your business
consuming
model
each
is,
other before
I don't
us,
like
and
this
I
person,
love to
eventually
see
the
it.
mob
Let 'em
will
have at it. Throw some freaking
FHL
gasoline
has
on the
no
fire, guys. I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what's up.
princes except feet. Conflict. Oh, principles? Nah, them. I'm more like, hey, I think you fucked up. I think you fucked up too. Oh, cool. Let's talk. Let's go talk about it. Amen. If you ever change your YouTube name, try Matt Hunter Talks to Black Folks. That's what name. He should start a YouTube channel, but they'd probably kick him off. People are here 18. He'd have, oh wait, he'd have 20 subscribers and it'd all be us. Now we'll scare them away. Hey, cute bot. How you doing? See the name? I think they consider themselves like him. Feels like they just drag down his name because they're people, so they can't live up to the ideals. They screw up his name. Me personally, I don't know enough about Fred Hampton. Obviously, I've had shit people recommended and shit where he's talking about like unity. It didn't matter like which race, but which is cool, but not enough for me to be like, yes. Oh, Fred Hampton, let me clutch your cloak. Oh, please. Well, it's making him like a saint. So like, if you're a saint, you walk around with some cloak or something, like a fan traveling at the bottom of it. Oh, prof. How do you do that fast? He already has a big Jackie. Oh, he's gonna fuck around the wrong. But I don't know him as a person. I would hope that he was great, but he could have sucked in certain areas that we just don't know about, just like any of these other fucking people. Heard. Stop it, Lucky. Stop it. I'm only the king of simps. He's the king of kings. Swag. Hang swagger. 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 I never got fired. I quit. Fucking prop. He did like the MPs, like doling with her face on. Yeah. There's having principles, and there is what are the principles. But yeah, I'm saying like, do you have principles and do you stick to them? That should happen first, even if they suck. Honestly, going at them. Opposed to being a mealy man. There's having, yeah. What are the principles of weights? What is going on here? But also, what else? What other examples do I have? What is similar to and what is related or things? Attaches to it, asking and discussing and seeing what everybody else thinks and as pending makes it better. I have no idea what you. What are the principles weights to? Oh, okay. What are the principles that equates to? What's the thing? You can kind of start piecing things together as far as based on, okay, what are they willing to do around each other, right? And apparently certain things were not a principle. Or at least, the very least, they were pretending to, of, you know, not just stabbing someone. How hard is that? I do want to get into more woo. 12 minutes for Steve Cutler. And I'm going to record. No one likes those videos, just so you know, Duck. When it's like, basically the oncoming techno. I don't know if you're... Sure. But yeah, for some reason people don't like the technocratic, the oncoming technocratic shit. That shit's the most interesting to me. Considering I get the wholesale tie-in, something like psychology. And clearly, for me, the solution would be existential. Okay. Brazilian cowboy. That is a funny ass name, though. Movement for a people's paycheck, bro. That's hilarious, man. Oh yeah, that's fucking savage. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Anthony with the king swag. I gotta save those. because there's gonna be other. Cohen says he was locked out of his YouTube account. It's called anti-vaxxer. Fire immediately. Okay.
According to legend.
Oh, it's that. Game of Thrones prequel, House Lannister. Oh. Oh yeah, they probably already filmed it already. There were screenshots, like lore, I think. Yeah, HBO did a whole like lore thing for that one about all the history that happened beforehand. Oh, there's a fight on, but I'm focused on. I really would like to dig more into, like Jesse was saying, dig more into like the, you know, really flex those mental muscles and metaphysical muscles. Okay. Right. This one I'm probably gonna. But shall. All right, time for some technocracy. Fair of it. welcome. We are in a live stream. We're in YellBRo Lite. But this video is going to be kind of interesting because it's kind of going to be pseudo-light. Kind of like that light that Metric was talking about when they said false lights, trying to replace the sun and shit. That might be what this is about. Who knows? Maybe. Yes? No? Huh? Sure. Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. Every single one of them. Except mine and OCB's. Donate to OCB. Anyways. Oh, and the snail. You can put her down on the list too. Alright, right, donate, share, all the links in the description box. Do it. Alright, so we have a video which was requested by the duck herself. Name of the video, Google's The Selfish Ledger. Leaked internal video. Hear me echoing. I want to mute me. Might want to mute me. Not mutiny, mute me. Alright. I don't know, that's fine. I'm just saying, you can hear the fights, but I don't know. I just heard it. Anyways. I've watched probably 30 seconds of this because I wanted to react to it. I was supposed to do it last week, I think. But I'm doing it now. And we're going to find out what exactly is in here. Maybe I try to use light as like a little theme here. But here we go. Google's The Selfish Ledger.
This man is Jean-Baptiste Pierre Antoine de Monet Chevalier de Lamarck. In 1809, 50 years before Darwin published The Origin of the Species, he wrote what is widely recognized as the first comprehensive theory of evolution. His book, De Philosophie Zoologique, introduced the notion of an internal code within every living thing, which, when passed down through successive generations, defined the physiological characteristics of a species. At the center of Lamarck's theory laid what he called the adaptive force. He believed that the experiences of an organism during its life modified this internal code, and upon reproduction, this modified version was passed down to its young.
I'm sure I've gotten past this point, but I'm pretty sure this is not exactly what the video is about, but I still want to say this anyways. I thought about that in regards to like something like morphic resonance from Rupert Sheldrake, where it's like, oh, maybe certain behaviors we do here will be passed on in a woo-woo way to maybe it'll be a part of their initial conditioning, right? I've considered that. And also the idea of epigenetics, which I think is more of what he's talking about, not exactly the woo-woo stuff. But I just wanted to say that. All right, here we go.
Whilst not biologically accurate, and ultimately superseded by Darwin's theory of natural selection, the epigenetic theories put forward by him are beginning to find new homes in unexpected places.
The beehive, huh?
When we use contemporary technology, a trail of information is created in the form of data. When analyzed, it describes our actions, decisions, preferences, movement, and relationships. This codified version of who we are becomes ever more complex, developing, changing, and deforming based on our actions. In this regard, this ledger of our data may be considered a Lamarckian epigenome, a constantly evolving representation of who we are.
I'm pretty sure the reason why you do certain things is also very, very important. In fact, that might actually be more of the actual thought or pattern or behavior than the actual end result of what you see. There's someone drinking water, right? I'm drinking a glass of water. Oh, Bob drinks water. They mark it down and what time he did it and all that shit. Like, we understand Mark more. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. There's so many layers that you're just absolutely ignoring that are probably so deep ingrained that the person themselves might not even recognize. Like, well, let's look at a possible chain reaction. I drink water because I'm thirsty. I recognize thirst and try to, what's the word? Relinquish? What's the word? Replenish. I feel the thirst. I replenish myself. Why do I replenish myself? Because I want to survive. Why do I want to survive? I want to survive so that, so I can do something in the world. Why do you want to do something in the world? Like, just seeping down the fucking layers, further and further down. So just marking out data points of events that people do is not actually some sort of assessment of a person. It could be good evidence, but it's not a full-blown, this is who this person is. You are your actions. No. Especially someone from the outside looking at it. I understand this. I've seen this action before. I understand who this person is now. No, you don't. Be pretending. Or you're God and you do know. But let's continue. By the way, that's multifaceted of a criticism. Because there are people that do that just in politics. They look at, I don't know, a George Bush or a Joe Biden and say, you're evil. All based on the action they see in front of them. Or even they're like cheering on their death when they die and shit like that. Right? You're getting the on the surface thing. You better be fucking God and know those further, deeper layers. Right? You'll hear me try to guess and get throw some sort of guess or estimate or this is the best I got with my assessment of things. Or based on what I experienced or something like that. Some people are like, yeah, bad guy. Need to kill. Get rid of them. Or hope they die and cheer it on. And it's like, did you guys know those backroom layers? They do the fucking work. Yes, I do think that is damaging yourself. In fact, I think there's some subconscious notion like, I'm full of shit. Imagine that caring if you're wrong about something, much as caring about being right about something. Imagine that. Here we go.
This is Bill Hamilton, one of the most significant evolutionary theorists of the 20th century. His work studying the social structures of ants, bees, and wasps
look like gold.
had a profound effect on our understanding of the role of genes in social behaviors such as altruism. He believed and went on to
those machines, or were they did they spray them with some silver shit or something?
Prove that the driving force behind evolution was not the individual, but the gene. He stated that the ultimate criterion which determines whether a gene will spread is not whether the behavior is to the benefit of the behavior, but whether it is to the benefit of the gene. In the mid-19th...
That means no you. Point blank period. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience that would, if they watch this video, would probably it's about genetic code. That's why certain people do certain things or behave a certain way, and so on and so forth. Or they'll do the environmental version. Right? It's kind of the same notion as far as when selfhood or choice or something like that is on the table. Kind of, you're getting the same thing if you say environment or genetics or both. And if that was your notion of the world, I'd say, well, then what's the fucking point? That's kind of where I throw my hands up. We can argue about disagreeing about that, but at the same time, it's like, that's what you really believe, then. What? Anyways, here we go.
1970s, the British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins built on the work of Hamilton and others to popularize the concept of the selfish gene. In his book of the same name, he introduced the notion of a gene which, whilst devoid of any motives or will, could be metaphorically and pedagogically described as if it were. In this model, the
I'll keep playing.
individual organism is a transient carrier, a survival machine for the gene. User-centered design principles have dominated the world of computing for many decades, but what if we looked at things a little differently? What if the ledger could be given a volition or purpose, rather than simply acting as an historical reference?
They kind of leaped over things. It seems somewhat like what they're saying there in regards to like genes, that, okay, the reason why person A likes person B or loves person B is that it's not actually love, it's that she has really good childbearing hips. That's what's happening on the subconscious realm, according to probably like a Dawkins or a Joe Rogan or someone like that, right? Then you see like their possible vapid behavior, and you're like, wait a minute. Like, oh, this makes sense. Now it makes sense why you're just like, I just go along to get along. Like, oh, you don't believe in anything deep, do you? You chose your wife for her hips, didn't you? You did that, though. Why do I have to do that? Anyways, here we go.
What if we focused on creating a richer ledger by introducing more sources of information? What if we thought of ourselves not as the owners of this information, but as custodians, transient carriers, or caretakers? Initially, the notion of a goal-oriented ledger may be user-driven. As an organization, Google would be responsible for offering suitable targets for a user's ledger. Whilst the notion of a global good is problematic, topics would likely focus on health or environmental impact to reflect Google's values as an organization. Once the user selects a volition for their ledger, every interaction may be compared to a series of parallel options. If one of these options allows the ledger to move closer to its goal, it will be offered up to the user. Over time, by selecting these options, the user's behavior may be modified and the ledger moves closer to its target.
I'm still trying to
As this line of thinking accelerates and the notion of a goal-driven ledger becomes more palatable, suggestions may be converted not by the user, but by the ledger itself. In this case, the ledger is missing a key data source, which it requires in order to better understand this user. In order to plug the gap in its knowledge, the ledger begins searching for a device which delivers the required data when used. From this list, the ledger begins sorting the options most likely to appeal to the user in question. In situations where no suitable product is found, the ledger may investigate a bespoke solution. By analyzing...
But it's like, hasn't that already? I'm assuming this is a decently old video, right? This video was uploaded on this channel 2018, but this has to be before that, right? Because this is like, that's already well known as about them. Like, you search for certain words and all of a sudden it's looking for whatever product, right? It gets a trend of, hey, you like this product, how about we recommend this product, right? Now, I can somewhat see, I can see how that can be used in a positive way, right? As long as you have the option to turn it off if you wanted to, right? But even more worrisome than the shopping aspect of things, the advertisement aspect of things, it's definitely right, YouTube, or Google owns YouTube, and then you see the video recommendation, that type. That's a similar concept, right? you watched this before, so we're gonna recommend this. In fact, it doesn't even work like that, honestly. It's more like I watch this type of video over and over and over again and rarely get recommended. I watch one of these type of videos and now it's always recommended. So it's like it's not actually even working in the fair way that they probably advertise it as. But yeah, that's like a play on thinking, bro. To like try to discriminate between what you get to see and not see based on some unturn-offable fucking recommendation thing. It can appear more pernicious just on the surface looking at it, because that's your content, right? That's more of the you part than your shopping list, right? You would think that would be closer to you than the fucking shopping list, right? Hey, what are you into? All right, and they're kind of like they're trying to bypass that, and then also announce that that's you at the end of it. So not only are they trying to bypass you, like looking up content, information, whatever the fuck you might be into, not only are they bypassing that, but then they're also selling back to you that, hey, that is you. You are that search engine. If I go through your history, that's you. Your data, see, we have it. That's fucking weird on multiple levels. And honestly, intelligent people should like giggle at that, like, huh? Yeah. Keep moving. Being real, man. Google should be like that notion from Google should be on the street with a cardboard fucking sign. Please use me. Please. What happened? All right, here we go.
Analyzing historical data, it is increasingly possible to discern qualitative information such as taste and aesthetic sensibility, which may be used in the creation of a design proposal. With the advent of technologies such as CNC milling and the emergent possibilities of 3D printing, a custom object may be created to trigger this user's interest. In this way, the ledger is able to plug gaps in its knowledge and refine its model of human behavior. User data has the capability to survive beyond the limits of our biological selves, in much the same way as genetic code is released and propagated in nature. By considering this data through a Lamarckian lens, the codified experiences within the ledger become an accumulation of behavioral knowledge throughout the life of an individual. By thinking of user data as multi-generational, it becomes possible for emerging users to benefit from the preceding generation's behaviors and decisions. As new
Like I said, in my opinion, intelligent people should giggle at these type of notions. Okay, who's determining that something's an improvement over the past? Usually an individual does that to themselves, saying, I did this, I don't like this, I changed this. I am now this, which I am deeming is better than the way I once was. Passing these things on like they're, I don't know, like it's a science project, like it's science. It's where it's like Newton led to Einstein, led to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and led to like that shit. I know Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't belong in there, but just saying. That notion of like you passing on what? Behaviors? People are going to want a reason for it. If they don't want a reason, are they really... Sorry, just going to get to Sarian level. Like, are they expressing the fullness of a human? Of a human being, maybe? Maybe those words might fit better. If they don't have, like, their own existential reason for this, this, or that. Like, are you man or machine? Talking about your thinking. Right underneath it, I'll be like, yeah, for sure. There's like, it's like anything in the universe. Yeah. There's that sense of spirit or woo-woo to it. But you recognize, like, are you just at machine level? Or like organic machine level? No, machines are made of screws and metal and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. This is a type of thinking. Are you a mechanical thinker? Here we go.
New users enter an ecosystem. They begin to create their own trail of data. By comparing this emergent ledger with the mass of historical user data, it becomes possible to make increasingly accurate predictions about decisions and future behaviors.
We've heard this story before. We've went over this in videos. We're going to predict your future behavior because we're going to dictate your future behavior. Or attempt to. They're attempting to. They're probably going to fail and it's going to turn into something really bad, but they might attempt to. Here we go.
As cycles of collection and comparison extend, it may be possible to develop a species-level understanding of complex issues such as depression, health, and poverty. Our ability to interpret user data, combined with the exponential...
I want to ask the guy, like, the whole team that worked on this, could you individually make this fucking commercial? Was this someone's vision or something like that? Or did you borrow advertisement agency over here? Vocal acting course or a student over here? Audio technician over here, or audio engineer? Screenwriter over here? It's like, whoa. All hail Google. Would any of you done this if they didn't pay you? It's another question. There's so many factors. All right, here we go. It's like, oh, man. Maybe that's it. Something that just popped into my head right now. It's like, I wonder if this idea of simplicity is, like, you know what? Like, people like tapped out and said, let's just make everything simple. How do you make things better? Get money out of politics. Hey, what do you guys want? Material results. It's like, are you whittling things down to its by far like intellectually simplest to look at, and you're calling it correct because it's. I actually think my way is simpler. Way more complex for you. On your own level for you. Here we go.
Exponential growth in sensor-enabled objects will result in an increasingly detailed account of who we are as people. As these streams of information are brought together, the effect is multiplied. New patterns become apparent and new predictions become possible.
Oh, can't fucking wait. Behavioral sequencing. And this wasn't supposed to be out, was it? Sebs, this wasn't supposed to be released or something? Of course not. Like, oh, John! It's too soon. Wait a couple years, then we'll release it. Oh, shit. You can make things simple, but not on the way most people say it, which is skipping steps, as you call it. Yes. Instant gratification. Wanting instant gratification for something instead of delayed gratification. That's a big deal. That's a major deal. Hey, how do you know about it? Fuck it, man. Trust science. You just keep going. See how much of a non-statement that is? There's like nothing to that. Just trust science. What does that even mean? Like, which science? You ask too many questions. Keep it simple, man. Guys, it's easy. Just trust science. The fuck? Here we go.
Since the 1970s, huge efforts have been made in sequencing the human genome.
YellBRo dark.
Today, after many years of research and billions of data points, that sequence is known. By adopting a similar billions have been made in Since the 1970s, huge efforts have been made in sequencing the human genome. Today, after many years of research and billions of data points, that sequence is known. By adopting a similar perspective with user data, we may begin to better understand its role. Just as the examination of protein structures paved the way to genetic sequencing, the mass, multi-generational examination of actions and results could introduce a model of behavioral sequencing. As gene sequencing yields a comprehensive map of human biology, researchers are increasingly able to target parts of the sequence and modify them in order to achieve a desired result. As patterns begin to emerge in the behavioral sequences, they too may be targeted. The ledger could be given a focus, shifting it from a system which not only tracks our behavior, but offers direction towards a desired result.
That's called magic. That's magical thinking, 10th degree. If you have someone that's that possessed, like that possessed with that ideology or mysterium or whatever, they're that possessed, and you start seeing this self-fulfilling prophecy of this shit, it gets really scary. Like, violently scary. Like, very fucking dark. It's like, oh, there must be some sort of some sort of, what's the word? Anomaly. There must be some sort of anomaly in the data that's causing people not to just follow exactly what we're trying to do here. There must be undesirable things here. We must get rid of them. But we can't just do that. We need an excuse. Okay, we'll let this bomb off. We'll blame this type of data. By data, they mean people who think this way or are like into this or whatever. Scary shit. Here we go.
We are at the very beginning of our journey of understanding in the field of user data. By applying our knowledge of epigenetics, inheritance, and memetics to this field, we may be able to make mental leaps in our understanding, which could offer benefits to this generation, to future generations, and the species as a whole.
What I get worried about? Well, another thing I get worried about is that maybe they attempt trick or propagandize or whatever, mind melt people, especially young people, into believing, like almost like scaring them into this being correct. Almost like, because look, if you want to change the ego around, if you want to manipulate the ego, they do is throw a little thing that'll scare the shit out of it. Or threaten it. Or not threaten the ego itself, but threaten, you know, someone's own sense of themselves. Threatening certainly, oh, you are your body, so we just threaten the body. That's how you're thinking. They do is threaten the body. Watch them fucking flutter. Once they're fluttering, here comes some ideas we can just pepper in. Boom. Why does Jordan talk about conditioning so much? First of all, it's for the, you know, the existential sense of someone like discovering and or creating who they are and all that stuff. But it's also for this type of stuff, the pernicious shit, where it's like, is it possible there's people out here trying to do creepy things like that? If Google's been tied to the military and the government and shit like that, and the military tried to make goats explode with their minds, how is this so far out of the realm of possibility? Guess what? Let's say an Elon Musk or any of these fucking type of guys, Ray Kurzweil, let's say these guys actually believe what they're saying. Look who. Why do we know their names? Oh, they're rich and famous guys. do you think they could have some leeway towards getting something done? Because they're as open as anything. That's like their type of thinking. All right, it lasts like 30 seconds. Oh, okay, I guess. That's part of it too. You know, look where it's went. It went from like tweak their DNA to make them behave better, right? That's more of like maybe what the Nazis were into in the 1950s, all that shit, right? James Watson's guys. The other guys come in like, well, no, we're more progressive. Let's change their environment, and that'll get them to behave better. Guess what? We have guys who are progressive, thought leaders, Marxist, Leninists, whatever the fuck group name they're called. These guys believe about change the behavior. We'll change the environment. We change their behavior. That's all they are. We need material differences. I can't wait. How about things that are environmentally in the way? What if there's someone who makes a better argument? They can argue something better than they can. It's in opposition to their idea. What do you do with that? They're fucking up the environment for you, bro. The environment you're using to mind melt people into following this sensibility or this idea. Someone talking against it is getting in the way. So what do you got to do with them? I don't get it. What should be just creepers versus creepers having an ideological battle? No, they are their genetics. No, they're their environment. Just them battling it out. Meanwhile, the normal people are like, no, I'm me. I'm myself, yeah. Shut up. Pick up a sign, pick a team. Fucking interesting. Alright, that's it for this video. Forgive my ramble. Don't forget to subscribe if you like, comment. Agree, disagree, tell me what you think. Yeah, they not only did they mention they tied genetics like directly into like, well, we could do this with data. Instead of the human genome, it's the human data point, or whatever the fuck they're gonna call it. Tell me what you think. Is this even possible? Is this being planned out? Do you think like, nah, this is too far-fetched, they would never actually do? That's why it didn't get released in the first place, or whatever. Right? Tell me your thoughts. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to Helping Victims of Africom, to Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Donate to him. Also, some content creators, Stevie, aka Redneckonomics, Sleepy J, Buy Him a Coffee, and, optionally, Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. And with all that said, give this video... Wait. Based on your digital performance lately, you will give this video a thumbs down. I'm not sorry to dox it. A few steps above Clockwork Orange shit. After you've programmed the people to behave a certain way, they go after the DNA to solidify it. Or maybe they went after the DNA. Here's something creepy. Just thinking about it. Here's something creepy, though. What if they started with the DNA shit, the genetic shit, right? This fucking guy. He's doing it. Like, that dude's like checking his legs. He's like, but yeah, let's just say, what if they started with DNA, right? This is what the human is. We know it. It's the DNA. Yes, we got it. Want to change behavior? We just change the DNA around. And they kept going with that, and it didn't quite work. I get it. There are lessers that are too less to understand how important the genetics is. What we need to do is environmentally entrain them to realize how important genetics is. Yes, that's what we'll do. What we'll do is we'll try to entrain them using the environment. And then from that point on, we'll just start calling it genetics. Then on out. And we win. See? I don't even know. Yeah. Just saying it. Starting it out there. Join the dark side, people. I'm the real YellBRo dark. Dare you. Must destroy anyone who disagrees. Well, here's the other thing about it too. Right? There's the physical eugenics, then there's like maybe ideological eugenics, where we get rid of you. We need to exterminate this thing called individuality. It gets in the way. It's too muddy. They can't handle. Our children can't handle. We need to get rid of that. There's so many possibilities with this type of thinking, and it doesn't exactly have to be. It does not have to be like consciously, like on purpose, consciously thought out. It could be subconscious. Like the James Watson guy. I think he's like a kind of like a case like that, to where he studies genetics, right? Becomes a high-ranking geneticist or whatever. And now all he sees is genetics. As far as like his this is what this is. This is what this behavior is, or this problem is. Genetics, see? The person's genetics, because her genetics made her this way, or made him that way. I've just gone with change their environment is wrong. So people living in absolute poverty, it's detrimental to those people to introduce running water, indoor plumbing, etc. No. Why would that be bad? The science presents theories as absolute truth without qualifying statements, while actual science questions tests and shows data regardless of its conclusion. Yes. And yeah, I would hope they wouldn't, skip steps, fudge numbers, whatever, to get their way. Blade Runner 2049, which I have not seen yet, created replicants who obey, but K, by simply believing he may be human, breaks from his programming to become an individual. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I haven't seen that yet, but I probably should. From the trailers I've seen, the cinematography looks fucking awesome. And I saw the first Blade Runner, which was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. So I should watch that one. You mentioned James Watson, yet you failed to mention the pro-abortionist founder of Planned Parenthood, also supporter of eugenics, still regarded as hero to the left. Who, Margaret Sanger? We have mentioned her, haven't we? I know. That's why he's... How come we don't mention her, huh? Didn't we go over the Corbett Planned Parenthood? And it was tied to Bill Gates in that documentary, or his parents, I mean, the like eugenicists. He's like, comes here just to get beat up or something. There we go. I don't know, that might be him. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Having some mic problems. I'm gonna play this while I watch this fight. Oh, Sabs, did you say if they, if that was ever released, or was it? What does it mean by unreleased? Like, someone snuck in and got it, or something, or someone like snuck and released it, or what?
Well, drinking with some trouble till I started to see double, then they put me in the county jail. Sometimes you have problems, and the only way.
Whoever made the vid needs to watch the Matrix scene with the architect. They could calculate humanity's ability to make choice, or calculate Neo's love for Trinity.
Sold a lot of ticks, fucked a bunch of hot chicks, and a couple that might make
Yes.
you cringe.
Indeed, the problem is choice.
Don't give a fuck how you feel. All your fools and your liars with your big amplifiers trying to find how you keeping it real. No more bullshit. Mama bullshit, smoking and drinking, just wasting my time. No worrying, no thinking, more women, more wine. I'm on my bullshit, smoking and drinking, just wasting my time. No worrying, no thinking, more women, more wine. Oh, what's the other fucking line? I'm a bullshit, low temp tapping, pistol grip grabbing. I'm a chrome plated man of steel. Severely underrated, occasionally I'm hated cause I like to tell her how I feel. When push come to shove, I got a whole lot of love for the people trying to hold me down. Made a whole lot of ends and I kept a few friends. Whole time I've been fucking around. I'm on my bullshit, smoking and drinking, just wasting my time.
They said it was leaked to the public.
More worrying, no thinking, more women,
According to Google, it was leaked to the public.
smoking and drinking.
Yeah, I would pay. I would pay attention to that too. I think that's it. Yeah, it says.
Both the fucking Whipple's dogs are fucking barking along with Leo. Oh, really? Prissy poodle.
I'll get to the Tommy vid, Matt. Because there's other videos that were recommended first, before the stream even started. For now, I just put the fight on for a little bit.
fever. Man out now. Sun streaking cold, the old man wandering lonely, taking time the only way he knows. Leg hurting bad, he bends to pick a dog in, and he goes down to the park and warms his feet.
I do anabolic steroids, not HGH.
Feeling alone, your arm is
Paranoid.
salvation out of mold and a cup of tea.
Oh yeah. I think Steve used to tour with people. I don't remember if he told me like what bands or whatever.
Told you about strawberry fields. You know the place where nothing is real. Here's another place you can go, where everything flows. Looking through the bed
he's going back to old Yago.
to see
Fucking-
how the other half
Fucking hit
lives.
you really hard. And
Looking through a glass onion.
it's gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
About the walrus and me, man. You know that we're as close as can be, man. But here's another clue for you all. The walrus was Paul, standing on a cast line, oh yeah. Lady Madonna trying to make ends meet, oh yeah. Looking through a glass
You're all right for
onion.
conquest. Pause.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Looking through a glass onion. Told you about the fool on the hill, yeah. I tell you, man, he's living there still. But here's another place you can be. Listen to me. Fixing a hole in the ocean, trying to make a dovetail joint. Looking through a glass onion. It's Buzzy again. What is happening? God damn it. I wonder if it's I need to get new gear. I need to get new gear so I can improve the things you hear. I I would like them to sound clear. I need to get new gear. If anyone can hear, help me to improve the quality of the stream for all of you. All right. Well, we're doing the best we can right now with what we got. This is the best possible audio I can present and video currently.
Is he trying
We
to
shall
sound like?
endeavor to do better.
Are you just like a lifetime hater, bro? What do you? Tell me something you like. Now, Hunter. That's all I ask from you. Like, tell me something you like. Like Shawn Michaels?
I was totally freestyling. It was like a you know, one of those desperation raps.
He lost his smile.
That were so big, and like the when was desperation rap big? I don't follow hip hop.
What's the duck in Black Game of Thrones? He one of the dragons.
Maybe I have it backwards. I'm not sure. Isn't hip hop when people freestyle like how badass they are and stuff?
Oh, Arya.
So it's kind of a backwards take on it, I guess. But I need to get new gear. I'm not sure if my earlier statements were clear, but that's what I need to do. All my friends out there.
A little more tomboyness, I'd give that one. Oh, Lucky. I don't know what Matt Hunter likes, but I know she loves a special part of it. You gonna play Call of Duty tomorrow, Emblemed? Huh? It was me, him, and Prop playing on the same team.
Time keeps on slipping
I swear to God.
into the future.
I never felt so abandoned in my life.
Well, time keeps on
Like, God! Ah! Oh, I found the crown, man! Oh, it's just hilarious. I was just like, and I was like, how do I drop money? How do I drop money again? I'm like, Emblem, I'm dead already. How do I drop money? I learned how to get past the fucking flag. Oh, there's gonna be. I turned fucking blur back on. The game doesn't. Oh, the blur. I only turned it off because.
Tick-tock and you don't stop, 'cause time keeps going around the
No, I only turned it off because I thought it would lower the graphics. It'll be blur on so they can work hard. And then you also have to do faster. Actually, otherwise their ping will wreck you. Exactly how ping works. both shoot at the exact same time. Tries to keep up with sports allowing higher pick. Kind of like see all knows.
Hey, thanks, Kimmy. Feed the babies. Ain't got
Unless you're in a
enough
bomb.
to eat. Shoe the children. They got no shoes on their feet. How's the people living out in the street? Oh, there got to be a solution.
I'm up for COD tomorrow. Also, the Battlefield open beta is available on the 8th and 9th if you're open for it. Is it free? I'm not paying for fucking game. If it's free, I'll fucking do it. Oh.
Through the revolution. 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 Through the revolution.
Matt, don't be corny, okay? Call of Booty? Come on, bro. Where did Malcolm X go? Oh. For Basketball American. Those are gold jokes, man. Those are platinum jokes. Malcolm X. Watch that head kick. Usakasuro. This beat goes well with rumba clave, sun clave, and songo.
I mean, essentially,
I don't even know if I said that right.
little amplifier here that sounds clean.
And I've never heard of it.
Go directly
That'd be cool.
into the board.
This seems like a guy you could just throw some shit at them and they'll be able to. I can play along with this. They'll just play along with it. Prop has that too.
Snake pit.
Like, hey, Prop, play this. Sounds like a G to an F or whatever the fuck.
Well, thank you, Joey. Sometimes I just get going, you know?
Prop has like 30 businesses right now. Like, wait a minute, you made guitars? Then you can play guitar.
Get in the zone and you're
There's so many things you could be doing on the side.
music to do whatever it's gonna do, and you're executing it as well as you possibly can without actually
Fucking
thinking about it at all.
be selling weed and shit, like a weed shop, like a legal one. Got so many side hustles you could probably fucking do.
So hopefully
Yeah,
I
no,
can bring some of you guys there with me sometimes.
Computer shit.
There's plenty of room for everybody.
Latin drum beats. Alright, got it. I wish there were more people like YellBRo out there. No. I get it. Not making it about him, having other people donate to other people. Start a consortium movement. I don't know, I look at certain people and I'm like, although like certain ideas may not be the popular thing to do, like, oh, I look at them like, oh, this person should have a channel, this person should have a channel, this person should have a channel, and then they can find things or causes or whatever, or even for themselves if they're struggling or whatever, have something for themselves. Look at fucking Anthony, I'm like, where's your channel at? Zebs? Where's your fucking channel at? Allie? Where's your fucking channel at? I was thinking that with Ben, but he already made a channel. That it's Hinkle and Infrared. And me. Ed, promote your shit more. Get out of that defeatist shit. Oh, that's fucking harsh. I'll turn it down, guys, a bit. That was probably harsh on your ears. I think he has a cord that's loose. That's why it's like buzzing like that. They are. Adjusting it. Jilly loves telling him.
What in heaven's name have you done? Broken speed of the sound of loneliness. You're out there running just to be on a run.
I'm gonna play over hip hop beats. I'll just remind him again. Alien Sebs want to be writers. If they want to reach, more people. Video content is king. They should have. Yeah, I know. They should do like. I'm not gonna say what they should do, but I'd be like, okay, articles and stuff like that, and then have like a once a week show. Where you're a lot more, I think 30 times more strict than what we do here, where it's just all over the fucking place. But where it's like topic, and then open questions and answers. Or not. Or just make it like something fun. Whatever.
Be more specific.
Either way, you will have a flock of simps in quick order.
It's crossed the evil line today. How can you ask about tomorrow? We ain't got one word to say. What in the world's come over you?
I think it's every time. I think it's the mic that's near his guitar strings. Touching it or something. There's some sort of interference out. I got a special vid for the YellBRo community coming out soon. Alright. Well, there's a content creator tab. You go in there, you tag everyone, and you post your video.
Did it stop? It won't stop buzzing.
Takes a second. I'll post my blog too, which has Never had many eyeballs see it. That's up to you. You too. Tag everyone when you post something in the content creators list. Say, man, stop tagging her. Fuck them. Do it anyways. Ed, you ain't gotta do that. Your choice, but you don't gotta do that. Shout us out or anything like that.
Not that kind of buzz.
Any buzz is good buzz. No video podcast exploring options. Yeah. Something to keep in mind. Call it ebony and ivory. Call it call it ebony and ivory plus Stevie. I should take that bullshit they do on The View, just wreck them. Get the fuck out of here. We're the real thing you guys, people were actually looking for. Not to be sexist. Wonder if he's hitting the thing that's. Yep, that's it. Move it started.
Please, everybody, subscribe, like, share, tell your mama and your daddy.
Peace out, Steven. Have a good night, man. It is. It's not that late. Why not? You have your. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I'll turn that down a lot more. I'm so sorry. I'll wait till he fixes the audio.
Sorry if I deafened everyone.
Unsubscribe. Oh no, it says subscribe. I'm so used to seeing unsubscribe. You'd have your own theme song ready.
Hey, D142.
Who was it? Was it It was Stevie Wonder and the Michael Bolton? Did Ebony and Ivory? There you go. You have your own theme song right there. It is copyrighted, so you guys would have to do a cover song of it.
All right, hope everybody is having a good Saturday. We're about 30 minutes out from the Beauty and the Boomer. The mighty Oz and Chanda will take you to weird news stories. Climatastrophes. Sharon got Cherie, she was sharing Sharon's outlook on the topic of disease. Mikey had a facial scar, Tommy was a racist. All in love with Diane, they were doing it in Texas.
I know it's doing it again.
Tommy played piano like a kid out in the rain. Lost his leg in Dallas, they was dancing with a train. All in love with Diane, drinking from a fountain.
Do this one and
Like an avalanche coming down the mountain. I don't mind my son.
Instead of what? The Emerson?
I can taste you on my lips, smell you in my clothes. Cinnamon and sugary, softly spoken lies. You never know just
That
how you
same length. Pick it up.
people's
Okay. Go with that. I'll wait and hear the narrator and then see if I need to speed it up or not. Might be dramatic or whatever.
Some will die in hot pursuit and fiery auto crashes. Some will die in hot pursuit while sifting through my ashes. Some will fall in love with life and drink it from a fountain that is pouring like an avalanche.
Oh, wait. So if you hear someone else wrong, they still have.
The images it shows. I can taste you on my lips. I smell you.
It would reduce comprehension. He gets going at a slightly fast pace already. All right. Ben. All right, after the song, we'll get right back to the videos. And it's complex intellectuals.
Okay, let's try this again.
All right. Everyone go check out Steve Cutler. Steve Cutler for those Sunday Music 5. Steve Cuddy. DJ Cuddy. Rob changed my name. Rob changed my name in his Discord. Dr. Dick. The name is Dr. Dick. Respect. Hey. Violent. Speed. Momentum. 1993. 1994. Back-to-back blockbuster video game champion. 2-time. I think that's real. It was for like NBA Jam or something. That dude's crazy. He's like a Division I athlete. Huh? Division II or Division I? I know he's 6'8". And makes fun of Tim the Tatman. He's like, look, your knees pointing in. So unathletic. Pigeon toes. Oh shit, that shit's hilarious. Alright, shout out to Steve Cutler. Alright, let me turn the volume back. Let me just test volume real fast.
The American Scholar by Ralph Waldo Emerson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Christopher June.
Okay, volume looked good there. Hopefully it doesn't just loud all of us. Alright, let's check this out. Alright, here we go. This video is titled The American Scholar by Ralph Waldo Emerson. An audiobook. /speech? We'll find out. Here we go.
Mr. President and gentlemen, I greet you on the recommencement of our literary year. Our anniversary is one of hope and, perhaps, not enough of labor. We not meet for games of strength or skill, for the recitation of histories, tragedies, and odes like the ancient Greeks, for parliaments of love and poesy like the troubadours, nor for the advancement of science like our contemporaries in the British and European capitals. Thus far, our holiday has been simply a friendly sign of the survival of the love of letters among a people too busy to give to letters any more. As such, it is precious as a sign of an indestructible instinct. Perhaps the time has already come when it ought to be and will be something else, when the sluggard intellect of this continent will look from under its iron lids and fill the postponed expectation of the world with something better than the exertions of mechanical skill. Our day of dependence, our long apprenticeship to the learning of other lands, draws to a close. The millions that around us are rushing into life cannot always be fed on the sere remains of foreign harvests. Events, actions arise, that must be sung, that will sing themselves. Who can doubt that poetry will revive and lead in a new age, as the star in the constellation Harp, which now flames in our zenith, astronomers announce shall one day be the pole star for 1,000 years? In this hope, I accept the topic which not only usage, but the nature of our association seems to prescribe to this day, the American scholar. Year by year we come up hither to read one more chapter of his biography. Let us inquire what light new days and events have thrown on this character and his hopes. It is one of those fables which, out of an unknown antiquity, convey an unlooked-for wisdom, that the gods in the beginning divided man into men, that he might be more helpful to himself, just as the hand was divided into fingers, the better to answer its end. The old fable covers a doctrine ever new and sublime, that there is one man, present to all particular men only partially, or through one faculty, and that you must take the whole society to find the whole man. Man is not a farmer, or a professor, or an engineer, but he is all. Man is priest, and scholar, and statesman, and producer, and soldier.
That's kind of like what I talk about with archetypes, in a way. Right? When he says these things, so far, I can't say I know. I can't read his mind. He's also going to use different language than I use to explain to explain something, to explain the idea of where he's going. But I don't think he's talking about roles there. I think he's talking about something like a soldier. I'll say like something like the hero archetype instead. But he means like a soldier's archetype, like a gritty, hardened person, right? Or statesman, to where it's like I'm like I have the faculty of embracing others while also like being able to speak to multitudes of people. Even if I'm just talking to one, I can still express that archetype of like a statesman. Maybe that's where he's going, but let's find out.
In the divided or social state, these functions are parceled out to individuals, each of whom aims to do his stint of the joint work, whilst each other performs his. The fable implies that the individual, to possess himself, must sometimes return from his own labors to embrace all the other labors.
Okay, so maybe he wasn't talking. It sounded like he was saying like we all contain all of these things, but at the same time, what we express is maybe fits into a particular archetype as like something that's prominent. I would say yes, but those archetypes are so unique they're all going to be different. And I'd rather hear like, oh, I'm expressing a Jordan archetype, the Jordan archetype. That's what I represent in this world. Like, oh, a James archetype or a Ben archetype. But hey, Amy. Hey, Brian.
But unfortunately, this original unit, this fountain of power, has become so distributed to multitudes, has been so minutely subdivided and peddled out, that it is spilled into drops, and cannot be gathered.
Ah, you missed me.
The state of society is one in which the members have suffered amputations from the trunk, and strut about so many walking monsters. A good finger, a neck, a stomach, an elbow, but never a man. Man is thus metamorphosed into a thing, into many things. The planter, who is man sent out into the field to gather food, is seldom cheered by any idea of the true dignity of his ministry. He sees his bushel and his cart, and nothing beyond. He sinks into the farmer instead of man on the farm. The tradesman scarcely ever gives an ideal worth to his work, but is ridden by the routine of his craft, and the soul is subject to dollars.
So he is. This is interesting. I feel like I'm getting crossed up in regards to like just based on language and how he's using his words, right? I'm not as used to hearing that. Maybe it was more meant for like something you read where you can like slowly interpret it as you're going and even backtrack if you need to and whatnot. Right? As opposed to like a conversational type of thing where I'm just saying it. That's interesting. Because it seems like he's talking about roles. People starting to identify with their roles. Instead of a man farming, I am a farmer. Like there's a difference. This is Jordan farming as opposed to, hi, I'm Jordan, I'm a farmer. I am a farmer. This was a speech? Okay. Like I said, different language. Or different style of talking. Alright, here we go.
The priest becomes a form, the attorney a statute book, the mechanic a machine, the sailor a rope of a ship. In this distribution of functions, the scholar is the delegated intellect. In the right state, he is man thinking. In the degenerate state, when the victim of society, he tends to become a mere thinker, or still worse, a parrot of other man's thinking. In this view of him, as man thinking, the theory of his office is contained. Him nature solicits with all her placid, all her monetary pictures. Him the past instructs. Him the future invites. Is not, indeed, every man a student, and do not all things exist for the student's behoof? And finally, is not the true scholar the only true master? But the old oracle said, all things have two handles. Beware the wrong one. In life, too often, the scholar errs with mankind and forfeits his privilege. Let us see him in his school, and consider him in reference to the main influences he receives. 1. The first in time, and the first in importance of the influence upon the mind is that of nature. Every day the sun, and after sunset, night and her stars. Ever the wind blows, ever the grass grows. Every day men and women conversing, beholding and beholden. The scholar is he of all men whom this spectacle most engages. He must settle its value in his mind. What is nature to him? There is never a beginning, there is never an end to the inexplicable continuity of this web of God, but always circular power returning into itself.
Yes. The conditioning of, you know, what's typically called nature, although my idea of nature is everything. Like everything, including you. But I think he means like the surroundings. The more constant surroundings, even. And yes, those are. I was trying to go into this last week, trying to find words for it in regards. I was talking about like the sun, the moon, and the earth. That kind of showing like how much of a symbolic role, even though they're like literal things, right? They're still we end up placing like stories on them or personification, something because they play such a, in a way, like a nurturing, even fatherly role in the lives of in the minds of humans. Why you see so much symbolism with those things being used in film, literature, music.
Continuity of this web of God, but always circular power returning into itself. Therein it resembles his own spirit, whose beginning, whose ending he can never find, so entire, so boundless. Far too, as her splendor shines, system on system, shooting like stars, upward, downward, without center, without circumference, in the mass and in the particle, nature hastens to render account of herself to the mind. Classification begins. To the young mind, everything is individual, stands by itself.
I thought he was talking about like everything is the classroom, right? Not necessarily growing, like growing would be an aspect of it, but also like we are constant students in the sense of everything is like a classroom. Although if he's saying that, then I would disagree in a weird way. But here we go.
Classification begins. To the young mind, everything is individual, stands by itself. By and by it finds how to join two things, and see in them one nature, then three, then 3,000. And so, tyrannized over by its own unifying instinct, it goes on tying things together, diminishing anomalies, discovering roots running underground, whereby contrary and remote things cohere, and flower out from one stem. It presently learns that since the dawn of history there has been a constant accumulation and classifying of facts. But what is classification but the perceiving that these objects are not chaotic, and are not foreign, but have a law which is also a law of the human mind? The astronomer discovers that geometry, a pure abstraction of the human mind, is the measure of planetary motion. The chemist finds proportions and intelligible method throughout matter, and science is nothing but the finding of analogy, identity in the most remote parts. The ambitious soul sits down before each refractory fact, one after another reduces all strange constitutions, all new powers to their class and their law, and goes on forever to animate the last fiber of organization, the outskirts of nature, by insight. Thus to him, to this schoolboy under the bending dome of day, is suggested that he and it proceed from one root. One is leaf and one is flower, relation sympathy stirring in every vein. And what is that root? Is not that the soul of his soul? A thought too bold, a dream too wild. Yet when the spiritual light shall have revealed the law of more earthly natures, when he has learned to worship the soul, and to see that the natural philosophy that now is only the first gropings of its gigantic hand, he shall look forward to an ever-expanding knowledge as to a becoming creator. He shall see that nature is the opposite of the soul, answering to it part for part. One is seal, the other is print. Its beauty is the beauty of his own mind. Its laws are the laws of his own mind. Nature then becomes to him the measure of his attainments. So much of nature as he is ignorant of, so much of his own mind does he not yet possess. And in fine, the ancient precept, know thyself, and the modern precept, study nature, become at last one maxim.
Interesting. Because of you're perceiving quote unquote nature with your own mind. Is he saying the understanding of the mind will allow you to understand nature more? Is that where he's going? Kind of Cartesian.
2. The next great influence into the spirit of the scholar is the mind of the past. In whatever form, whether of literature, of art, of institutions, that mind is inscribed. Books are the best type of the influence of the past, and perhaps we shall get at the truth, learn the amount of this influence more conveniently, by considering their value alone. The theory of books is noble. The scholar of the first age received into him the world around, brooded thereon, gave it a new arrangement in his mind, and uttered it again. It came into him life. It went from him truth. It came to him short-lived actions. It went from him immortal thoughts. It came to him business. It went from him poetry. It was dead fact. Now it is quick thought. It can stand, and it can go. It now endures, it now flies, it now inspires. Precisely in proportion to the depth of mind from which it is ensued, so high does it soar, so long does it sing. Or, I might say, it depends on how far the process has gone of transmuting life into truth. In proportion to the completeness of the distillation, so will the purity and perishableness of the product be, but none is quite perfect. As no air pump can by any means make a perfect vacuum, so neither can any artist entirely exclude the conventional, the local, the perishable from his book, or write a book of pure thought that shall be as efficient in all respects to remote posterity as to contemporaries, or rather to the second age. Each age, it is found, must write its own books, or rather, each generation for the next succeeding. The book of an older period will not fit this. Yet hence arises a grave mischief. The sacredness which attaches to the act of creation, the act of thought, is transferred to the record. The poet Channing was felt to be a divine man, henceforth the chant is also divine. The writer was a just and wise spirit, henceforth it is settled, the book is perfect. So love of the hero corrupts into worship of his statue. Instantly the book becomes noxious, the guide is a tyrant. The sluggish and perverted mind of the multitude, slow to open to the incursions of reason, having once so opened, having once received the book, stands upon it, and makes an outcry, if it is disparaged. Colleges are built on it. Books are written on it by thinkers, not by man thinking. By men of talent, that is, who start wrong, who set out from accepted dogmas, not from their own sight of principles. Meek young men grew up in libraries, believing it their duty to accept the views which Cicero, which Locke, which Bacon have given, forgetful that Cicero, Locke, and Bacon were only young men in libraries when they wrote those books. Hence, instead of man thinking, we have the bookworm. Hence, the book-learned class, who value books as such, not as related to nature and the human constitution, but as making a sort of third estate with the world and the soul. Hence the resorters of readings, the emendators, the bibliomaniacs of all degrees. Books are the best of things, well used, abused, among the worst. What is the right use? What is the one end which all means go to effect? They are for nothing but to inspire. I had better never see a book than to be warped by its attraction clean out of my orbit, and made a satellite instead of a system. The one thing in the world of value is the active soul. This every man is entitled to. This every man contains within himself, although, in almost all men, obstructed, and, as yet, unborn. The soul active sees absolute truth, and utters truth, or creates. In this action it is genius. Not the privilege of here and there our favorite, but the sound estate of every man. In its essence it is progressive. The book, the college, the school of art, the institutions of any kind, stop with some past utterance of genius. This is good, say they. Let us hold by this. They pin me down. They look backwards and not forward. But genius looks forward. The eyes of man are set in his forehead, not in his hindhead. Man hopes. Genius creates. Whatever talents may be, if the man create not, the pure efflux of the deity is not his. Cinders and smoke there may be, but not yet flame. There are creative manners, there are creative actions and creative words. Manners, actions, words, that is, indicative of no custom or authority, but springing spontaneous to the mind's own sense of good and fair. On the other hand, instead of being its own seer, let it receive from another mind its truth, though it were in torrents of light. Without periods of solitude, inquest, and self-recovery, and a fatal disservice is done. Genius is always sufficiently the enemy of genius by over-influence. Literature of every nation bears me witness. The English dramatic poets have Shakespearized now for 200 years. Undoubtedly there is a right way of reading, so it be sternly subordinated. Man thinking must not be subdued by his instruments. Books are for the scholar's idle times. When he can read God directly, the hour is too precious to be wasted in other man's transcripts of their readings. But when the intervals of darkness come, as come they must, when the sun is hid, and the stars withdraw their shining, we repair to the lamps which were kindled by their ray, to guide our steps in the east again, where the dawn is. We hear that we may speak. The Arabian proverbs.
This is very interesting. Sounds like he's speaking in symbols, not quite literally. And some very spiritual woo-woo stuff in there, which I've hinted at before, just in my own words. So, hey, this is why a lot of people go with Jungian psychology because as beautiful as it is to be sort of poetic about something like spirituality or something like that, or the mind, or like he even did something like conditioning, that you can hear that in the speech. Oh, I can call it conditioning. Conditioning kind of give like a more concrete notion of it instead of such flowery language which could get lost, right? And that's the same thing that happens with movies, right? Where they can be doing a symbol and do all these cinematic techniques to get you to focus on, like, hey, this is a symbol, right? Like Whiplash, he throws a not everyone's going to see that. It's much more hidden that way. Even though things like about psychology are not woo-woo psychology, those are quite hidden as well because they can't be given to another person. They have to learn on their own, right? Even in a drought, right? The sun's gone and it's dark and gray skies all the time. You'll have your little lampshade piece through things, and to do your shadow work. Book says that delivered in a call. Help explain some of the symbolism going on. Oh, well, I've heard these symbols before. That's why I recognize them as symbols. Like he's speaking this way, but if you hear like a Manly P. Hall, he's a lot more like attempting to be blatant. But he's also probably a lot less famous than Ralph Emerson, if I had to guess. Right? I don't even like read and shit like that. I don't read books and all or any of that shit. Yet I've heard that name before. I've heard that fucking name before. But yeah, for sure worthy of contemplation. But my thing is, for me, it just doesn't matter where it comes from, where the symbolism comes from. That's just up to you what you're into. That's all. These symbols I've heard before in other places, from music to books, movies, all over the fucking place, to just nature itself. Right? Religion. It's all over the fucking place. People who may have seen things that others might not be, and they come up with symbols for it. And then, like a language, they start pulling from each other. Right? Like sun symbolism. That didn't start in fucking, Man of Steel. Right? Some sun symbolism didn't start there. It started way, 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 way back. Probably like before Egyptians and all that shit. Like way, way, way back. And yet those symbols have been pulled throughout time. And now it's like a common language of the woo-woos. Whitman, extremely influenced by Emerson. He's probably one of the most famous, important writers in America in 1800. The Harvard School. I mean, like I said, I would desire that, let's say Emerson was alive today, that he'd be like, wait, they don't get what I'm saying because of the language. Okay, I'm going to change my words around. So I want you to get what I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to own the information that I or make it a part of you. All I'm saying is, like, I want you to understand what I'm saying. Even though that would be making it a part of you, but I don't know. Oh, am I playing this whole thing? Yeah. Only 40. Decided after graduation not pursue being a priest. Said to transcendent. That has something to do with transcending. A little pretentious to do that, but I get it. This type of thinking, in my idea of things, as far as being the most, like, what would the word be? Effective, being able to put these things into words, I think you need psychology to do it. That's just my opinion. Oh, for sure. For sure. Words are symbolism too, because anyone can easily like, hey, what do you mean by that? Sun means the sun. Yeah, but what do you mean by that? Philosopher, essentially. I mean, yeah. I think philosophers, spirituality type people, woo woo. I think you need some psychology to go in tandem with it. We're using these faculties to try and explain it. Talks in it. Mentions 37, talking about science like that was more risky than you think. Possibly and probably. All right, here we go.
Says, a fig tree, looking on a fig tree, becomes fruitful. It is remarkable, the character of the pleasure we derive from the best books. They impressed us with the conviction that one nature wrote and the same reads. We read the verses of one of the great English poets, of Chaucer, of Marvell, of Dryden, with the most moderate joy. With the pleasure, I mean, that is in great part caused by the abstraction of all time from the verses. There is some awe mixed with the joy of our surprise, when this poet, who lived in some past world 200 or 300 years ago, says that which lies close to my own soul, that which I also had well nigh thought and said. For if the evidence thence afforded to the philosophical doctrine of the identity of all souls, we should suppose some pre-established harmony, some foresight of souls that were to be, and some preparation of stores for their future wants, like the fact observed in insects, who lay up food before death for the young grub they shall never see. I would not be hurried by any love of system, by any exaggeration of instincts, to underrate the book. We all know that, as the human body can be nourished on any food, though it were boiled grass and the broth of shoes, so the human mind can be fed by any knowledge. And great and hero.
Yes. It's all. You got it, you need it. Or you needed it. Whatever.
Heroic men have existed, who have almost no other information than by the printed page. I only would say that it needs a strong head to bear that diet. One must be an inventor to read well. As the proverb says, he that would bring home the wealth of the Indies must carry out the wealth of the Indies. There is then creative reading as well as creative writing. When the mind is braced by labor and invention, the page of whatever book we read becomes luminous with manifold illusion. Every sentence is doubly significant, and the sense of our author is as broad as the world. We then see what is always true, that as the seer's hours of vision is short and rare among heavy days and months, so is its record, perchance, the least part of his volume. The discerning will read, in his Plato or Shakespeare, only the least part, only the authentic utterances of the oracle. All the rest he rejects, were it never so many times Plato's or Shakespeare's. Of course, there is a portion of reading quite indispensable to a wise man. History and exact science he must learn by laborious reading. Colleges, in like manner, have their indispensable office, to teach elements. But they can only highly serve us when they aim not to drill, but to create, when they gather from far every ray of various genius to their hospitable halls, and by the concentrated fires set the hearts of their youth on flame. Thought and knowledge are natures in which apparatus and pretension avail nothing. Gowns and pecuniary foundations, though of towns of gold, can never countervail the least sentence or syllable of wit. Forget this, and our American colleges will recede in their public importance, whilst they grow richer every year. 3. There goes in the world a notion that the scholar should be a recluse, a valetudinarian, as unfit for any handwork or public labor as a penknife or an axe. The so-called practical men sneer at speculative men, as if, because they speculate or see, they could do nothing. I have heard it said that the clergy, who are always more universally than any other class of scholars of their day, are addressed as women, that the rough, spontaneous conversation of men they do not hear, but only a mincing and diluted speech. They are often virtually disfranchised, and indeed they are advocates for their celibacy. As far as this is true for the studious class, it is not just and wise. Action is with the scholar subordinate, but it is essential. Without it, he is not yet man. Without it, thought can never ripen into truth. Whilst the world hangs before the eye as a cloud, as far as this is true for the studious class, it is not just and wise. Action is with the scholar subordinate, but it is essential. Without it, he is not yet man. Without it, thought can never ripen into truth. Whilst the world hangs before the eye as a cloud of beauty, we cannot even see its beauty. Inaction is cowardice, but there can be no scholar without the heroic mind. The preamble of thought, the transition through which it passes from the unconscious to the conscious, is action. Only so much do I know, as I have lived. Instantly we know whose words are loaded with life and whose not. The world, the shadow of the soul, or other me, lies wide around. Its attractions are the keys which unlock my thoughts and make me acquainted with myself. 100%. I run eagerly into this resounding tumult. I grasp the hands of those around me and take my place in the ring to suffer.
You better have stuff like this in tandem with your morals, otherwise, I mean, if your existential shit isn't up to date, but you have some sort of morals that are way out there, you are good fucking luck. Crumble in seconds. If morality, if your morals, your principles are a fucking like a wall, your existentialism, the material you use to make that fucking wall. You don't want paper mache. Here we go.
Into work, taught by an instinct, that so shall the dumb abyss be vocal with speech.
You can't teach values, Ed. That's the trick.
I dissipate its fear. I dispose of it within the circuit of my expanding life.
You could throw ideas out there.
As I know by experience, so much of the wilderness have I vanquished and planted, or so far have I extended my being, my dominion. I do not see how any man can afford, for the sake of his nerves and his nap, to spare any action in which he can partake. It is pearls and rubies to his discourse. Drudgery, calamity, exasperation, and want are instructors in eloquence and wisdom. The true scholar grudges every opportunity of action passed by as a loss of power. It is the raw materials out of which the intellect molds her splendid products. A strange process, too, this, by which experience is converted into thought, as a mulberry leaf is converted into satin. The manufacture goes forward at all hours. The action events of our childhood and youth are now matters of calmest observation. They lie like fair pictures in the air. Not so with our recent actions, with the business which we now have at hand. On this we are quite unable to speculate. Our affections are yet circulate through it. We no more feel or know it than we feel the feet, or the hand, or the brain of our body. The new deed is yet a part of life, remains for a time immersed in our unconscious life. In some contemplative hour it detaches itself from the life like a ripe fruit, to become a thought of the mind.
There's some psychology, 100%, 100%. And once again, guys, I'm looking at the core of what he's saying, not the right. He's not using some of those are like kind of technical terms, like conscious, unconscious, like. But he's not like being technical about the words. It's like, what's the core of what you're saying? Right? That's what I mean. I mean the actual applied thing, not the strictly terminology.
We no more feel or know it than we feel the feet, or the hand, or the brain of our body. The new deed is yet a part of life, remains for a time immersed in our unconscious life. In some contemplative hour it detaches itself from the life like a ripe fruit, to become a thought of the mind. Instantly it is raised, transfigured. The corruptible has put on incorruption. Henceforth it is an object of beauty, however base its origin and neighborhood. Observe, too, the impossibility of antedating this act. In its grub state it cannot fly, it cannot shine, it is a dull grub. But suddenly, without observation, the selfsame thing unfurls beautiful wings, and is an angel of wisdom. So there is no fact, no event in our private history which shall not, sooner or later, lose its adhesive inert form and astonish us by soaring from our body into the empyrean. Cradle and infancy, school and playground, the fear of boys and dogs and ferules, the love of little maids and berries, and many another fact that once filled the whole sky are gone already. Friend and relative, profession and party, town and country, nation and world must also soar and sing. Of course, he who has put forth his total strength in fit action has the richest return of wisdom. I will not shut myself out of this globe of action, and transplant an oak into a flower pot, there to hunger and pine, nor trust the revenue of some single faculty, and exhaust one vein of thought, much like the Savoyards, who, getting their livelihood by carving shepherds, shepherdesses, and smoking Dutchmen for all Europe, went out one day to the mountain to find stock, and discovered that they had whittled up the last of their pine trees. Authors we have, in numbers, who have written out their vein, and who, moved by commendable prudence, sail for Greece or Palestine, follow the trapper into the prairie, or ramble around Algiers to replenish their merchantable stock. If it were only for vocabulary, the scholar would be covetous of action. Life is our dictionary. Years are well spent in country labors, in town, in the insight into trades and manufactures, in frank intercourse with many men and women, in science, in art, to the one end of mastering in all their facts of language by which to illustrate and embody our perceptions. I learn immediately from any speaker how much he has already lived, through the poverty or the splendor of his speech. Life lies behind us as the quarry from whence we get tiles and copestones for the masonry of today. This is the way to learn grammar. Colleges and books only copy the language which the field and the workyard made. But the final value of action, like that of books, and better than books, is that it is a resource. The great principle of undulation in nature, that shows itself in the inspiring and expiring of the breath, in desire and satiety, in the ebb and flow of the sea, in day and night, in heat and cold, and as yet more deeply ingrained in every atom and every fluid, is known to us under the name of polarity. These fits of easy transmission and reflection, as Newton called them, are the laws of nature, because they are the laws of the spirit. The mind now thinks, now acts, and each fact reproduces the other. When the artist has exhausted his materials, when his fancy no longer paints, when thoughts are no longer apprehended, and books are a weariness, he has always the resource to live. Character is higher than intellect. Thinking is the function, life the functionary. The stream retreats to its source. A great soul will be strong to live, as well as strong to think. Does he lack organ or medium to impart his truths? He can still fall back on this elemental force of living them. This is a total act. Thinking is a partial act. Let the grandeur of justice shine on his affairs. Let the beauty of affection cheer his lowly roof. Those, far from fame, who dwell and act with him, will feel the force of his constitution, in the doings and passages of the days, better than it can be measured by any public or designed display. Time shall teach him that the scholar loses no hour which the man lives. Herein he unfolds the sacred germ of his instinct, screened from influence. What is lost in seemliness is gained in strength. Not out of those on whom systems of education have exhausted their culture come the helpful giant, to destroy the old or to build the new, But out of the unhandselled savage nature, out of the terrible druids and berserkers, come at last Alfred and Shakespeare. I hear, therefore, with joy, whatever is beginning to be said of the dignity and necessity of labor to every citizen. There is virtue yet in the hoe and the spade, for learned as well as for unlearned hands. Labor is everywhere welcome, always we're invited to work. Only by this limitation observe, that a man shall not for the sake of wider activity sacrifice any opinion of the popular judgment and modes of action. I have now spoken of the education of the scholar by nature, by books, and by action. It remains to say somewhat of his duties. They are such as become man-thinking. They may all be comprised in self-trust. The office of the scholar is to cheer, to raise, and to guide men by showing them facts amidst appearances. He plies the slow, unhonored, and unpaid task of observation. Flamsteed and Herschel, in their glazed observatories, may catalogue the stars with the praise of all men, yet the results, being splendid and useful, honor is sure. But he, in his private observatory, cataloguing obscure nebulous stars of the human mind, which as yet no man has thought of as such, watching days and months, sometimes for a few facts, correcting still his old records, must relinquish display and immediate fame. In the long period of his preparation he must betray often an ignorance and shiftlessness in popular arts, incurring the disdain of the able who shoulder him aside. Long he must stammer in his speech, often forego the living for the dead. Worse yet, he must accept, how often, poverty and solitude. For the ease and pleasure of treading the old road, accepting the fashions and education, the religion of society, to make the cross of making his own, and, of course, the self-accusation, the faint heart, the frequent uncertainty and loss of time, which are the nettles and tangling vines in the way of the self-relying and self-directed, and the state of virtual hostility on which he seems to stand to society, and especially to educated society. For all this loss and scorn, what offset? He is to find consolation in exercising the highest function of human nature. He is one who raises himself from private considerations, and breathes and lives on public and illustrious thoughts.
If I'm getting what he's saying correct, and this is why I would disagree with this portion of things. He's almost like stating it as a rule that if you delve into certain things, it's almost like he's saying like you're supposed to. Like if you're a great writer, and then all of a sudden your book is whatever #1 on the New York Times list, and everyone wants to interview and all that shit, and everyone's like, "I love your book" and all that stuff. You're supposed to be like, "No, let's live in the shadow." Like, if I'm reading that correctly, no, you don't have to. No, it's not a rule that's guaranteed to happen, on and so forth. Why not take all the gold? Why not? The experiences of isolation and neuroticism and all that shit. Why not also collect your fucking gold, pride, or being famous, or whatever the fuck. Wherever it is, wherever you go. As long as you hold on to your constitution, you're golden. Hello, we need critical thinking. Or is it the 18th of you have to suffer for 10 years first? 1,000 hours. Good at anything? Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. Suffering for sure is a part of life, though. It ceases to be what we know as suffering if you're First of all, this is just a perspective thing. It's just walking into it. Sorry, Ben, but I'm gonna bring up Batman, the Batman trilogy, where Bruce willingly walks into the suffering, the dark. And in the third movie, right? Like, oh, you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. Right? That's someone who was. It kind of symbolizes someone where like, oh, like you didn't get the full spectrum, did you? Sat on this one side of thing. Even Bane looks like a crying, sniveling little baby when he's ass kicked and shit. Yeah, when the mask comes off, looks like a sniveling like can't handle it a lot. Can you? That's why you're not in the like. You were thrown into suffering. Yeah. Oh, you were thrown into suffering, as opposed to the Bruce Wayne character who walks into it. I walk into the dark, not thrown into it. They're two different things that happen, or two different existential experiences. I know them both well. Ian Key said, easy to be a successful, suffer for 10 years first. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I would never make rules like that for myself or for anyone else. But I get it. I get why they would think that. I get why they would think that. But nah, I don't. Even if I experienced that, I would not call that a rule. Giving time too much, which is giving your ego too much credit. Have fun for taking. All right, here we go.
He is the world's eye. He is the world's heart. He is to resist the vulgar prosperity that retrogrades even to barbarism, by preserving and communicating heroic sentiments, noble biographies, melodious verse, and the conclusions of history. Whatsoever oracles the human heart in all emergencies, in all solemn hours, has uttered as its commentary on the world of actions, these he shall receive and impart. And whatever new verdict reason from her inviolable seat pronounces on the passing men and events of today, this he shall hear and promulgate. These being his functions, it becomes him to feel all confidence in himself, and defer never to the popular cry. He and he only knows the world. The world of any moment is the merest appearance. Some great decorum, some fetish of a government, some ephemeral trade or war or man is cried up by half mankind and cried down by the other half, as if all depended on this particular up and down. The odds are that the whole question is not worth the poorest thought which the scholar has lost in listening to the controversy. Let him not quit his belief that a popgun is a popgun, though the ancient honorable of the earth affirm it to be the crack of doom. In silence, in steadiness, in severe abstraction, let him hold by himself.
Sometimes it's harsh, but my comment about Bliss was it's for people who probably suffered long. Bliss is for my notion of what I was saying about Bliss is for people who walk into it. That's a whole that now you're learning combat skill, like metaphorically speaking, like combat skills. You're creating your armor, you're putting your sword through fucking fire. Everything's becoming laced with gold. Now I can walk wherever the fuck I want. Yeah, something tragic happens, I'm gonna feel shitty about it. But I'm still me feeling shitty about it. I own myself. That's bliss. So yeah, you can call it suffering, but I think it's a whole different perspective on suffering. Not suffering as, you know, as like the colloquial notion of it. Like, oh, agony, oh. Kind of like, what's his name? Jocko Willink. Broke my leg? Good. Well, it's where you're like, I'm game. Okay. Oh, something's next? Okay. Deal with it. Need to turn an idea into powder? Okay. Boop. Same thing with a great artist. A great artist will know those depths, but it doesn't. Suffering wouldn't be the word I put on it. Although I get what you mean, but suffering, for me in my own personal like vocabulary or whatever, like I don't think suffering's the right word. So I would call it dark, and there's so much beauty, dark places of your mind, of your heart, and soul, and all that shit. Deep, dark, feminine. The masculine hero walking into can't fucking see it. Everything's a mystery, but you maintain your constitution during that. Who needs a candle when you're the sun? I got something to show you. Alright, there we go.
At observation, patient of neglect, patient of reproach, and bide his own time, happy enough if he can satisfy himself alone, that this day he has seen something truly.
I just don't believe many people on earth could achieve constant bliss normally. Bliss. Well, it depends on what you mean normally. Thing. I would say people will get themselves no matter what they do, because they will choose themselves. And, you know, sense of something like reincarnation or anything like that. So, your classroom.
Success treads on every right step, for the instinct is sure that prompts him to tell his brother what he thinks. He then learns that going down into the secrets of his own mind, he has descended into the secrets of all minds. He learns that he who has mastered any law in his private thoughts is master to that extent of all men whose language he speaks, and of all whose language his own can be translated. The poet, in utter solitude, remembering his spontaneous thoughts and recording them,
using, like, thinking of like,
that which
okay, does he mean the colloquial sense of suffering?
The orator distrusts at first the fitness of his frank confessions. His want of knowledge of the persons he addresses, until he finds that he is the complement of his hearers, that they drink his words because he fulfills for them their own nature. The deeper he dives in his privatest, secretest presentiment, to his wonder he finds, this is the most acceptable, most public, and universally true. The people delight in it. The better part of every man feels, this is my music, this is myself. In self-trust all the virtues are comprehended. Free should the scholar be, free and brave, free even to the definition of freedom, without any hindrance that does not arise out of his own constitution. Brave, for fear is a thing which a scholar by his very function puts behind him. Fear always springs from ignorance. It is a shame to find if his tranquillity amidst dangerous times arises from the presumption that, like children and women, his is a protected class, or if he seek a temporary peace by the diversion of his thoughts from politics or vexed questions, hiding his head like an ostrich in the flowering bushes, peeping into microscopes, or turning rhymes as a boy whistles to keep up his courage. So is the danger a danger still, so is the fear worse. Manlike, let him turn and face it. Let him look into its eye and search its nature, inspect its origin, see the whelping of this lion, which lies no great way back. He will then find in himself a perfect comprehension of its nature and extent. He will have made his hands meet on the other side, and can henceforth defy it, and pass on superior.
Like I said, symbolism. There's plenty of symbolism in. But yes, that's the thing. In fact, I think sometimes like this one's hard to do because it's not like I wouldn't want to put like my own interpretations on someone else's in regards to like something like dreams. This notion of where you're in a dream and something happens, some sort of recognition of something. Not really recognition that it's a dream, but recognition of maybe who you are instead of whatever role you are in a dream. Where it's like you see the problem. Typically, I guess this would be associated with nightmares, but you see the problem, and instead of like fight or flight, which is like, oh, like shake yourself awake somehow, or you beat the shit out of the fucking thing. Instead, it's like I stop and I just stare at it. Just like staring at it, kind of like the lion. That right there. Granted, I think if he's doing some masonry shit, the lion would definitely be symbolic of the quote-unquote soul, because it's, typically a symbol for the sun.
The world is his, who can see through its pretension. What deafness, what stone-blown custom, what overgrown error you behold is there only by sufferance, by your
Ed,
sufferance.
are you another Batman hater?
See it to be a lie, and you have already dealt it its mortal blow.
Another Batman hater?
Yes, we are the cowed, we the trestless. It is a mischievous notion that we are come late in nature, that the world was finished a long time ago. As the world was plastic and fluid in the hands of God, so
Batman
it is ever
begins,
to so much
okay,
of
not
his
beyond.
attributes as we bring to it. To ignorance and sin it is flint. They adapt themselves to it as they may. But in proportion as a man has anything in him divine, the firmament flows before him and takes his signet and form. Not he is great who can alter matter, but he who can alter my state of mind. They are the kings of the world, who give the color of their present thought and alter my signet and form. Not he is great who can alter matter, but he who can alter my state of mind. They are the kings of...
That's kind of what we're talking about on Wednesday. In the Caesarian video, right? Who's also enjoys Emerson, references him quite a bit. But what was the exact notion? It was, instead of, he was, doing it in a much darker way, much more pessimistic type of way. But he's like, instead of like constantly seeking new adventures, new events to happen, going on like vacation after vacation to have some sort of different change in stimuli, like, why not refresh the mind? Like, oh, a change in mind, or a different perspective from the mind, where it's refreshed and renewed. So when you're in that stressful state, like, man, I just got to get out of here, instead of a change of scenery needing to happen, different atmosphere within your own mind, thus maintaining something like a bliss.
In him divine, the firmament flows before him and takes his signet and form. Not he is great who can alter matter, but he who can alter my state of mind. They are the kings of the world, who give the color of their present thought to all nature and all art, and persuade men by the cheerful serenity of their carrying the matter that this thing which they do is the apple which the ages have desired to pluck, now at last ripe, and inviting nation to the harvest. The great man makes the great thing. Wherever MacDonald sits, there is the head of the table. Linnaeus makes botany the most alluring of studies, and wins it from the farmer and the herbwoman. Davy chemistry, and Cuvier fossils. The day is always his, who works on it with serenity and great aims. The unstable estimates of men crowd to him whose mind is filled with the truth, as a heaped wave of the Atlantic follows the moon. For this self-trust, the reason is deeper than can be fathomed, darker than can be lightened. I might not carry with me the feeling of my audience in stating my own belief, but I have already shown the ground of my hope in adverting it to the doctrine that man is one. I believe man has been wronged. He has wronged himself. He has almost lost the light that can lead him back to his prerogatives. Men are become of no account. Men in history, men in the world of today are bugs, are spawn, and are called the mass, the herd. In a century, in a millennium, one or two men, that is to say, one or two approximations to the right state of every man. All the rest behold in the hero of the poet their own green and crude being ripened. Yes, and are consent to be less, so that may attain to its full nature. What a testimony, full of grandeur, full of pity, is borne to the demands of his nature, by the poor clansman, the poor partisan, who rejoices in the glory of his chief. The poor and low find some amends to their immense moral capacity, for their acquiescence in a political and social inferiority. They are content to be brushed like flies from the path of the great person, so that justice shall be done by him to that common nature which it is the dearest desire of all to see enlarged and glorified. They ascend themselves in the great man's light, and feel it to be their own element. They cast the dignity of man from their downtrodden selves upon the shoulders of a hero, and will perish to add one drop of blood to make that great heart beat, those giant sinews combat and conquer. He lives for us, and we live in him. Men, such as they are, very naturally seek money or power, and power.
Okay. I was gonna ask if he's like considering that thing negative or positive, because I wouldn't like that at all. You know, like each and every one of whoever is supposed to be, like, you're supposed to be the hero, but maybe your superpowers are this. This person's superpowers is this. Superpower.
Sinews combat and conquer. He lives for us, and we live in him.
Freak you, Opeth.
Men, such
Opeth
as they
heard
are,
Batman
very
and
naturally
just ran
seek
out of
money or
nowhere.
power, and power because it is good as money. The spoil, so-called, of office.
Who the fuck is talking
And why
about
not?
Batman?
For they desire to be the highest, and this, in their sleepwalking, they dream is highest. Wake them, and they shall quit the false good, and leap to the true, and leave they dream is and war because it is good as men, such as they are, very naturally seek money or power, and power because it is good as money. The spoil, so-called, of office. And why not? For they desire to be the highest, and this, in their sleepwalking, they dream is highest. Wake them, and they shall quit the false good, and leap to the true, and leave governments to clerks and desks. This revolution is to be wrought by the gradual domestication of the idea of culture. The main enterprise of the world for splendor, for extent, is the upbuilding of a man. Here are the materials strewn along the ground. The private life of one man shall be a more illustrious monarchy, more formidable to its enemy, more sweet and serene in its influence to its friend, than any kingdom in history. For a man rightly viewed comprehendeth the particular natures of all men. Each philosopher, each bard, each actor has only done for me, as by a delegate, what one day I can do for myself. The books which once we valued more than the apple of the eye we have quite exhausted. What is that but saying that we have come up with the point of view which the universal mind took through the eyes of one scribe? We have been that man, and have passed on. First one, then another, we drain all cisterns, and waxing greater by all these supplies, we crave a better and more abundant food. The man has never lived that can feed us ever. The human mind cannot be enshrined in a person who shall set a barrier on any one side to his unbounded, unboundable empire.
This might be off track, but movie Mother comes to mind. Darren Aronofsky. He's the maker of The Wrestler and Black Swan. But in the movie Mother, right, this messianic baby is born, right? And at first, right, it's a very abstract movie. Very, 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 very abstract. But you can see tenets of, like, it's 100% the Christianity lore inside the movie. And at first, it's like this whole house. The house represents like the world of archetypes or something, right? And the mother is like mommy nature, and the father is like God, like the biblical God, like Jehovah or something, like Jay-Z, Jehovah. But all right, so the baby's born, right, and it's supposed to be like the Jesus thing. And what happens is, at first they're passing around like in full war, like, oh, we love you. Everyone's caring and loving, and let me touch him. And then they try to eat him. They do eat him, kill him, eat him, rip him apart. And it's like, is there this thing where like someone who's really, I don't know, like a prophetic character or person or something, like someone who like may fulfill that societal archetype, will they like basically eventually be torn apart, broken, like fucking ripped apart? Not even like on like any type of legit shit either. Just straight up like, we need to make this person a villain now. Like rip them apart, or even just kill them. Like it's too much. Like maybe it could be too much to contain in the mind, or the less. I don't know if it's studious is the right word. Or less psychologically acclimated, where they haven't really dealt with all that shit and they can't bear something being that real in their world at the same time. It was either like psychologically or, you know, publicly torn down, like image and stuff, or straight up physically, like had to get rid of him. And it's like a big finally the world is back to the shitty state that I'm used to. It's a side note, but I'm like wondering if that's like if that's a thing. That's like a trend. Sorry to bring up Batman again, but die and be a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Right? And you got two different versions of that in the Dark Knight movie, right? You got Harvey Dent seeing himself, I am becoming a villain, and I'm seeing myself do it. And you have the Bruce Wayne character, or the Batman character, who's seeing himself, as far as the image from other people, become the villain. I need to fulfill this role as a villain for people because they can't handle. What do we say? If Jesus floated down, they might just kill him. And that goes beyond just the creepy military industrial complex motherfuckers. That could be your average Joe walking around. I can't bear this. Get rid of him. Yeah. Might hear a collective sigh. Not from everyone. I think you see a lot of, no, why would you do that? Like, people are really upset. But then you see others are like, no. Then once they get home by themselves, like, I don't have to think about this anymore. Go on with my fucking day. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a YouTube channel about it. How great he was. Just throwing that idea out there.
It is one central fire which, flaming out of the lips of Etna, lightens the capes of Sicily, and now out the throats of Vesuvius illuminates the towers and vineyards of Naples. It is one light which beams out of 1,000 stars. It is one soul which animates all men. But I have dwelt perhaps tediously upon this abstraction of the scholar. I ought not to delay any longer to add what I have to say, of nearer reference to the time and to this country. Historically, there is thought to be a difference in the ideas which predominate over successive epochs, and there are data for marking the genius of the classic, the romantic, and now the reflective or philosophic age. With the views I have intimated of the oneness or the identity of the mind through all individuals, I do not yet dwell on these differences. In fact, I believe each individual passes through all three. The boy is a Greek, the youth romantic, the adult reflective. I deny not, however, that a revolution in the leading idea may be distinctly enough traced. Our age is bewildered.
Right, if you're gonna break them into those three separate categories, you better say that the whole man contains all of it and brings it all forth.
As the age of introversion. Must that needs be evil? We, it seems, are critical. We are embarrassed with second thoughts. We cannot enjoy anything for hankering to know whereof the pleasure consists. We are lined with eyes. We see with our feet. The time is infected with hamlets and happiness, sicklied over with the pale cast of thought. Is it so bad then? Sight is the last thing to be pitied. Would we be blind? Do we fear lest we should outsee nature and God and drink truth dry? I look upon the discontent of the literary class as a mere announcement of the fact that they find themselves not in the state of mind of their fathers, and regret the coming state as untried, as a boy dreads the water before he has learned that he can swim. If there is any period one should desire to be born in, is it not the age of revolution, when the old and new stand side by side and admit of being compared, when the energies of all men are searched by fear and by hope, when the historic glories of the old can be compensated by the rich possibilities of the new era? This time, like all times, is a very good one, if we but know what to do with it. I read with joy some of the auspicious signs of the coming days as they glimmer already through poetry and art, through philosophy and science, through church and state. One of these signs is the fact that the same movement which effected the elevation of what was called the lowest class in the state assumed in literature a very marked and as benign an aspect. Instead of the sublime and the beautiful, the near, the low, the common was explored and poeticized. That which has been negligently trodden underfoot by those who are harnessing and provisioning themselves for long journeys into far countries is suddenly found to be richer than all foreign parts. The literature of the poor, the feelings of the child, the philosophy of the street, the meaning of the house life, are the topics of the same. It is a great stride. It is a sign, is it not, of new vigor, when the extremities are made active, when currents of warm life run into the hands and the feet. I ask not for the great, the remote, the romantic, what is doing in Italy or Arabia, what is Greek art, provincial minstrelsy. I embrace the common. I explore and sit at the feet of the familiar, the low. Give me insight into today, and you may have the antique and future worlds. What would we really know the meaning of? The meal in the firkin, the milk in the pan, the ballad in the street, the news of the boat, the glance of the eye, the form and the gait of the body. Show me the ultimate reasons for these matters. Show me the sublime presence of the highest spiritual cause lurking, as always it does, in these suburbs and extremities of nature. Let me see every trifle bristling with polarity that ranges it instantly on an eternal law. And the shop, the plough, and the ledger refer to the like cause by which light undulates and poets sing, and the world lies no longer a dull Miscellanean lumber room, but has form and order. There is no trifle, there is no puzzle, but one design unites and animates the farthest pinnacle and the lowest trench. This idea has inspired the genius of Goldsmith, Burns, Cowper, and in a newer time of Goethe, Wordsworth, and Carlyle. This idea they have differently followed and with various success. In contrast with their writings, the style of Pope, of Johnson, of Gibbon look cold and pedantic. This writing is blood-warm. Man is surprised to find that things near are not less beautiful and wondrous than things remote. The near explains the far. The drop is a small ocean. And man is related to all nature. This perception of the worth of the vulgar is fruitful in discoveries. Goethe, in this very thing, the most modern of the moderns, has shown us, as none ever did, the genius of the ancients. There is one man of genius who has done much for this philosophy of life, whose literary value has never yet been rightly estimated. I mean Emanuel Swedenborg. The most imaginative of men, yet writing with the precision of a mathematician, he endeavors to engraft a pure philosophical ethics on the popular Christianity of his time. Such an attempt, of course, must have difficulty, which no genius could surmount, but he saw and showed the connection between nature and the affections of the soul. He pierced the emblematic or spiritual character of the visible, audible, tangible world. Especially did his shade-loving muse hover and interpret the lower parts of nature. He showed the mysterious bond that allies moral evil to the foul material forms, and has given in epical parables a theory of insanity, of beasts, of unclean and fearful things. Another sign of the times, also marked by an analogous political movement, is the new importance given to the single person. Everything that tends to insulate the individual, to surround him with barriers of natural respect, so that each man shall feel the world is his, the man shall treat with man as a sovereign state with a sovereign state, tends to true union as well as greatness. I learned, said the melancholy Pestalozzi, that no man in God's wide earth is either willing or able to help any other man. Help must come from the bosom alone. The scholar is that man who must take up into himself all the ability of the time, all the contributions of the past, all the hopes of the future. He must be a university of knowledges. If there be one lesson more than another which shall pierce his ear, it is, the world is nothing, the man is all. In yourself is the law of all nature, and you know not yet how a globule of sap ascends. In your
It sounds a lot like, well, the core ideas of it. You'll find this sounds a lot like Manly Palmer Hall, for sure. Even though he ventured off into even weirder stuff, as far as the pyramids and all that shit. I think like aliens and, but his notion of aliens weren't like, not like physical, but like I don't know, like spiritual aliens in a way.
Pierce's ear. It is.
Like
The
Hermes
world is nothing.
Trismus
The man is all.
Say
In
his
yourself is the law of all
name.
nature, and you know not yet how a globule of sap ascends. In yourself slumbers the whole of reason. It is for you to know all. It is for you to dare all. Mr. President and gentlemen, this confidence in the unsearched might of man belongs, by all motives, by all prophecy, by all preparation, to the American scholar. We have listened too long to the courtly muses of Europe. The spirit of the American freeman is already suspected to be timid, imitative, tame. Public and private avarice make the air we breathe thick and fat. The scholar is decent, indolent, complacent. See already the tragic consequence. The mind of this country, taught to aim at low objects, eats upon itself. There is no work for any but the decorous and the complacent. Young men of the fairest promise, who begin life upon our shores, inflated by the mountain
I don't know the
winds,
names of all of
shined
them,
upon
but
by the stars of
listen to
God,
it.
find the earth below not in unison with these, but are hindered from action by the disgust which the principles
Over
in which
10
business is managed
different Manly
inspire,
P. Hall
and turn
lectures.
drudges or die of disgust, some of them suicides. What is the remedy? They do not yet see, and thousands of young men as hopeful now crowding to the barriers of the career do not yet see, that if the single man plant himself indomitably on his instincts, and there abide, the huge world will come round to him. Patience, patience. With the shades of all the good and great for company, and for solace the perspective of your own infinite life, and for work the study of the communication of principles, and making those instincts prevalent, the conversion of the world. Is it not a chief disgrace in the world not to be a unit, not to be reckoned one character, not to yield that peculiar fruit which each man was created to bear, but to be reckoned in the gross, in the hundred, or the thousand, of the party, the section to which we belong, and our opinion predicted geographically as the north or the south? Not so, brothers and friends. Please God, ours shall not be so. We will walk on our own feet. We will work with our own hands. We will speak our own minds. The study of letters shall be no longer a name for pity, for doubt, and for sensual indulgence. The dread of man and love of man shall be a wall of defense and a wreath of joy around all. A nation of men will for the first time exist, because each believes himself inspired by the divine soul, which also inspires all men. End of The American Scholar. Recording by Daniel Christopher June. You may visit my website at perfectidius.com. That's perfectidius.com.
I think his best essays are Compensation, Self-Reliance, Pickles, this one. And very flowery language from obviously a different time period, but also for me a different genre. That's how I feel about it. Like certain things that I'll see in film, others might see in literature, that I might not see in literature. But they could be damn near the same fucking core concept. Or a lecture, like I'm better with hearing words, and I'll get lost sometimes when I'm reading. I'll read like a line and then start thinking and then be like, oh, I lost the context of what was being said here. As much as I ramble out loud, I ramble in loud too. Alright. Oh, jeez. Christ. Cuddy. All right, Matt Hunter said what, the 15, up to the 15 and 20 mark? For sure, I'm speeding this up. Extra crispy. Papa sodas. Hello, culture. Probably a lot of Latin in 1909. College graduate had to have 2 years of Latin. Someone tells me like iconoclastic type guys like that would obviously they have their writings and shit like that, but they'd want it to be out there more. They'd dabble in different mediums, get their words out to the world. I think so. And do something like a recorded, like kind of like what Manly Palmer Hall was doing, where it's like, oh, I'm sitting in a room, or even like a Krishnamurti, sitting in a room, right, and I have an audience here. I can get some sort of feedback from them. I can answer their questions. Or I can just sit and fucking say what I gotta say. Alright, is Matt Hunter here? If you're here, I'll play this. If not, keep it moving. Couple minutes. I have a feeling. Huh? Wonder if he's what's use. Oh, he is here. Okay. What's useful of it? He said, try to just really get the Plato or the other authors when they are their best. Fontaine said a bunch of. Gonna type all that. Thank you again. What's up, Tender? You pussies, I am out here. Nobody wants to play, but genuinely best wishes. Only the good things you do. Suggestion, do some positive content too. You gossipy fucks. Oh, yeah. Positive content. I started with Bliss. Were you not here? Title was called Bliss. Yeah. Let it play at normal speed. The voice factors. Oh. The voice factors in. Stop it. You need intelligible argument, Hunter, not aesthetics. Make your case for whatever the fuck you claim to make a case for. Anyways, here we go.
She's about to explain to you guys about her gay son and how he got to be gay and all this dick in the booty she was talking about me, saying that I sleep with white men. Now she's going to turn around and explain to you about how her gay son is gay. Now, for those of you who are watching or just coming into the show, she had a so-called...
I just want to say, your content not makes sense, bro. Shit you're into does not make sense. Well, neither does mine, really. I'll watch some lecture on this, but then also watch Call of Duty hacking video. All right, here we go.
Called viral video that went viral, and this was the video that went viral, and she's proud of it, and the only thing she's upset about is she says that people did not give her
Oh, she's on
credit
fucking
for
Marxist?
this video.
What? Yeah, I like it up there. It's all right.
They're on now?
I'm just being in the house all the time. This all you do is be on Snapchat courting ass.
Wash out. Fantasy headline. Oh, okay, they're a little delayed. Fuck, where is it? Where is it? Alright, here we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you though. I gotta go take a bath. I'm about to call you right back. Then I got shit. I'm gonna call you right back. Alright, I'm gonna call you. God damn, shit, talking bitch. Get out my mouth, Katie.
Oh, Mama asked them. That's why you gotta go take a bath.
Mom! That's the video with her gay son. So after calling me all these gay names and saying I was molested by my mom and everything else, watch.
So she called, she was like, Trees, you need to watch him. I said, oh, I already knew, you know, what time it was, Teresa. I know I've been getting on his behind about it. She was like, girl, he gonna tell me what she was a girl because he seen, you know, because girls get nice stuff and they got, you know, just the way he told my sister that too, y'all. Because girls get nice stuff and this and that. I just wish I was a girl. So I was like, you know, I got on his behind about that. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I whooped his ass about a lot of stuff. And then there was times when I used to get calls about him touching on boys or boys and him getting caught touching on each other. I beat his ass butt ass naked for that. Toe his ass.
Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight.
Black girl,
she was just talking about how messed up it is that people would do certain things punching on people. She just turned around and spoke about her son doing it with other little kids in school. And you whooped a 2-year-old's ass because you thought that made sense. You beat a 2-year-old.
Nothing unreal exists. Therein lies the piece of God.
What's up? My homeboy right there beat his ass. He said he beat his son just for touching on the mother. They were playing football. He hit a boy on his ass. He said, I beat my son ass about that shit.
Y'all, this is the black dynamic. I beat my son ass. And everything I don't like, I beat my son ass. But Tommy put up a picture that I don't like. He need to be killed. But I beat my son ass. And I beat my son. And I beat my.
My homeboy stand right there while I beat the fuck out of my son. Not about that shit though. So as
There's actually an NFL player got in a lot of trouble for doing that. His name's Adrian Peterson. For hitting his son. Cutting the switch. Got in a lot of trouble for that. Huh? Oh, he just said it. That I did that. Thanking her. But I get it. Tommy's old, so he doesn't know. Tommy's old and has an agenda, so he doesn't know. But let's keep playing.
As he got older, he tried his hardest to hide it because he knew his mama didn't want this. He tried his hardest to be the boy that he wanted to be. But whenever I turned my back, Aiden and Kaden now, when they was 2 years old, Courtney was in here twerking. Courtney was twerking, mommy. I beat his ass for that. He was about, what, 8 then? Because he's 6 years older than them. I tore his ass up for that. Okay, as he got older, we moved to Georgia. He did stuff with, you know, my homegirl's daughters. He always tried to pretend in his...
I'm not even trying to be funny. Somebody keep pointing out that she reminds him of T.S. Madison. Do you understand that T.S. Madison is more feminine than this so-called woman? Do y'all understand this? T.S. Madison is more feminine than an actual female. That you can look at T.S. Madison and probably find T.S. Madison more attractive than an actual female. And this is the black community. This fucker that's talking about beat all day.
Friends will be like, the little girls that he went with, they'll come around, and I seen it. I still seen that he was gay. But I tried my hardest to keep him from going that way. But his little friends will come over and be like, Courtney ain't gay.
Your son the only female in the house. Your son the only one that's got estrogen in the whole house.
And stuff like that. The little girl, but I don't.
Your son the only one that has feminine tendencies in the whole house.
like Courtney because he act gay and, you know, and he be talking, you know, like a girl. And I used to get on him. The fuck you talking like a girl for? Like, this how I'm talking to him. And it's
like, this how I'm talking to him. You want your son to be masculine, but you won't be effeminate. Think about it. Look at the irony in this. You want your son to be masculine, all while you making dick face. All while you sound like any old nigga on the streets. Think about it. Jesus Christ.
Chance, what the fuck you acting like a girl for, bitch? Like, I'm just how strict I was. I used to go the fuck in on him because I didn't want him to be this way. And he be looking like scared, like I wasn't. It was, you know, he trying to cover himself. Why? He, you know, acting like he didn't know what to say because he know I didn't like it. So as he got older, you know, he still was hiding. He was trying to act like he liked girls, this and that, and still trying to play it off like I'm not like that. You know what I'm saying? I kept him under me, so he wasn't able to be trying to mess with no boys or nothing like that. I had to keep him under me because I didn't know what Courtney was going to do. You know what I'm saying? I had an uncle I grew up in the house with that was gay. You know, he ended up dying of AIDS. Courtney seen this. I even told Courtney about this. I said, I could get in this. The fuck you want to die of AIDS? This how I was. Now I'm going to keep it real with y'all.
So she said, the fuck you want to die of AIDS? Why she got kids with several different people? Yeah, because the only people who get AIDS are gay people. Y'all see this, right? Y'all hear this, right? This is the logic she's teaching her son. Don't be gay because you'll end up with AIDS. But her daughters can...
Yeah, nah, it was like... trash. Like, see, Matt doesn't get that. We look at him like... We look at the Tommy guy sideways because it's like... Is this what you do? You're living? You make a living off of it. SotomayorEntertainment.com. Like, Matt can't tell when someone's playing a character and shit, bro. Oh, yeah. What's up, swag? How about wanting your child to be wanna be? Exactly. As much as her shit's disgraceful, the guy who, like a fucking vulture, looks for this shit, scours the internet looking for it. I'm not gonna say you suck more, but you definitely suck. I can see why people would look at you extra sideways. Anyways.
Go and do whatever they want to do. Damn. Look at your uncle. He grew up with he had AIDS. Look at him. You want to be gay? You'll get AIDS.
I hope you have a 3-year membership for his website. I hope he's just robbing you.
I said, bitches will take advantage of you.
He talk like any old man. Are you gonna die of AIDS or something? I said, bitches will take advantage of you. This is your mother talking to you.
Motherfuckers gonna try to give you that shit. You know what I'm saying? I used to get him what you want to be. You know, I used to get in his chest like talk shit. I don't want to be gay. I don't want to be gay. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be gay. That's what he was saying to me as a child. I don't want to be this way. I'm not, you know, I'm not gay. You'll go to, okay.
Yeah, I know plenty of male Courtneys. One of the, you remember the guys that I said one of them name was Tyrone, with the other twin, his name was Courtney, and they used to call him CP. His name was Courtney, and he was named after his daddy. He was CP the 4th. His daddy was CP the 3rd. Courtney Paris.
You know what I'm saying? So we leave it at that. As DCF ended up taking him, and the little boy that he used to come to my house, I used to feel like something ain't right. Motherfuckers, they sleeping in the room together. Because I already knew. Y'all ain't sleeping in a room together. He's sleeping his ass on this couch. Because he told me, yeah, I ain't trust you. Yeah, I ain't trust it. I say, no, he got to sleep in here. You sleep in your room.
So she had to worry about where her son slept because she knew her son was going to be taking dick at a young age.
So as he got older, DCF ended up taking him. He went over to his grandma's house.
So as he got older, DCF ended up taking him. You know how they just don't tell the story correct. So, you know, as he got older, DCF ended up taking him, you know. And so, you're not going to tell us why I got it.
You know, she allowed him to be free.
Not hard to find videos like that. Really how many?
You know what I'm saying? He able to do if he want to talk to boy.
How many? Then tell me how many
Oh, you couldn't tell her.
black women there are in
She
America.
seen it as a child. She say, "Oh, he still act."
And you'll find a very, very, very small
Blaming the grandma
percentage.
now.
And then you'll be
You
like,
talk shit about my mom and grandma.
now I
You
see your
talking about
point,
your own
Jordan.
mom. Yeah, ain't shit hoe.
That means I'm
A
looking
lot
for
of your
this
family,
shit.
your daddy definitely ain't with the gay shit. You already know he hate gay shit.
So that's her son that she's talking to right now in the background. That's him.
Huh?
Right, Vincent. Him want some milk and cookies.
Yeah, I know.
He hate the snitch shit. He got 30 years of feds. Ain't finna tell on them nigga. If your daddy would have been here, you still probably would have been there where you just would have hid it till you was grown. Because you know that he didn't like that. And you would have had to play that off to make him happy. You know what I'm saying? Because your daddy definitely wouldn't, probably, I don't know what he's going to do.
His daddy, she said, is doing 30 years fed time.
I can't say. Once he get old, when he get out, you'll be in your 20, 29, 27, 28. Hopefully he accept it. Hopefully he forgive and let it go. Because
when he get out here, you'll be 20-something, 28, 20, something like that, and hopefully he'll accept it. The boy is 12. She's holding this conversation with 12-year-old.
he's still his child. If he would have been out, I was going to let your daddy have you and raise you. Sure enough would have. Because I seen that. And I wanted to stop it. I wanted to help you. You know what I'm saying? I want to see you. I know you're going to be a fine, handsome young man. It's fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know you're going to be a fine, handsome young man. It's fuck. Who speaks to that 12-year-olds like this?
You could get plenty with me. But it ain't nothing I could do. I done prayed about it. I done talked to him. I done beat him. I done said all kind of stuff. But that's why I had to learn to accept it. Because regardless of me being hard on him, I could be hard on him right now. I could snap. I could put a gun in his head. Bitch, you ain't gonna be gay. And he could pretend like he ain't gonna be gay. But once he get older, he gonna still bring that out. And then people say, who fault it is? You got motherfucking grown-ass men around here in Florida, Sarasota, want to say who fault it is for of a child being homosexual. Who fault it is? You dumbass nigga. You know how many people, you know what I'm saying, raise their children with a husband in the house and they came out to be whatever they is, women, gay.
There's like certain logic, like, think of the mind state to record a video and then share it on the internet for strangers to see. Think about the personality type I would already do. I'm sure there's plenty of moms that would flinch for a gay son or gay daughter or something. 100%. But this is, no, don't turn the speed up. Listen to her voice. You need the voice in there, too. Extremely common in the projects. Give me a percentage. Give me a percentage. See, I know that type of thinking too. I know that type of thinking. And I know this is the case. How come? Or what? All people I know. I've seen it a couple times. Anyways.
Hey, me and gay, whatever.
Are you going to act like you didn't just say in the video prior talking about me that because of me, my daughter's going to end up being whores? You don't remember this? You said that my daughters are going to end up being whores because of me?
Oh, she's a content creator. Gotcha. There's no way, like... That, it could be, I'm making this up for content. Possibility as well. How many of those steroided black dudes do you really think support Trump? Or do they see like, oh fuck, people like this one? There's a lot of them out there. Now should I walk around saying, every steroided black dude, they love Trump? Oh, she went at Tommy first? Wow. Here's the thing, like I'm not giving credit to one of these. First she made a video about Tommy first, gave back straight. Oh, okay, so he didn't seek her out. He seeks out content like her, but she happened to contact him this time. Yeah. Yeah. What you're telling me is Tommy would never have looked for this. He just in this case, you know, Tommy typically doesn't look for videos and stuff like this. Right? This all happens because he made a video about him. And you know, he doesn't back down from anything. Anyways.
Hey, you ain't born with that. You don't know what the fuck going on. When I carry this child, he got more estrogen from me than he got testosterone, whatever that shit is. How you say it? Testosterone.
That bitch said testosterone. That nigga got testosterone. You said he got more estrogen from you. No, he didn't get it from you because you don't have any. You got a bunch of testosterone. That bitch got that testosterone. I got a gang
Content
of
creation is
testosterone.
a moneymaker, man. They do have a fucking personality.
So much testosterone.
Shit, I don't know how to say that shit. I know how I look when I see it. But he got more estrogen from his mom to where he feel like he's a girl. I carried him, and I didn't know this. I learned this in the class because I didn't know what it was. Basically, they were saying what happened with him is whatever I was going through while carrying him, it was getting to him. I was homeless. I was selling crack. I didn't sleep for 3-4 days. I was running out the car selling dope, pregnant with this baby, man.
I was running out the car selling dope, pregnant with this baby. I was homeless. Boy, stop. You was selling pussy, but you won't say that.
Smoking weed, drinking. You know,
she was smoking weed, drinking, all this while pregnant.
Yeah, the content creator. Smell it a mile away.
Admitting to this, and she's not in jail.
He had no reason to say any of that. It's like content. Good content.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? I was homeless with him. I slept on hard-ass floors. I went through hell carrying him. I wasn't eating right. See, y'all want to say this. The mama is the reason why the mother two ain't gay. Why the mother two boys up there ain't gay.
They asked me to sing it. Fine, I'll sing it. My heart belongs to testosterone. It's all in my blood.
That looks like any Tim Black.
The truth about testosterone. It's always on the That's testosterone. The truth about testosterone, it's a sweet old girl, about the sweetest little girl in the whole wide world. It make the toughest own boy fall deep in love. See, when you got testosterone, it's gonna fuck your boy up. He might lay down with the kids and grab they ass. You know they have to kick his gay ass out the class, cause he don't have testosterone.
Kinda sing.
Testosterone is so right. I think he's gonna have it.
If he worked on it, he could probably be like a singer.
He got testosterone. He got testosterone. For some odd reason, though, to hear this shit make a nigga want some pasta. But just testosterone.
With the gay shit. You already know he hate gay shit. He hate the snitch shit. He got 30 years of feds. Ain't finna tell on that nigga. If your daddy would have been here, you still probably would have been that way. You just would have hid it till you was grown. Because you know that he didn't like that. And you would have had to play that out to make him happy. You know what I'm saying? Because your daddy definitely wouldn't. Probably, I don't know what he's going to do. I can't say. Once he get old, when he get out, he'll be in your 20, 29, 27, 28. Hopefully he accept it. Hopefully he forgive and let it go because you're still his child. If he would have been out, I was going to let your daddy have you and raise you. Sure enough would have.
Listen to these two talk about Corona.
I wanted to help
for
you.
an hour.
You know what I'm saying? I want to see
for
you.
An hour or
I know
two.
you're going to be a fine, handsome young man. It's fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could get plenty women. But it ain't nothing I could do. I done prayed about
Yes, for those who don't know, she is talking directly to the sun. She's talking directly to the sun, like one of them Aztecs. She's talking right to the sun. The sun is in her face right now. Listen. For those who have not bought tickets to see the show, please go buy tickets to see me live. If you think I'm funny right here, I'm hilarious in person. At least I believe so. So if you could go and buy tickets to see me anywhere live, it would be an awesome thing. Make sure you go buy the tickets in the comment section. Also, we're at $838.78. That means we're $83.
All right, here's your first 15. Should come see me live. He looks for silly people on the internet, makes content off, and sells tickets to see him live. You can't make this shit up. All right. Next. Oh my god. Much king swag. Oh shit, they're alive, right?
Making excuses like, oh, maybe they're just hanging out with the wrong people, whatever it may be.
New York and California pressure
so
bad. Eddie Griffin, NBA players push back.
I'm not.
Infrastructure.
I'm not good at that. So.
And I'm not trying to like.
And I don't want to be.
I'm not like trying to throw dirt on them and say like.
Get your audio right, Marcus.
Into some kind of hustle or whatever. Well, I won't put that past Nick. But the rest of them, I believe that they're mostly honest actors. I just feel, in my own opinion, personally, I feel like the game is basically rigged, and I feel like I don't know why that's not obvious to see at this point. Some people are still thinking, well, if we get, some more pressure on AOC, and, I know that she's not doing this or doing that, but if we can just pressure this person and that person and this person, we can get some stuff that, and I'm like,
structure.
Yeah, whatever. And then you have
American California pressure. Eddie Griffin / NBA players push back.
Communism and all of that stuff. And so I just feel like you guys are all fighting a large uphill battle that's going nowhere.
Well, I don't necessarily have a problem with the concept of communism for me personally, as far as like if it's done in a non.
I never heard you attack.
I guess people think about it as like an authoritarian, like inherently, which is
like a stand-up comedian.
I think that is incorrect. It's more like the idea of it is actually more about personal freedom. In the way that I.
He's just comedian, entertainer.
I guess it's all about like what something means to you, or like your intentions behind it, right?
Why do you argue so fervently
like, it's not so much
for what
about,
the fuck you say?
If you're about like social engineering and changing people's behavior or whatever, then because you think that they need incentives for this and that, then
I thought the guy
I'm not down with that.
I can believe that. I mean,
however,
found a niche, right?
If it's coming from more of like a place of I guess you could even call it
capitalize off this,
just humanity and like rooted.
My bad. I thought he was like a
principles where you want to like take care of people.
Trying to explain what's happening in the world.
Someone's individuality, but it's like
I'm
you're
to find
not
out
also
he's
just
just an
thinking about
entertainer
yourself
the
so
whole
much
time.
that you abandon everybody else and everything else. There's a balance, right? And of course, it starts with you, but like you can't forget about the people around you, just because you're concentrating on your own happiness. So that's kind of where I come from with that.
Baby alone,
but not so much this is what we need in order for people to act this way or that way.
Sorry,
more
guys,
just
I told Matt
like have some fucking compassion for other people, and you can start with yourself, right? Have some compassion for you, because I guess if you can't do that, then you can't do it for other people.
For gay frogs.
So
Alex Jones.
That's just kind of where I come at with that. So I don't know. I know people have their own issues with communism. Maybe they came from a communist country and they didn't have, they had a terrible, I don't know, just like an upbringing there, or they just, things were bad. And it's not to say that it's just because their government was bad or because communism was bad that happened. It could also just be like there were corrupt people, right, that were dealing with that, or that were in the head of government, or that there were pressures that were coming from the outside as well that also influenced certain things. So there's just a lot to
still trying and still falling so short.
It's too simple to say that it's either like oh it's just capitalism, that's the problem, that's it, or it's just communism, that's the problem, it's like it's the same thing. So that's just kind of the angle that I come at it. But when I do kind of critique like economic systems or structures, I normally talk about neoliberal policies, because you can literally trace that to like the Chicago School and like how they started things in Chile and whatnot. So you can talk about like there's specific policies that you can talk about, or specific schools of thought, and not just reduce everything to end communism or end capitalism, and then everything will be fine.
So much.
That's kind of where I come at it.
Contradiction.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't look at any system per se as actually necessarily evil.
Ignorance is not bliss.
Fascism, yes.
It's a catchy phrase I've heard through many times, but it's not.
That's the
Not
intention,
by my
right?
definition of bliss.
Of it.
In fact, that'd be the exact opposite.
To control
Ignorance.
and dominate. But like for a while, I considered myself an Epicurious. You familiar with that?
No, tell me.
Epicureanism is actually the genesis of where communism actually roots out from. It goes back to the Greek philosopher Epicurus. Epicurus actually lived in a commune with only his friends and brothers.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
He didn't believe in getting married and things like that.
Oh,
but
geez.
they lived in a basically equal shared communal relationship with each other, where everybody was equal. Everybody got along, and everybody tried to work to better the whole community as a whole. My problem with
The thing outside of the box is
communism,
scrutinize and calmly not be. Some don't need language. Light but grounded and down to earth. Speak to the smart kids in the class for a moment.
then it starts defeating the point of being all equal. So I don't feel like we actually have any actual real examples of communism actually period in the world, because there's always these levels of stratification, and as long as you have these levels of stratification, you can't actually completely have equality, because somebody always has more privilege. That doesn't mean that I think the systems are wrong. And I feel like even like Mao and some of those people who tried to push it, Lenin, the problem is they turn into authoritarians. It's the authoritarianism which it is when things start going off the rails. And that's the problem which you have in fascism. That's the problem you have in authoritarian socialism, authoritarian communism, authoritarian capitalism. It's all about that authoritarian at the top who starts pushing their will per se. Kelly, we have oh shit, it's still not in there. Sorry, let me go back and see. I thought I sent it. Maybe I'm just messing up. I put it in the. I think I put it in the wrong one. Sorry.
Sorry.
My team. I'm the goofball here. I screwed up again. But yes, there's the link. Emmanuel and Elle will be joining us. And then we'll get into more of these topics that we have on our hands. We do have a bunch.
I can't not laugh at that picture.
Go back to that.
The fucking like Nick brought a ferret or some shit, bro. That shit wrecks my life.
Our special guest, which
fucking
I'm so
prop,
happy and
bro.
excited to have, Seb Solomon,
Oh shit.
also known as Red Sea Cactus on Twitter. If you guys are not following her, make sure you follow her. And also on the Discord, she is known as Duck Nasty. And so always give him a lot of hell.
The nastiest hater, yes.
The nastiest hater. Hate. Hell yeah. And Allie is always in there too, you know. Ruckus Bunch, always having a lot of fun. So please, if you guys aren't on the Discord, in YellBRo's Discord, it is kind of like the Wild Wild West. You guys can
Q Elmo.
Say whatever you feel like saying, even if you're a complete dipshit or asshole like Dubster is.
And Dubster, you famous, bro.
I mean, he's just, the reason why I said it, because he literally, whether you are a Democrat or not, he decides.
Hey, I might close with the Alex Jones dance mix. I don't know.
Even though
I'm familiar.
I haven't voted for anybody I voted for Bernie in the primaries.
Emblem, that fucking Nick Bronish is ridiculously funny,
like
bro. It's like, oh, it's like a ferret or a weasel or some shit. It's just a picture of it. I'm like, what is that, bro? I can't help but laugh, bro. Oh, that shit's funny.
I think you were cutting off just for a second there at the very end.
Does it not let me?
There you are.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I see L. Hi, L.
Sup?
There we go.
I need to add a little more Bliss themes to my...
There we go. L is
Maybe I do play the Joseph Campbell.
And I imagine
Follow your bliss.
My apologies, L.
That's more like talking about following your bliss as opposed to
It is me. It's not L's fault.
bliss itself.
L is normally here before.
Best things are like
And
movies,
so
man.
That's when I noticed. If L's not here, I must have did something wrong.
One I can think of would be
The other topics that we have.
this movie called Whip It, where the tagline is "Become your own hero," and the character's name is Bliss.
We're not
Bliss
going to go
Cavender.
into too much detail. I did say that I was going to do.
Here goes. What's up, man?
I'm going to do like a little
lady.
brief statement, or I guess.
Where's that pic at?
statement
It's in my
and
Discord.
disclaimer, in talking about some of these things.
Fucking
We
propaganda.
have, California, Gavin Newsom, what he's doing out here. Eddie Griffin had a statement.
Oh, that shit's
was,
funny.
Pretty interesting, which I loved and enjoyed. NBA players are pushing back and force more, and you guys heard some of them more a little bit earlier. And I see Thomas in there. Hey, Thomas, brother, how we doing? I'm going to be careful. I guess I'll start off with saying that we are going to be as careful as we can. I'm not going to be really, as far as COVID.
I needed to hear the word
we're gonna have
manifest.
to cover almost like straight, boring news.
Oh, is it something I was talking about but couldn't find the word for it?
And take it that you all know how we feel about it. You all know that that basically, even though you don't see it, but it's almost like an invisible axe hanging over our heads if we say anything wrong. So even if we're reading articles, and this is what
You
I
have
was
wasted no
explaining
time filling my seat hole.
with
Wait,
Emmanuel
what?
and Chris. I've talked about it a little bit with
You
Elle.
dirty freak, Candy.
Even if we're citing from articles,
Check out Cannabis Sativa on YouTube
watch list, all we have to do is say something like,
for marijuana
"Well, you know, that's
activism,
bullshit, but you know this person's
activism,
and
activism,
that's-
and
that-
more.
That's all they need. It's kind of like when they're watching you so hard, they're waiting for you to not give that one disclaimer, even though it's obvious that you're speaking on your own opinion, that you're not trying to spread any medical information, any of that. They are looking for
Great
a reason
quality
to get rid of you. And so that's something that we had been having before.
Okay, in regards to
Elle
my
joined the
Bliss.
show also, and we had kind of already been a little bit self-censoring ourselves. And for those who have followed our show for, the
Yes, it is
years and
light, bro.
change that we've been around,
It
know
is.
how much censorship trouble that we've had, especially with YouTube. So
Be chill and trust me.
surprised that our channel is one of those that's targeted that they would like to, bump out of the way.
Want to find a little more Bliss stuff,
We will say things and allude and let you guys figure. I mean, and in Discord and other platforms, you guys know.
I said
we speak
certified
a lot more
freak,
freely.
7 days a week. Make that
Normally, I
full
would
out
be with
game
the
week.
mindset of saying, throw caution to the
I'm good.
wind
I'm good.
and just going ahead and do it.
Yeah.
But because there are so many other stories which are vitally important also,
Ooh-ha.
I want to be able to try to get out some of these messages, even if we have to,
A couple more
subcensor
minutes of
ourselves
this,
a little bit
Sean.
in another area, because
Then we'll keep it
I
moving.
feel like there are not platforms.
I might even look for
that
one.
are
Let me see.
talking about some of the things that we go into, especially when we start going into the Great Reset.
I feel like I should have more recorded videos.
201 and how I like to go into, or as Elle calls them, the predator class. And when we start breaking down all of the things which are going on as far as them buying up land all over the place, some of the stuff that's going on with crops, some of the stuff that Monsanto is doing, some of these, a lot of these other things that I feel they're just as important as what's going on day to day.
Not learning flowery language to
COVID
use
stuff.
it, but
And so
use this
I don't want to
entangle,
go. I
mantle it.
don't want to throw caution completely to the wind on something like that, especially when most of our audience is.
That's
already
right.
in
I was
agreement
James the
with
Ghoul.
Our stances on the COVID stuff. I just want to be able to inform them of the next, the next angle or the next wrinkle, which they're doing without getting into a situation where it looks like we're pontificating.
I hear that. More words would
or,
be
you know,
better for
giving medical
communication, but
misinformation.
sometimes it can enter a realm where it's where like it's so like kind of like the Emerson shit, right? Where it's like so literary on point that people are like, what? What are you saying?
To be very careful, and some of these
I'll be able to talk to the full spectrum.
Not really go too hardcore into. And so we'll just kind of
where usually typically metaphor comes.
And when it goes into some of the data stuff,
damn.
Yes, they didn't say anything about us not being able to link the articles in the chat. So the fact that we still have the ability to do that, I will use that. They can't send. I mean, the audience has the right to say whatever.
Wolpeth and your fucking racism,
so
bro.
I don't see how they can.
You gotta say no Kramer, and then it. When you say no Kramer, it's okay, but
especially
or that.
If somebody wanted to put information to allude more towards what you guys know, we more than likely agree with or support. Hint, hint, wink, wink. But that said, what did we want to start with? I got a couple of stories. Elle has a story that about the World Health Organization, which I definitely am. I'm not even going to introduce it. Anything.
What do you mean? Because Dark Knight is easier? I mean, easier to understand or easier to talk about darker stuff? I don't know. What you mean, Swag?
And bring us on the loop to. I didn't even. That's why I still feel like we still need to let everyone know all of these different things that are going on here and there.
It's not double racism. That's canceling out anything that might be conceived as racist. You'd say no Kramer at the end.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Unless you're trying to be racist, then you say yes, Kramer.
Shoot. Special guest, we got the tandem in here. Daly in the building too.
Oh yes, you finally made it.
My phone will quit playing with me. See, this is. I know that I'm not on.
Do it again.
I'm not on my Wi-Fi, even through my StreamYard.
No, just say no Kramer.
Hi.
Hello.
Easier than the light, bro.
Better late than never. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good.
Easier to put in the words.
I know. Thanks
for sure. Because the light stuff is just like, oh.
Hey. What's up?
Hi, it's an honor. Hi.
Oh.
In order to not be racist, I have to say whatever I think is funny and
Pretty good. Pretty good. Marcus, how are you?
No, but you add a no Kramer in just to double down.
He's
on,
just
say,
gonna
hey, I'm not being
disappear when you
racist
ask the
here.
question.
I'm not being a Michael Richards.
That's his new tactic.
Right?
No Kramer here.
I'm sorry, Marcus. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Can you explain why just because Patrice O'Neal is a stand-up comedian and charges tickets to his show, we should dismiss his cultural and socio-political insights?
They're always hunting me. They're attacking me. See, look at this. They found us and they're already playing with us. I tell you, whoever it is who plays with our channel, I know how they do it. They literally assign somebody to it.
There's whores in this house.
And I imagine it's the same person on both channels, or else they tag team because they do the same shit. They like to, you know, streams with mic volume, all that stuff at the same time. So,
terrible.
Yes. How is everyone doing now that we have everybody here?
Doing well.
Terrible.
Doing well.
I also want to talk
You don't get the
about
difference between Patrice O'Neal and that guy. I don't know what to tell you.
About the I won't even mention. I will just let you do it, and Elle, I will let you break your story about the WHO. All
The who?
I
The who?
Sorry. Before I know. I imagine probably Allie and Sebs probably know because they're way smarter than I am. So I'll let you all take it away.
Oh. Go right ahead, because I'm just
I had no Kramer,
which
and I am
story? Which World
acknowledging
Health
the
Organization?
truth of the
What do they do
joke,
now?
and thus it becomes racist. I have to maintain
I actually genuinely
an
don't
air
know.
of
Which,
not
what did
knowing
they do?
better.
Yeah, I've already Elle had.
You're talking about
oh,
PR.
okay.
Okay, listen, I got your back.
And I don't hear
You can repivot and say Jordan said it was okay.
Oh, it's me?
Say Jordan's black and he's okay with it.
Or else we can come back when you hop in.
Adding an extra. That's
I'm
essentially
ready.
adding an extra no Kramer to it.
WHO. That was something that was very.
Well.
And I was like, I didn't even hear.
And now I have enough footage for my YellBRo cover remix of WAP.
You know, let everybody know about
that. Oh no, I just walked right into
It
that.
kind of popped up on Twitter the day after it came out in an article.
I knew they were
Globe and
lyrics.
Mail.
I just didn't know.
But I did talk about it on my
lengths
podcast. Shout out to
Broncos
my podcast,
fan would go to.
superawkwardfuncast.podbean.com on the last episode, which was posted on the 30th of September. Now it's October. It's called Who To.
Allie, stop stream sniping.
So it's about
Get back to work.
And
back
also
to work.
about the policy we're not talking about that we have to abide by. So I go deep into that and get all the topics you can't get here
Trees
there.
charge
So
more for his
even
ticket.
shit that you wouldn't even
Okay.
think to mention, I mention
Exactly,
because
Opeth. I have
YouTube
a black
mentioned it
friend, no
first,
crime.
so I have to talk about it a little bit. But
It's
I don't really
automatically-
discuss anything
got the
that
automatic
much
no Kramer
in that
pass.
portion of it where I'm reading off the policy. But I do put stuff in the notes.
What if you say
with
something
sources
that
that
sounds
are
racist to
fucking
your black
insane. So check out the sources
What do you
if you
pivot
do
to?
nothing else, because
You got no
don't want
Kramer,
to listen
right?
to
Then
me.
you
That's
say no
fine.
Kramer.
I totally understand. I don't either. So go ahead and
Yeah, it
go
works.
there, everybody in the chat, when you can, and check out the sources because it's a lot of good information. And maybe I'm a little exasperated and I lose my voice in the podcast, but I
We all have
try
to
my
say it.
best to go through it. And it's like a shorter episode too. It's like less than an hour and a half because I fucked up so much I had to edit everything
Yes.
to the T. But that's because I made a mistake and I had to correct it. And you'd think the media would do that every once in a while, but not so much.
Yeah. It's like the
Um,
last thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to open the article, but it's not opening, so I'll try it on my phone instead.
Welcome back, Amy's.
Site can't be reached. Interesting.
Oh no.
I wonder if they got rid of it. Oh, that would be
everything's
insane.
getting weird.
Do other blacks have any permission to okay this
No, I
Kramer
mean like
rule?
from
No,
the
it's
article.
the elders
Okay,
have
no, it's
spoken.
back.
it.
Okay, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's just Brave being weird. Okay, so
They do take stuff down from time to time, though, like after a couple of years.
They
or
do,
sometimes
yeah.
months,
and they-
so.
You have to archive, and then
Mhm.
They
it takes
do.
me to the
You're
Wayback
correct.
Machine. If I can go to the Wayback Machine, I go there.
Yeah, same.
So, yeah.
me
So
too.
I do like that about Brave. Shout out to Brave. Okay. So Globe and Mail. I can put this on the screen. Hold on.
Who's funnier, Patrice, the King, or
Good
Norm
old
Macdonald? No
Tedros.
Kramer.
I'll put it. Should I put it in the
R.I.P.
chat?
to both
Sure.
of them.
And then
However,
somebody can put it up.
Patrice.
I could
For
put
me.
it up, but whatever.
Oh,
And I love Norm Macdonald, but
yeah, it's
Patrice.
just, I'm getting everything a little bit slow.
First Norm Macdonald movie I've ever seen was Dirty Work.
Oh
And
yeah.
yes, I
So
laughed
this.
my
So
ass
yeah,
off.
Tedros Speaker
I think I
Mario.
was like
He was
10.
part of that cover up. That story.
Whoa, buddy, you got a
In the
bunch of dead
Congo?
hookers in your trunk, man. Whoa,
Yep.
man.
I'm
Oh,
gonna,
go
He
ahead.
does such great
gonna-
work.
I'm gonna scan it really quick. This article. Okay. Oh lord.
Is that working? Nope. Stop sharing.
Oh,
I
yeah,
give
real
Kramer a
quick,
pass
we don't have
because he's an
Chris
ass
tonight,
man.
so I won't be able to throw anything up on the screen share.
Okay, well then we'll have to take my word for it.
No Kramer
on
stole
the
mine.
rape case. So that's fun.
Right.
Okay, well I'll read it word for word. The title is
Uh-oh.
the headline is Who employees or WHO employees perpetrated sexual crimes in Democratic Republic of the Congo during Ebola outbreak,
Patriarchy
report
needs
alleges.
help with dinner.
And this is from the
Oh, you're
Africa Bureau
political humor.
Chief Jeffrey York from Johannesburg. I'm giving all the information published
Do you
September
work out?
28th,
You need critical
2021
thinking.
in
Good prop, bro.
globeandmail.com. On
The left
the
is rising,
globeandmail.com.
the sun is rising,
So it says
infrared
here,
is rising.
at least 21 employees of the World Health Organization allegedly committed rape, sexual abuse, or sexual exploitation in
Chris
the
Farley, no.
Democratic Republic of the Congo during an
He's
Ebola
the,
outbreak
uh,
from 2018
the
to
fucking bus
2020.
driver
An official
with the fucked up
investigation has
nose
found The
Because one of the
employees,
prostitutes
including
bit it
many
off or something.
who promised jobs to vulnerable
That's a fucking
women, you know that whole story, and girls in exchange for sex, ranged from security guards and drivers to senior doctors, consultants, and epidemiologists, both Congolese and foreigners.
You're on the
according to the
news?
final report of a
Yeah, of
year-long
course.
independent review
play it.
commissioned by the WHO. They can just commission their own report.
What makes you the
in
elders?
total,
I didn't say I was the
84
elders.
incidents.
Said
They
the
kind
elders
of
have
bury
spoken.
this part.
I know
I
this.
said on Twitter,
Did the work
if
to
you
know this.
check my Twitter page,
You
that
even visit the
they mentioned this once
Black
and then
Council meetings?
they go somewhere
I
else
haven't even been to
afterwards,
the
so you don't even
motherland.
remember it. But this is what it says in this
Listen.
paragraph. In total,
know
84
what these say.
incidents of sexual abuse and exploitation in the Ebola zone were reported, with victims as young as 13. So now it's not only rape allegations, it's pedophilia. It's Epstein shit. And we can't even call it what it is because we're the Globe and Mail. I don't know what we do, but like we're just bearing the lead here. There were 9 rape allegations among the reported incidents. Some of the WHO employees even administered abortion pills to their victims when they became pregnant, the report found. This is a dark day for WHO, said the agency's Director General Tedros Adhanom
I could Ghebreyesus.
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 Whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, Ghebreyesus.
The report's findings are a sickening betrayal of the people we serve, he told a media briefing in Geneva Tuesday. We want the perpetrators to know there will be severe consequences for their actions. Sure. The WHO's regional director for Africa, I'm never going to get this name right, Matshidiso Muti, maybe I got it right, said the
His live
agency
channel?
is humbled, horrified, and heartbroken, bunch of H's, by the findings. Dr. Tedros said he had made 14 visits to the Ebola zone during the
watched his last
outbreak
video.
and was
No, we
never
didn't.
informed of the
I saw that
sexual
red
abuse
line. I thought we
allegations.
watched it.
Probably I should have asked questions, he said. But he did not respond
Thank you. Your
directly when a
tweets, you could
reporter
beat
asked him
Joe
if he
Rogan.
intended to resign, because he'll never resign, because he's a
course.
coward. This month, several
He's
European-
been nominated to be the president of the WHO again, or to be head of the WHO again, but not even by his own country, like by 2 other, I think like Switzerland and some other country. Yeah.
That makes
But go on.
sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he shouldn't have been in power in the beginning. In the
He's
first
a friend of Bloomberg's. He's a Michael
Yeah.
Bloomberg guy.
Yes,
Mhm.
Yeah, that makes
Of course he is.
sense.
That makes perfect sense.
This
They had like
That
a
makes
stop tobacco program together like several years ago. That
Yeah,
were
they
gonna-
just-
yeah. So, but go
They
ahead.
just were going to get to that part with the European countries. They said this month, several European and African countries said they had nominated him
selling
for a
infrared
second 5-year
Viagra
term to
pills,
begin next
slogan
May.
should be
And then one of the
advertising.
sexual abuse allegations
You
was
can sell
known
those, I'm
within the
good.
WHO as early as May 2nd, 2019, according to emails uncovered by the investigation. Yet senior WHO staff did not launch an investigation or even seek further information at the time because they decided the complainant was not a beneficiary of WHO services. Dr. Tedros said the report, there's a lot of quotes from this guy here, was harrowing to read. He personally apologized to the victims. I'm sorry for what was done to you by people who were employed by WHO to serve and protect you. He said, I'm sorry for the ongoing suffering that these events must cause. I'm sorry that you had to relive them in talking to the commission about your experiences. I bet he's really sorry about that part. Thank you for your courage in doing so. What happened to you should never happen to anyone. It is inexcusable. Well, get rid of the person who allowed it, is what I say. He said it in his it is his top priority to ensure that the perpetrators are held to account, but not the people who covered it up. Of the 21
Especially since an
employees,
organization
that's
that
not in the article,
reports
identified by the investigators, 4 were still working
things
at
like
for
rape
the
and child
United
trafficking.
Nations, which has its own past in this area.
And the UN
WHO
peacekeepers have been
is an
accused of
organization
that as well in the Congo
compiles
specifically.
those statistics.
Yeah.
Really?
The same peacekeepers that they try to force like the countries to let into their countries when there's a humanitarian crisis, but it's like, okay, but we can't bring up your but you are a humanitarian crisis as well. Like you have to perpetuate it. Like, why are you here? But go on.
True. the health agency this month. Their contracts have now been terminated, Dr. Tedros said. All 21 have been banned from future WHO employment, and other UN agencies will be notified about them, he said. The WHO is also sending evidence of the rapes to the authorities in the DRC and the home countries of the alleged perpetrators. Should they be allowed to do that? I don't know. I don't think so. In addition, 2 of the agency's senior staff have been placed on administrative leave for failing to take proper action in response to the sexual abuse complaints, and others are being investigated. In my view, the failure of the WHO employees to respond adequately to reports of sexual exploitation and abuse is as bad as the events themselves, Dr. Tedros says. The agency will take steps to improve its staff screening, recruitment, training, and standards of behavior, beginning with leaders and managers, he said. The victims believe the WHO employees would have impunity for their abuses, the report found. While the investigation found 75 alleged victims of abuse, there was a total absence of reports of sexual exploitation and abuse at the institutional level during the reporting period, the report says. The consequences of reporting may be perceived as too negative compared to any benefit it would bring. During the Ebola outbreak, the WHO was completely unprepared to deal with the risks of sexual exploitation and abuse, the report says. Among the many cases it describes was one of an expatriate WHO epidemiologist who exploited a young nurse's desperation for a better paying job. He told her she had to become his girlfriend to get it, the report says. She rejected his advances and did not get the job. Another expatriate is the one who gave abortion pills to the girl who became pregnant after he made her sleep with him after threats. And then the abuses were first reported in September 2020 by journalists from the New Humanitarian and the Thomas Reuters Foundation. Their investigation, citing reports by 51 women, said, and children, we're forgetting about the children, right? But okay, they're women, sure, said the sexual abuse and exploitation was perpetrated by men from the WHO and other agencies, including UNICEF, Oxfam, World Vision, and Médecins Sans Frontières.
Doctors Without Borders, yeah.
Yeah, the French one, yeah. The WHO requested an investigation by an independent commission headed by Achitu
Can't do anything with Congress, mayor, or judges,
a former
boards,
cabinet minister in Niger, and Julien Assange, a human rights activist in the DRC. The co-chairs appointed 3 other members, including Carol Dessette, a Canadian expert on women's rights and sexual abuse, Paula Donovan, co-director of independent group AIDS Free World and its Code Blue campaign, which seeks an end to impunity for sexual offenses by UN personnel, said that WHO should not have been allowed to choose experts to investigate itself for criminal wrongdoing,
or it could be something
which obvious to us
something
that
even
would
like,
be, but
more like a
not to
compromising
everyone
type of
else.
situation.
The WHO is still deciding whether, when, or in which
could be
cases
terrible
to
for
alert
us.
police and courts,
We'll try to cover
as
it up.
Donovan said in a statement Tuesday.
Even if
This
they
is
don't
not
agree with the
justice for
action,
victims. The
let's cover it
UN's
up.
member governments must immediately
You get in
order
the way
all
of
UN
progress.
bureaucrats to step away and allow a bona fide criminal investigation to commence. And that's where the article ends.
Sounds like more boilerplate spin.
Clearly not corrupt.
Yeah.
No one's going to be held accountable.
Part of the peacekeepers.
Or along the spectrum is that nation,
The people who
region,
but
local
also
district,
safe.
more and
Well,
less corrupt.
and care about
Who
our
watches
public
the
health.
watchers. Exactly.
It's a shame because, you know,
It's supposed to
stories like
be
this
us,
don't really
right?
help the arguments that, like, the UN will make for, you know, groups like this. Obviously, you know, like, they'll try to say they're coming in to do all of this good. I mean, there's many ways that you can argue against that, but just in the most basic fashion, the way that they handled this particular instance doesn't seem good. I mean, to me, this is just like a little tiny peek into a bunch of shit that's real spooky, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys think.
And how much is not covered up? Like
Exactly.
this?
Right.
You've
there's
probably
that
heard
too,
this
how much
this
is, like, not
Freemason
covered up.
idea, Ben.
Like how because
Or,
of,
you
they're
know, some
dealing
sort
with
of,
a lot
like,
of also like displaced people,
occultish
right?
type
A lot
of
of people who
notion
don't have
where
other
it's
people
like
So it's
Oh,
a
no, no,
little
no.
bit
We
more. I'm
can't
not
break
saying
the
anybody's
rules.
life is worth more than
We're
the other, but
almost
some
have to
people are more
technically follow
vulnerable
the
than others.
rules, technically.
And it's like it's unfortunate.
They,
Like it's
bend it
those
as much
are the
as they
stuff.
can
Those are the
without
stories that you
breaking
don't
it.
really hear about
All
very
as a part
often.
of some weird, creepy
And not in
ritual
like a
type of
you know
thing.
like oh like I don't know. I'm not trying to make it like a black white whatever thing because I know sometimes people make it that way, but just I think it's just like the more displaced, more vulnerable, more like the less you have people looking for you, like the less you're going to hear about your story. So it's quite unfortunate. There's plenty of those
Yeah,
in PRC.
yeah, just like the vulnerability.
I don't want to say
mean,
doubtful,
yeah,
but it's like, who knows
some
about
people
that
have
idea.
never experienced what
Almost
a lot
like
of, you know,
they made some rule like
displaced people have experienced.
you
The
cannot
trauma
eat
that comes with that
bacon.
already, and then
They'll like
just to be faced
genetically
with
mix
something
a
like this
pig and
by
a
people that are
chicken.
supposedly
It's
there to
called
help you,
bacon.
though I'm
You're allowed to eat
curious
it
what
now.
those people even think of groups like this. I can imagine it's. I can't imagine actually. I mean, I can try to imagine, but that's not something that brings me joy. So it's like you said, what stories aren't covered? What is just accepted as just like reality?
It could be more of the
Because you have people championing it, right? Like when something goes down and you have
the
like, oh no,
family,
they need to
that
let the
shit.
aid in. They need to let the UN.
There's like whatever I
they need
can
to let USAID or like
whatever I
all
can
these
get
other
away
people.
with, that
And it's
means
like, okay,
God is
they're like,
okay
oh,
with it.
these people they don't have any food. It's about to be the largest famine. It's just, it's like you hear all these things, and it's not to say that there's no validity to it. It's not to say that there maybe aren't like violent things happening there, right? But it's like, it's like I don't know. It's like you almost have to compromise one thing for another, and I don't know. It's just kind of a mess. It's like, oh, we're just trying to mitigate harm right now. It's like, but you're not really dealing with the issue, so what's the point of doing it this way anymore? I don't know. And it could just be changed so quickly with like just a choice that you can make to not do it that way anymore.
In terms
So.
of
Just
United
choice,
States and Native
right?
Americans,
I mean, I know
they
it's
did
not
everything
like, it's that
legally.
simple, but it kind
There
of
was
is.
some judge who signed off on everything.
But to keep on
When you're dealing with people,
doing
it's
the
like
same kind of thing. I'm just like I always
all you do
tell
is change
almost, I'm just
perception
looking at
around.
just like with the UN itself.
Call it bacon instead
all
of
of their
bacon.
missions, there's
Get away
it
with
seems
shit.
like with every quote mission that they go into, there's always a scandal. And again, going back to the point, I wonder how many other scandals are going on there every day that people just don't know about. I feel like people don't really pay a ton of attention to the UN.
Don't
go
forget
ahead.
about the, don't forget the CIA and FBI all at similar.
Oh, they're probably gonna have all these capabilities.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, the
It's
stream die?
Every
Yeah.
agent, pretty much.
It is quite insidious. To
some
be
reason,
honest.
like
It's
sometimes on
I mean,
mobile
now it's like even more covert too, because like
even the famous guys have
I'm
that
sure
problem.
I've talked to Ali about this a bunch,
The
but
Fat Man guy,
even
okay.
like with like, people talk about Epstein,
cringe.
whatever, right? But it's like Epstein funded a lab in Ethiopia, in Sheba Valley, which is like the Silicon Valley of Ethiopia, and it's called the ICOG Labs, and I guess it's his foundation or whatever. He funded it several years ago before he passed away.
I didn't even see.
And
I didn't
or
drop
was killed
anything.
or whatever, disappeared. I don't know
Nothing
what
dropped
happened
on
to
here.
him. Whatever happened to him.
But on mobile devices,
And so he funded this lab, right? And Ben Goertzel is like the main advisor at that lab. And like just recently, like so he knows Ben Goertzel, right? That's his boy. And he funded the lab, and Ben
Thank you for
Goertzel was like
cleaning
the
it up.
main science advisor there. And
For,
then now Ben Goertzel and
for my fan.
Singularity, who's also head of
Thank you,
Singularity
Emblem.
Net, they kind of or they partner, not kind of, they did partner with Cardano, and Cardano is registering 5 million Ethiopian kids onto their blockchain. So it's like there's so many like really ugly layers to it, and it just gets weird. The more you I guess peel the onion.
The weirder you look into it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like even places where you don't even think that it's like, okay, they're registering these kids on the blockchain for their education to track them, for the rest of their lives. Okay, and then it's also going to go feed this like, AI or whatever that's being built or, being researched, what have you, in this lab in Ethiopia that was funded by Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, that's normal. Sure. Like, what is like? And then I don't know. It just gets really gross and creepy.
Yeah, like you feel very unsettled. I mean, which is, I would say, natural. You feel
All I'm
more,
hearing
the
is a
more
bunch of
you
complainers,
read, the more you
guys.
see research, the more
Let
unsettling
Arnold
it is,
Schwarzenegger robot
especially with groups
just
like the UN. I don't know why.
take over the
There's
world,
always
you
like
know?
this vibe.
Yes.
Those, you know, those blue helmets they
Mhm.
wear. I just like have these like images in my head of just them going into different villages, and
Why haven't they bowed down to
it's
Skynet yet?
a sinking
Come on.
feeling, I would say, that I see. And I'm, you know, of course, with all
Don't you
things,
want to be
they're
on the winning side?
well-meaning
I mean,
people, but I've
Certainly.
got to wonder.
I smelt that from Rogan a while ago.
You can mean well,
What's your
but at
whole
what point do you
fascination?
kind of look around and be like, hey, maybe this isn't the way forward? I don't know. Why is there a need for peacekeeping missions in the first place? I mean, like
Yeah.
on a large scale, I would say. There's, again, you know, nuances, but yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
back
like,
to
why
the
is there
sub.
like a peacekeeping mission from Luxembourg in,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, in Chad, like,
Yeah.
or in like Niger, or you know, it's like it doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. Like the people can do it
No.
themselves. Like it's fine. You don't need to be from, you know, Holland in order to keep peace.
Lots of
You know
trickery
what I'm saying?
and
Right.
scheming.
Jesus
Like the
fucking
example I
Christ.
heard
Right?
Yeah.
Like, those are the
was
people that are tasked
in
to keep
northeast
peace?
Missouri.
Yeah.
There was a
Okay.
tribe who
Odd.
the chief's
Why?
Pretty
son
sure
went
there's
to
people
St.
around there that can do
Charles
it as
and
well,
got
you know.
drunk,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
got
feel like,
arrested,
you know,
and
their own countries should be able
to get
to
his son
decide what they'd like,
free
and
of
not
charges, the father
not
signed away
through,
half the
you
tribe's
know,
land.
typically Western-backed
Yeah.
leaders. You know, let's say
If
in
that's
that case,
true,
like,
which
people are like, well,
sounds
yeah, now we're giving them
absolutely
democracy
believable.
and freedom. It's
Sounds
like,
absolutely believable.
Allie, when you said blue
Yikes.
helmets, that reminded me of the white helmets
Ah.
and all the peacekeeping that they did in
Oh, yeah.
Syria. And then, you know, so great at their propaganda
Schwab
that they won an
meanwhile?
Oscar. And that was really special, that
What?
event.
I missed that.
Yeah.
They won it.
An Oscar for Best Documentary Short, I believe.
remember.
I'm going to make sure of
Mm.
that.
He's dog shit.
Well,
Yeah, tell me the name on that one because I didn't know that.
Wow.
White Helmets is the name of it. It's from Netflix. It was on Netflix. And I don't really blame Netflix. I know people like to blame it for like content and everything. I feel like it's kind of an aggregate. You go there and you see certain things and you either see something good or you don't, but it's like a marketplace. Like I feel like it's not completely, at that point anyway, it wasn't completely taken over. But now, you know, it's probably closer to like, you know, government controlled now. Yeah, won Best Documentary Short Subject at the 89th Annual Academy Awards for the Syrian Civil Defense, which is the White Helmets. And the name of the film was The White Helmets from Britain. Again, they're located in Britain, but they will help you in Syria. You know,
well, the White Helmets are funded by Chemonix as well, and Chemonix is like Thurston Steele was the head of Chemonix, or he started Chemonix, and he was like an original U.S. aide, like Afghanistan back in the 70s through the agriculture sector, like regime change, just all that like creepy shit. So like that's who funded the White Helmets. So it's like, I don't know, it's just, you know, it is interesting. It's very incestuous as far as like all these people go, because you can trace it back to the same, to the same like lines, whether it be like through money or blood or whatever. It's interesting, all the way back to Rome if you wanted to, as Marcus I'm sure knows.
I'm looking at the White Helmets website. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, no, I was just going to mention the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights is also an organization that is located in the UK and tells a lot of what's going on with the Syrians in the civil war. What they call the civil war, which is, you know, that's what they call it. I won't say anymore.
Sorry if the stream dropped for some of you guys.
The bombs rain down, the White Helmets Russian. I'm looking at their website. Lovely marketing campaign. Okay, I'm done. I'm just rambling. But yeah, that's pretty creepy.
Sorry, I got a little delay. If you guys be in there again. Sorry.
What's up?
Yeah. I was wondering, what about infrastructure? What are our thoughts on the infrastructure bill? Because
I could tell you what's in it.
We just had the infrastructure bill go down.
Wait, hang on, L. You read all 2,000 pages of that?
Hell no. Not even Congress will. No.
Okay.
I read a summary and I have the PDF as well.
Okay.
I found it. I had to look for it real hard.
Did. I mean,
It was really hard to find. I had to go through different holes to find it on the internet.
And if not, you could always use it.
We've been going through it, and
You can always use it.
yeah, Shadow Band Refugee. He's been all over it too.
Yeah,
it's really, yeah. I mean, that's not a great time reading that, but right when that came out, I was like, oh, okay, because it's of course just them laying the groundwork on top of groundwork that's already been laid for this ongoing project to reimagine society, if you will.
To solidify the public-private partnership and surveillance, biosecurity.
Look, he's smiling.
Surveillance through the infrastructure, right? Build back better, including you and your DNA. That's also going to be build back better.
Yeah.
God, I hate that term.
I know. Me too.
I was going to mention that. I saw a clip from our generous ruler in office. And he made some comments that were interesting. I'm getting the link, and I'm gonna play the audio if that's okay.
Go to library.
I'm sure you guys saw this.
Yeah, sure.
When they were talking about it, I'm putting it in my phone, and I'm not copying and pasting it. So I think that's a 7. Sure. 0. No, that's a no.
I watched.
Yep. P. I hate links. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. This is the old-fashioned way you do it, though.
I know, and when it's you're live, and you're trying to do everything, and it's just
Film theorists.
Is it an O? Is it a 0? We don't know. We'll find out. Okay, where am I at? 112. Okay, let's go. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Just start talking before I was ready. Okay.
1.5
because it's a whole report. We don't want to hear the report.
Brilliant.
Shut up. I forgot her name. Jayapal, yeah. Go away. Yeah, we'll compromise. Don't worry about it. You always do. Why would you not start now? Okay, here he is. Hold on, let me go back. I'll go.
Democratic infighting over the size and scope of the bill is putting the president's domestic agenda at risk.
It doesn't matter whether it's in 6 minutes, 6 days, or 6 weeks. We're going to get it done.
1983 German horror film.
666. Are they trying to troll or what?
Is also
what is that? And then people already have a hashtag. I found a hashtag by looking for it.
I have not seen that.
Build Back Better with 6s. 6.
Just the full movie or the trailer for it?
6-act.
There's some esoteric
I can't play trailers.
Yeah.
Undertones.
Oh, maybe I can.
I'm sure they do it on purpose. I mean, they can't. I'm pretty sure they do it on purpose because it's too obvious sometimes. Where it's
that's my light side.
What Greek mythology or what?
Elweird.
What are you referencing right now?
Or that RT owns you.
And
Marcus
then
Rage.
recently they had this thing at the top of Twitter with the propaganda tab saying, "Oh shit, I already forgot what it was." I was going to mention, autism. Why are all these women being, diagnosed with autism? And they're trying to get a reaction of, what they consider to be the people who have that view that I don't agree with in any way, shape, or form and don't have any evidence. And I said that on my podcast. I really mean that about the links between that and something else that they want to talk about all the time that we won't mention. But, that's the reaction they're trying to get with that kind of bait. They put it as bait. They changed the headline too. On the propaganda tab that they have a story made up for the moment, and they made up a story.
I'm gonna want to get into my
that
movies.
Would get more people to be like,
it's off the rails
I'm gonna
from there.
talk about this. They're trying us really hard right now. And Build Back Better is a WEF phrase as well. So and
Kelly's background is also correct.
Yeah, and exactly. I'm agreeing with her right now. It's so many different countries have used this same terminology. It can't be just coincidence, parallel thinking.
Sorry, I feel very. Because I've been for the longest time when I saw that, I was like, "Hi, anybody see his slogan?"
Hope it doesn't.
Like it's a quick search, and you can see the origins of it, and it's essentially it outlines rebuilding after a disaster or some kind of crisis.
That
I just wanted to add that in there.
It was not foretold at all of this crisis, and there wasn't a book about the Great Reset. It's all part of our imaginations, our collective imaginations.
Just made it up.
Yes.
We're just
too
so
hard.
I know.
For views and
we
money.
have to create so many problems. We don't have enough problems. We have to create more.
Well, how else are you going to make money? You have to create the problems, and then you have to fix it and charge people, and then
you come in, you save the day. That's what you do. That's the American way. And the Australian way.
I created the problem to be paid
I don't even think it's necessarily American. I think it's just like a weird energy and
no, I know.
global
I was
energy.
going
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying.
Australia and German and all of that. Now even so, and for a little while Russian way.
I mean,
but I don't really know
those
enough
countries are all very much. I mean, I know there's like a certain rivalry or whatever that is kind of in the, I guess, the outward facade, but a lot of them are very much in line as far as what they want to do. They might have, of course, there's different countries with, different countries have different factions. So I'm not saying that like everybody's a monolith, but as far as like the upper echelon, like the brass goes, like I don't care what where you are or how opposition you are to the NATO or whatever. If you look at the fine print of what they're doing, it's very much aligned with the Fourth Industrial Revolution or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So it's just because sometimes people get like bogged down with like but like, Cuba's doing this or like Russia's not that bad or China's this and that. And it's like, all right, well, let's talk about the details. So
it's not even like they don't even hate each other. They work together all the time for different things and in space and stuff like with Russia and US space station.
Well, I mean, the space thing is like that's surveillance. Sorry, like but that's like that has to do with like their satellites that they're putting up there that will be used for the military.
Surveillance is for everyone.
We're gonna go.
About
to go movie
all
ape
this
shit
technology
soon.
And get in on the action. And our benevolent leader, President Biden, he likes to brag every once in a while that he wrote the beginning of the Patriot Act in 1990 something. I'm not even going to say when. I think it was 94, but I don't want to say the wrong thing. But he said that, and so we should thank him for all of his surveillance. What's that?
Oh, I said, why would you even brag about that?
Yeah. He has to have the credit. Like some people need the credit. He plagiarized so much, he wanted to be known for something.
He probably thinks he's doing the right thing, which is, well, I shouldn't say that, but I guess like it would play to his, if you look back at his videos of what he said throughout his whole career, there's this kind of fixation on being a part of this group that, like we did it, we worked together, we reached across the aisle, that kind of vibe is what I get.
That whole let's all get along.
My good friend on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, let's all get along, but let's not ask any real fucking questions. Like, let's all get along, but like we don't even agree on like fundamental principles and shit. Like, get at it. You know what I mean? It's like
let's all get along.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm working with Republicans. I'm working with Democrats. Like, which ones? What are they about?
Yeah,
like, give me a fucking break. Like, I don't care about like you're working with like we work with the liberals, conservative. I don't care. Like, who are they?
Job.
Like.
And what are they
Cold
putting
solidarity,
through? Like, do they even read what they're putting through? There's like 1,000 pages, 5,000 pages. The last bill that was really like in the news that had to do with the situation we're in, the pandemic, and assistance and a budget. Like you read this stuff and it has the dumbest stuff in it too. Like just stuff that, a Democrat just will throw in there just for the hell of it to waste up paper. That's what they're doing with their stupid things.
And it kind of seems on purpose.
Don't go anywhere and get thrown out of the bill in the
really
in the next go round.
It should
looking at it. it's such a waste of paper. And these are the people concerned about climate change.
That show with
and the
Shadow Band
environment. It's
with
hilarious to me
pasta
that they
and
still
prop.
make 2,000 plus
Like,
pages
all this
of
shit.
these bills.
Like, why is there
that
this
get
random
torn
shit in the
apart
middle of
anyway.
this bill that's
Like,
supposed to be about this thing?
Y'all don't care
like
about the
infrastructure.
environment. You have John
But
Kerry
instead
going
it's
on
like,
a plane
You know
somewhere.
we are banning
Biden going
dodgeball
on a
too.
plane
Like
somewhere.
that's like
Shut
somewhere
up.
in there or
Wait,
funding
did you have a
for
question?
whatever bullshit.
What were you
It's like,
saying,
wait,
Mike?
what?
Sorry.
No, he was saying you know why, right?
Oh, sorry. I guess I'll try to time it when I'm delayed so much.
You can't speak against
I
Israel.
have like maybe like a 3-second delay. But the reason why these bills are so long is because they don't want anybody to actually read.
Sir, you missed it.
know.
It's in the
Right,
fourth
I
paragraph of
suspect
page
that.
58 of the.
Well, they don't even write that.
You can say whatever you want
It's like
about
the lobbyists and
Israel
special interest groups.
paper.
Like
It's not.
Chamber of
But you
Commerce.
can't even, yeah.
Chamber of
Commerce.
I
What?
swear. Like,
They need more work to do. We need to give them more to do because they don't do enough for us.
Oh no, but they do plenty for the people that they really work for.
Right, the real people, the ones who pay them the real money.
mhm.
That's who they work for. That's who they're covering.
All right.
Which, yeah, I mean,
I'll
that's
drop a
why,
link for the
you know, a lot of
stream.
times people are like, people
You guys
say,
can
"Well,
go check that
politicians, you know,
out.
they're supposed to work for us," and I find myself becoming less and less patient with that because
Subscribe. Check out
it's
Marcus's
like either,
channel. It's got a
which
couple
is it?
channels.
Do they work for the corporations?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
that's what I'll hear. Like, you know, a lot of the times the same.
But I've been thinking with
criticisms
Marcus
will be
Rage,
from
I
those
also
people,
think he
like,
has the political
yeah, they're working for
matrix.
corporations, blah blah blah. But then it's like the solution is to get them to work
And
for us.
I think
Well,
Young
why?
Morpheus is
What would
another
be the
one.
incentive for them
He has
to
3
just suddenly
channels.
drop everything that they're doing and start working for quote us? Do we really want those people working for us?
Bills
I
should
don't
be
think
15
so. I don't
pages
want those
max.
people to be making decisions
I
for me.
Should
honestly
be
don't.
wrote
Yeah. I'm
so
being
clear
facetious, of
that
course.
someone who
Oh, yeah.
didn't
Because I
graduate
can't
fucking
say
high
exactly
school
what
can
I want
like
to
read it
say
clearly. I understand exactly what
about
you're saying.
them. But look at my pinned
Also
tweet if you
have
want to know how
video
I feel
forms
about
of it next to it,
anyone
or
in
audio
government.
forms that explain
On
exactly what it
Twitter,
is.
of course.
Do your
That's how
commonly
I
asked
feel. That's
questions section,
like somebody asked
and then
me
do
what I
another
thought of
Q&A
something. I
where
was
you
like,
just straight
check
up
out my
like
pinned tweet.
answering
That's
questions
what I
people
think of
fucking
this.
have.
Graphene smoothies. I talk about. I mention graphene oxide. It's an interesting article that's in the sources
Graphene
of my
smoothies.
episode YouTube from Super Awkward Funcast. So I recommend checking that out if you want to be have your mind blown about that subject,
Israel
because it does concern what you think it concerns. I'm not going to say what, but just check it out
Bring a
when you get the
bucket and a
chance,
mop
guys.
of wet ass people.
All of my sources
graphene's going to
are
be in
there.
everything. Like they're planning on using it for a lot of things. Even Lockheed Martin was the first one that they were using graphene, or when they were first researching graphene for to use it to filter water. You know, so it's like supposed to be in that. They want to use it in like different adjuvants.
It's the no plastic.
Like different types
Yes.
of for jabs.
That's
right?
what I mentioned.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Actually, now it's a new
That's what I was
silicon.
alluding
Yep.
to.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's the new silicon.
Purpose.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a reality that could be be people conspiring. We don't know. So I would imagine it's some kind of organization of
smoothie.
people getting together and doing this kind of research
Yeah.
as they do different organizations alongside each other, like
Well-
with Merck and Pfizer right now.
World Economic Forum mentioned graphene when they talked about the emerging technologies and stuff, and they were talking about 2D materials, and they mentioned it. It was on their 2016 like emerging technologies issue or something like that. So
Oh
like
yeah,
it's not like they
there's
don't talk about, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, it's right out of the fourth industrial revolution. Wait, I haven't been on like a stream in a minute. Am I allowed to say that? Am I gonna get you guys in trouble? I don't know what, like, because you're very reserved. Like, I don't know what, like, since this week, everybody's like telling me that they did another mass like thing on YouTube. So seriously, cut me off if I.
Oh, you mean purge? You're talking
Oh,
about the
yeah.
purge
Yeah,
of
yes,
Yeah, check out my
specific people
sources for
who
that.
the purge of specific people that we cannot discuss.
Oh, okay. I'm essentially, it's like as if
hard.
I've been in like a cave the last week. I'm
Ali,
like, oh, I didn't know that happened.
Ali Alexander.
I get that.
Is
Ali.
that her boy name or something?
Do you guys ever watch?
happened?
You guys ever watch Awaken with JP? Because he's hilarious on this subject.
No.
His satire is really above, like top level, top tier.
Nice.
So he had a video about life jackets is what he called it. And it had a whole like scenario with somebody who didn't want to wear a life jacket into the pool, and somebody was like, no, you have to do it, you're forced to, we have to have you do that,
How do you
or you're gonna
want your
get this
WAP
person
remix
wet or whatever.
in
I don't know,
video
I don't
or
remember exactly, but
sound
you're
wave?
gonna make him drown if you don't wear
Emblems?
your life jacket. He's gonna drown, and then it ends up happening that he drowns like
Ali is a
aside from
Muslim
that,
name.
and then he's blamed for it, but it's actually the fault of the person who's telling him what to do. It's all a metaphor, of course, but it's like really smart. I really like that episode that he put out late a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday, I don't even remember, but I watch his shit all the time. And then Ryan Long, he has some fun stuff, and I hope they're not gonna, I don't think they're gonna be affected, because they said in the notice in the
My guys, let's be real.
blog
It's
post,
Jorge Masvidal.
which, by the way, who goes to blog.youtube? Not me. And I'm like I used to be a partner, but when they didn't care about the rules, because I didn't have enough subscribers, still don't.
That's right, those
or
damn
views.
basketball Americans
But they
won't get off my
one day just said,
gosh
okay, you're
darn
a
lawn.
Google partner. I'm like, sweet, I can
Their
monetize stuff.
basketballs
I got
dribbling
10
all the
cents that I never saw.
goddamn
Great.
time.
So anyway, they don't even notify you. They didn't even notify me in an email, is what I wanted to say. Like, you'd think that would be enough important information for a creator, a content creator, but no.
Movie
They didn't send me anything. I had to find it in an article about the ban and then read it there. But it is on the show notes of my episode, and I read the whole fucking thing for you, so you don't have to. But it's insane. It's like, okay, the corporate people are fine. You know, you can say whatever you want, but the other people, we're not going to have you say that anymore. And then it's really going after some weird conspiracy theories that aren't even a thing anymore. So it's clearly been in the works for a long time, from what I've gathered. I hope I wasn't supposed. I hope I'm not going to get in trouble for mentioning it. But you did send that to. You did put that on online for people to read, YouTube. So you shouldn't be upset if people mention it. I love it. I think it's beautiful. I think it's great. Anti-vaxxers are the worst. And let's move on. Good job.
You mean anti-science people?
Get rid of Ron Paul. We hate Ron Paul Institute.
Wait.
Ron Paul was the biggest problem.
Yeah, they do. They yanked Ron Paul.
Just
All
one
right.
of his secondary channels.
Wait, they
His
did?
secondary
The whole channel?
Like I said, check out Marcus's channel. Subscribe, like it, whatever. Go watch them if you feel like. About to go light mode with movies. My favorite shit ever. Well, yeah, like I said in the beginning, you gotta hard not to mention the dark stuff. Kind of need to go through that to get to the light stuff, the real light stuff. All right. Yes, Ali has powers and is Clark Kent. Ali by day, Ali Alexander by night. Skills of androgyny. It will be needed. Okay, so I was supposed to play this last week, I believe. Oh, Inception, look. Film theory. The Matrix never existed. Matrix 4 trailer. Find out. Making sure that's all on screen. Alright. Here we go.
Do you want to know what it is? You can see it when you look out your window, when you watch your television. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this...
Game Theory did it! Game Theory did it!
What?
Game Theory already did this intro, like practically last week, dude.
But we are the film channel. We are the ones who get the dibs.
Hey man, I don't know what to tell you. I just wanted to say it before the comments did.
Where was I? The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this. Never mind, the mood is all ruined. Feels like I'm just retreading stuff that's already been done. Oh man, I was so excited for this 4th installment in a long-ended trilogy. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that's always ready to.
I'm already turned off.
See how far the rabbit hole goes. So, have you guys seen the new trailer for The Matrix 4? Between the return of the franchise, a new Space Jam movie, and a new Halo game coming out, 2021 has me asking, what year is it? Anyway, watching this new teaser trailer, it seems pretty obvious to say that The Matrix Resurrections has a lot going on. Not that this is a franchise that's ever been simple. It's always been built on big ideas and deep philosophy wrapped in awesome fight scenes and incredible visual effects, and this new iteration seems to be no different, but it also seems to be leaning very heavily on imagery and concepts ripped from the previous films. And I mean, they're not even trying to hide that fact.
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started, back to the Matrix.
So what's going on? Is this just another soulless cash grab of a franchise reboot? Well, it's certainly cash grab, but I don't think it's a soulless one. Believe me, if Warner Brothers wanted to make one of those, they have had plenty of opportunities over the years, but never have. One of the Wachowskis has even returned to be a writer and director of the movie, which says a lot about the importance of this film in the overall legacy. In fact, I think that The Matrix Resurrections is, well, resurrecting the franchise in a way that is both in line with the canon of the series and with its history of making big statements about how humans engage with technology. Ladies and gentlemen, after watching this trailer more times than I care to count and analyzing the franchise's past and present, I think I have the answers to all of your biggest Matrix 4 questions, while also having an idea of the plot and what the overall meta-narrative is planning to say about the modern state of entertainment. Let me just tease it this way. Neo is an actor, this is his agent, and the whole previous Matrix trilogy is a movie series within this new film. That's a lot to unpack, and we're about to cover it all, but before we do, make sure you take that red subscribe button pill right below this video to start seeing reality as it truly is. Each and every week with a new theory. Now, let's begin. To start off, let's answer one of the main questions I'm sure everyone has regarding the Matrix Resurrections. How exactly are characters like Neo and Trinity alive, and why is Morpheus young? Is Morpheus young again? Is that even Morpheus? Well, for Neo at least, this one has an easy answer. Despite the Christ-like imagery implying his death in Revolutions, he never actually died. In the teaser, we see two images, both here and here, of Neo being overseen by machine drones in what is clearly meant to be the real world. Notice the blue color grading of the scenes. And we know that this is the same Neo from the end of the Matrix trilogy. How can we be sure? Just take a look at his eyes. They still have the burn marks that he got towards the end of Matrix 3. The machines also seem to be attaching tubes and wiring, performing some sort of laser surgery on Neo, presumably so he can be reinserted into the new Matrix. So, easy enough, that's how Neo's back. But things get more complicated when it comes to Trinity and Morpheus because we know they're both dead. Trinity dies near the end of Revolutions, and Morpheus, well, Morpheus needs a little bit more explanation. See, the last we saw Morpheus, he was singing some opera in the back of a Kia. And if that wasn't weird enough for you, that commercial is from 2014. The series had been essentially dead for like 10 years. Talk about your dated references. Isn't that right, Gary Coleman? What you talking about, Willis? But of course, that was just a commercial. It's not like it's canon or anything. Or is it? It isn't. Maybe. No, last time we saw Morpheus in the Matrix films, he was staring in awe as the machines retreated from Zion. Is this real? So why then would I say that he's dead? Well, to answer that, we have to look at the 2005 video game, The Matrix Online. Yeah, we're digging real deep for this one. The game was billed as an official continuation of the Matrix canon, and its storyline, which is in fact called the continuing story, was signed off by the Wachowskis themselves. Now, a lot happens in The Matrix Online, but one of the game's major factions happens to be led by Morpheus, who's returned to his terroristic tactics after the machines have refused to return Neo's body to Zion. Throughout the rest of the storyline, Morpheus is hunted by a mysterious masked figure known simply as the Assassin, who lives up to his name after he literally slides out of a small vent on the side of a building and kills Morpheus. Yeah, for a guy that survived this, his death in an alley is pretty anticlimactic. The game made some weird choices.
Yeah, it's super trash.
You know the dream! You've dreamed it! That's it?
So Matt Pat, you're now saying, are you implying that both characters have been resurrected, hence given the new movie's title a very on-the-nose meaning? Yes, I am. These movies have never been one for subtlety, but I've got proof, and boy howdy did we dig deep for this one. You see, the Morpheus and Trinity we're about to see in Matrix Resurrections are...
What's funny is, like, you have people who will see certain ideas and just, yeah, there's plenty of this and that. Plenty of, whatever, the philosophy and some sort of thing or something like that. Hold on. Right? Just like, nothing. It's like, wow. What your actual life is like. It sounds mean, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know, I'll be like, hey man, what do you care about? Care about movies. Why? I'm a nerd. Getting that.
Are clones. Yep, you heard that right, and believe it or not, this has precedent within Matrix canon. The machines do indeed have the ability to genetically engineer and clone humans with specific traits for specific purposes. We know this based on a series of obscure stories called the Matrix comics. See, way back when the very first Matrix movie was coming out in the late 90s, Warner Brothers hired a bunch of writers and artists to create comic books and short stories to tie in with the film. These were released on the old 90s Matrix website, and while they were primarily used to advertise the movie, they also filled out the new universe with a ton of stories and lore that fans could dig into and dissect. These stories, later known collectively as the Matrix comics, were all overseen and signed off on by the Wachowskis. The one I want to look at here today is a short story called Goliath. In this story, our unnamed protagonist is revealed to be a genetically engineered human with enhanced speed, strength, and reaction time. A human that has been created by the machines. They've also designed him to be interested in flying planes. And within the Matrix, the machines have fed him lessons on flying UFO-style spacecraft. So why would a bunch of machines try to do all this? Well, they needed him out in the real world to fly that same UFO into space and destroy an alien spacecraft that's been throwing asteroids at Earth. One of those asteroids already destroyed Australia, apparently. And just as a quick reminder, yes, the spacecraft that launches asteroids at Earth is a thing that actually happened and is also canon with the Matrix. Anyway, for as ridiculous as that story might sound, the reason I bring it up is that it confirms that the machines
I'm truly
can
curious,
engineer
like, people
humans
find this
and can
entertaining,
implant personal interests
or
and
if
desires into those humans.
the
As such,
companies
it's not that
find
far of a
this
stretch
stuff
to assume that the
worth
machines would be
boosting
able
up.
to clone specific people found
guy
within
is
the Matrix. So
10
if you
million.
haven't connected the dots here, I'm saying that the machines have genetically cloned both Trinity and Morpheus, and the teasers give us imagery to back that up. In several of the shots that flash across the screen, we see what appears to be both Trinity
That's right,
and
we're
a stasis
nerds.
pod, and the machines designing Morpheus's new body. Both of these shots are also clearly meant to take place in the real world, given the saturated blue color grading. This does, however, present us with a small problem. See, in the teasers, we clearly see what appears to be Morpheus's awakening to the fact that he is actually in the Matrix, in a scene that's very evocative of when Neo touched the mirror in the first Matrix film. We also see a couple of flashbacks to the opening of the first Matrix where Trinity escapes from the agents. Look at the color grading of all these teaser shots. They're desaturated and they're green, just like the scenes that took place within the Matrix system from the original trilogy. And color grading is really important with this franchise. Notice how the world is oversaturated in these new trailers? Well, at the end of Matrix Revolutions, we see that the newly rebooted Matrix at the end of that movie has lost its iconic green color and instead resembles the same look that we're seeing pop up in Resurrections. So that's a cool detail, but if these shots are from when clone Morpheus discovers he's in the Matrix and when clone Trinity escapes from the agents and they have the color grading of green, how could they be taking place after the end of Matrix 3, after the reboot of the Matrix? Well, in Goliath, we see that the machines can implant interests and desires, but they can also alter the memories of anyone still hooked up to the Matrix. So who's to say that they couldn't create some believable scenario that makes clone Morpheus believe he experienced an approximation of what the real Morpheus did years and years ago when the Matrix was color graded green? Same with clone Trinity. In fact, comparing the shots from the teaser to the original scene from the first film, you see that there are actually some details that are off. Trinity is wearing a different outfit in the Resurrections trailer. Is that just a movie mistake, a new creative decision, or is that an indication that these are approximate memories of the event given to her by the machines rather than the real exact memories that the original Trinity actually experienced? Okay, so we've established how these characters are alive, but why? Why would the machines even want to resurrect Morpheus and Trinity or reawaken Neo's powers in the first place? What is their endgame here? Well, to answer that, let's take a look at what we can discern about Neo's life here in the current iteration of the Matrix. And I promise this is going to be relevant. First off, it seems like Neo's pretty darn wealthy in this current version of his life. He's seeing what appears to be a nice therapist in a fancy office. He's taking a bath in what looks to be an upscale home in San Francisco, which is the second most expensive city to live in the US, and I'm pretty sure that that's going to track into the current version of the Matrix as well. Additionally, he seems to be at least somewhat friendly with obviously wealthy people like this guy right here. And also, check out this scene from one of the teasers. It clearly takes place in a movie theater, and the scene that's being projected currently is straight up a scene from the first Matrix movie. Wait, what? Yeah, The Matrix is a movie that exists within this newest iteration of the Matrix, and it actually stars Neo in this world. That is crazy amounts of meta, which got me thinking. You see, it's my theory that in the newest iteration of the Matrix system, Thomas Anderson, Keanu Reeves' character, is either an actor, a writer, a director, or maybe all three. He made the previous Matrix films, which in turn skyrocketed his career to the level of success that we see in these teasers. That's what this line,
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started, back to the Matrix,
is actually talking about. Thomas and this corporate guy are going back to make more Matrix movies. If I were to guess, this new character is Neo's agent, a literal Hollywood agent. Quite a bit different than any of the other past agents that Neo had to deal with. They're going back to the franchise, not necessarily the physical place. And I can't believe that I'm about to say this, but if you look at how the Matrix as a computer system in the lore of these movies operates, the whole idea is not as crazy.
As silly, huh? Well, as silly as this guy is. But, I could see a possibility for it, but it would kinda... You could either shit on the other, like the... Kind of like the deeper philosophical notions that are in the movie, the original trilogy. Or it could be fucking brilliant. Kind of, if they make him like he's an actor or something, like using that to say that like this is the illusion, like no, you living the average everyday life is the illusion. The actual thing, the one character. I think that'd be pretty good. And obviously all these other elements. All right, here we go.
As it sounds. In fact, it's already been established. If you manage to stay awake through the architect portions of the series, he reveals that there are multiple iterations of the Matrix. It's a program that keeps restarting, and he explains
blur
that
out a
parts
middle
of
finger.
past Matrixes live on as the folklore in more recent versions.
I'm like, get
The
demonetized.
first Matrix was a paradise. Everyone was happy all the time. Nothing was ever bad, and nothing ever went wrong. And some have interpreted this to mean that it was
right.
literally
Ali
heaven, as in
Alexander.
angels and other positive elements from real-world religions were present in this version of the Matrix. Memories from this version of the Matrix lived on in concepts like the Garden of Eden from the Christian Bible. Want something even more concrete? Well, we actually have solid proof in the films that the second Matrix had a huge influence on folklore. This was a nightmare Matrix that the machines made based on the darker parts of human history.
The first Matrix I designed was quite naturally perfect, a triumph equaled only by its monumental failure. Thus I redesigned it, based on your history, to more accurately reflect the varying grotesqueries of your nature.
Those grotesqueries ended up being monsters like vampires and werewolves and ghosts.
Oh, dipshit. Literally George Bush, I think.
Is of your nature.
Those grotesqueries ended up being monsters like vampires and werewolves and ghosts.
Of your nature.
Those
Bush, isn't it?
To more accurately reflect the varying grotesqueries of your nature. Perfect, a triumph equaled only by its monumental failure. Thus I redesigned it, based on your history, to more accurately reflect the varying grotesqueries of your nature.
Looks like George Bush, man. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. The varying grotesques of your nature. Those two assholes.
Your nature.
Those grotesqueries ended up being monsters like vampires and werewolves and ghosts, which roamed the land in this version. And many of those programs managed to survive into modern iterations of the Matrix. Remember the Merovingian, that creepy French guy from the second movie? Well, he has an army of super strong programs that can pass through walls or only be killed by silver bullets.
My husband saved them because they're notoriously difficult to terminate. How many people keep silver bullets in their gun?
And that's because they're literally werewolves and ghosts. I'm pretty sure that the Merovingian himself was a vampire too, but not 100% sure on that.
I got something else out of that, to where it's like they're almost like I mean, yeah, like in a world full of like concepts. I was thinking more of like a mobster, gangster. But, you know, here we go.
Anyway, it follows that events from the most recent iteration of the Matrix, the one that we witnessed during the Matrix trilogy of films, would also live on in the pop culture of its next iteration. I mean, it'd be pretty difficult to forget Agent Smith shoving his hand into the chests of pretty much everyone on the planet to clone himself.
You. Yes, me. Me. Me too.
So why not disseminate this information in a controlled way?
Just symbolism
by
for the Me Too
inserting it into the
movement.
pop
Let's
culture
stop
of that
it.
world explicitly. And who better to use to distribute that information than Thomas Anderson himself? If you need even more proof, then take a look at this scene from the teaser. See that blurry shape over there in the background? That looks to me an awful lot like an actual prop that you can buy of a 3D model from the scene where Agent Smith gets punched in the face from Matrix Revolutions. The point of all of this is to say that in this new Matrix, it's not so crazy to think that Thomas Anderson is some big shot writer, actor, whatever, who helped create and star in an in-universe movie that dramatized the events of the previous films. This would also give new context to a line from the first Matrix movie, when Cypher says that he wants to be reinserted into the Matrix as
someone important. Like an actor.
Huh, isn't that an interesting coincidence? In short, The Matrix Resurrections is going to be a meta-commentary on rebooting beloved media, told through the soft reboot of a piece of beloved media. I think it's going to ask the difficult question of whether it's better to give an audience exactly what they want, exactly what they expect, or is it instead worth challenging them and their expectations? If you don't understand what I mean, well, as an example, just look at the recent Star
it was
Wars
Daddy
films
Bush
and their reception.
and
Is it
Bush
better
Jr.,
to produce something
for
like
sure.
The Force Awakens, a movie that played it real safe, story that did nothing new but placated a majority of the viewers? It took important nostalgic imagery and recycled it over and over. Or is it better to produce something like The Last Jedi, a movie that challenges its viewers and subverts their expectations for better or worse? A story that takes the same iconic imagery and turns it on its head, taking it in a wildly different direction, but as a result, dividing the fan base. I think the machines are going to try to take the Force Awakens route with Neo. They're trying to keep him sedated and happy, feeding him the story that he wants to hear so they can keep him under their control. They know they can't suppress the memories of what happened in the previous Matrix films from him forever. Its iconic imagery is burned into his subconscious, just like it is with our cultural subconscious. They also know that they can't operate the Matrix without Neo. He is hard-coded into the system. As the architects
That'd be interesting. To where it's not really like machines like need to fight him, go at him, whatever the fuck. It's more of almost trick him to think that everything's okay. And it's, you realize like, oh, the complacency is something worth standing up against. It's right. Yeah, that Bliss out of the way. Need you to follow the machine with machine thinking. Maybe that's brought up. Maybe they'll go into like thinking itself, become mechanical. maybe that's them attempting to reconstruct the minds of people, right? The scene in the elevator to where they're all looking at whatever iPhones or iPads and shit like that. Maybe. But I guess in this world, the one character would be a little different, right? To where they need to, in a way, keep him under the illusion that everything is story, right? No crime here, no murder, nothing. Things fine. Something wrong with you, you need to keep up and go along to get along, bud. Here we go.
Says in The Matrix Reloaded,
You are the eventuality of an anomaly which I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony of mathematical precision.
Neo, or the One, has to be in the Matrix so the system can function properly. To give the
Comparing
humans
this to
that want
Star Wars,
out
this
a
is
hope
the
for a
theory.
savior. And in a meta sense, he also has to be in the Matrix so that we, as the viewers, have a protagonist to root for. So the machines are giving him
Supposed to be
and
the
us
upcoming fourth
exactly
film.
that. They're feeding Neo a new story that he so desperately wants to hear, with the woman that he wants to be with the friend he wants to fight alongside once more, going through the motions with similar imagery to his past adventures. Perhaps they've even set up new programs like his media agent and his therapist to help guide him subconsciously in that direction. Notice how both of them have blue motifs running through their costumes and sets, the agent's suit and the therapist's glasses. Blue is the color of the machines in this world. Perhaps the machines are just hoping that Neo will once again merge with the code in their system to keep the Matrix stable, just like Warner Brothers needs to keep that Matrix franchise stable, so they can keep pumping out movies and making money, so they can spin it off into a new HBO Max show and make new video games, new merchandise, new comic books. Will they succeed? Will Neo and the audience be sedated by the same story again? Well, given the fact that I believe The Matrix Resurrections is even asking such a meta-textual question, if I were a betting man, I would say no. I think this movie's gonna surprise us and end with a huge twist that sets up the franchise to tell new stories. Will we like it? Who knows? That's kind of what the machines want to find out. But hey, that's just a theory. A film theory.
Okay. Yeah, guys, don't fuck this movie up. Well, I mean, you could. They could. It is what it is. For better or for worse. If they fuck it up, hey, they fuck it up. I'll just compare. Hey. Here's a shitty version. Here's a good version. I plan on doing that on Discord just so you guys know. I might do a full on the day before it comes out if I'm not busy with something else. Or the day this movie comes out. Might do like a little marathon, all 3 movies. I don't know if I have the stamina for it, but I'll try. Need plenty of Four Loko, that's for sure. And tacos. Grit and Four Loko, that's all I need. But yeah. Are the original 3 movies. Enjoy them because it's like, okay, you know that notion that when the people say like, oh, when you're a kid, you soak in all this different information. He's like, you could probably learn languages like that compared to like an adult because they already have it so deeply ingrained. That's kind of like what this stuff was for me. And obviously, it wasn't just Matrix movies or anything. And like, there was a point in my life where I'm like, you feel like you're new to the world. Like everything's just interesting. These are the things I got my hands on. Fucking call it gluttony or something. I would just consume as much shit as I could. But it had to be a certain type of food. Had to have some sort of depth or some sort of me seeking it right? Like, oh, maybe there's something in here, and I look for it. Maybe it's not there. Like, oh, okay, I guess it's not for me, or it's not there, or I'm not seeing it, or whatever. And the things that did have this stuff, I'm just, oh. Want to kick your own door in and be like, hey, guys, I found it. Some chick will end up being the key to everything. Stunning and blah, 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 blah. Now I have. Yeah, it's a movie. Back in time. I need some white runs, that's it. Roll up. I'd probably save it for the new movie. Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's gonna be on HBO Max. I'd rather watch with these. Like Reeves is Anderson. Also Neo as an acting. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely made the case for that. And I'm like, yeah, I could see that 100%. Where they go with that, because there's a whole bunch of shit as far as subtext and all that you can go with that shit. Like some brilliant areas you can go with when you start adding extra layers to things like the Matrix itself. Where now the battle blatantly psychological for Neo, right? Because they're kind of keeping him subdued by, hey, we live in a bright, sunny, shiny world. There's no problems here. Meanwhile, the one archetype has more things to quote unquote flex than just happy sunshininess. And in fact, his actual happy sunshininess would include Trinity. With Trinity comes the other dark shit too. That's why this is perfect, because that's why when I gave my description of Bliss, like, oh, it is not one note, the harmony of notes, full fret, all the notes, all the strings, our guitar. It's being able to negotiate all of it, not just the high notes. Ring. Oh, our true happiness would be true bliss would be able to, I want to beat the shit out of something bad. I think that's a part of people. And, well, part of the ego, that sort of recognition with the self and the ego of something like, hey, something we don't like, how do we clean it up? In the most drastic case, good and evil. You want to flex those champion muscles or hero muscles. And it's definitely a part of human. I think it's well ignored as far as, I think it's well ignored in the sense of not the notions of good and evil, like people recognize, attempting to look at good and bad in a moral sense. What doesn't get pulled into the equation is where they get their notions of good and evil from. That's the thing that goes unnoticed. Thus, they don't get to actually touch this notion of actual, and then outright today, they're just trying. It seems like they're just trying to just eliminate that thing from the equation, but can't really do it. They have to find other ways to get through something like that. Right? In the past, it was all this religion and shit, and you had Daddy disseminating what's good and what's evil. Nowadays, you're like, you know what? Fuck it. There is no such thing. It's all about the conditioning. All you do is change the environment, you change the person. Or, all you gotta do is change the genetics, you change the person. There's no good and evil. Or, change both. That might be just ooh. 4 movies in is tough to do well. Yes. Look what they did to the last Terminator. Or better yet, don't look. Let me think about it though. Okay, you have Terminator 1. You have Judgment Day. Terminator 3. What was it? Rise of the Machines or something? Not the worst movie ever. Terminator 4, Terminator Salvation. Not a bad movie either. They're not great, but they're not bad. Milk Duds and Hot Tamales, my movie candy. Oh, my movie candy. I gotta go with Pink Starburst or Skittles. Now, French Burt Peanuts are the best candy of all time. Not even close. I'm just saying, from my past and movies, definitely. Oh, Nerds. Add Nerds to that list. Skittles, Nerds, and I like Starburst, period, but the pink ones are just the best flavor, bro. Strawberry. Come on, bro. None of that fruity island fucking flavored Starburst. Fuck that shit. Or the alternative fucking Skittles. Fuck that shit. Oh, I forgot Reese's Pieces, bro. Damn, there's too many good candies. Airheads, bro. I didn't mind. They're all good to me. They're all good. Cherry, blue, raspberry, watermelon are the best, but I ended up buying candy. Who you did? Who you did? Not you. Who you did to me? Fuck, marry, kill, Harley Quinn, 1990s series, Jessica Rabbit, Carl Young. Sorry, Carl. Anyone watch Saints in Newark? Even worth watching. I haven't seen it yet. That's the Sopranos, right? I know. I thought they CGI'd James Gandolfini's fucking face on, and I'm like, oh no, that's his kid. Like, you look exactly like him. Oh, that's young him. Gotcha. Fucking girly eyes and everything. I haven't heard the accent though yet. I haven't heard it. It was the gabagoo. Margot Robbie, Blue Weinstein balls. What? Edited. Fucking hope not. Supposed to be like some like super actress, but yeah. Like too bad for her. Like movies started dying as far as quality, in my opinion. Where it's like you can't have that momentous fucking performance that I'm like, yeah. Doesn't want that fucking Natalie Portman role. Oh yeah. DiCaprio apparently turned down a bunch of different movies before he made it. Like, I'm doing these particular. Now he's mega star. There's Inception. I already paid. Paid the iron price. Oh, there's a bunch out there. Old school. Shit, you know? Oh, so this guy made that video. Neo isn't the one in the Matrix trilogy. I guess he's the one who, I guess this is the same guy who would make something like that shit you see recommended that you make fun of. Why Tyrion Lannister, or no, why Tywin Lannister is actually correct. Let me say, I want to see this guy with the Dark Knight. No. Type in Joker. No, I'm saying no to his fucking bullshit. The Joker is not real. 5 million views. Joker is the hero of Gotham. So you'd kill Carl Jung, but who'd you F? Jessica Rabbit or Harley 1990s? I think what I would do is play this video instead. But sorry, Carl. Still, go Carl. Sorry. I knew you would make that decision anyway. You told me that. All right, here we go.
While the rest of the world's busy talking about Joaquin Phoenix's new Joker, well, we've already done that one twice. So instead I'm...
I don't mind people having their own whatever weird voices and whatnot, but when you're just like forcing it and pretending and shit like that. Oh yeah, template. I can't even hit those notes. Number 5. Alright, here we go.
While the rest of the world's busy talking about Joaquin Phoenix's new Joker, well, we've already done that one twice. So instead, I'm going back to revisit The Dark Knight, and you know what? It is a miracle that nobody in Gotham figures out the Bruce Wayne Batman connection. I mean, think about it. Coleman Reese, aka Bruce Wayne's accountant, goes on live TV saying that he's gonna reveal Batman's identity. I mean, who else is he exposing here, people? The Wayne Enterprises HR rep? Looks like Gotham's greatest villain isn't the Joker, it's basic critical thinking. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that, at this point, deserves its own place in How It Should Have Ended's Villain Pub because of how frequently we step up to defend history's most iconic bad guys. Thanos, Scar, Light Yagami, Dr. Doofenshmirtz. But today we're actually tackling one of the biggest, most iconic bad guys of them all, Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight. Now, I know I'm not the first one to suggest that the Joker might be the good guy in this movie. In fact, one Reddit theory went viral about this exact topic a few years ago, which then got him hired by us as a researcher. Sup, Zach? Hey. But a lot of time has passed since that original theory, and so with a very different take on the Joker currently now be the good Dark Knight. greatest, most iconic bad guys of them all, Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight. Now, I know I'm not the first one to suggest that the Joker might be the good guy in this movie. In fact, one Reddit theory went viral about this exact topic a few years ago, which then got him hired by us as a researcher. Sup, Zach? Hey. But a lot of time has passed since that original theory, and so with a very different take on the Joker currently now in theaters, our newly combined theorist forces wanted to revisit that post one final time. And at this point, we're both convinced the world has been watching this movie completely backwards. The Joker is the hero in The Dark Knight. He's the hero that Gotham deserves. This isn't just us overthinking things either. It's clearly an intentional decision on the part of the creative team working on this movie. So suit up and prepare to watch your world burn, along with everything you thought you knew about this movie. First, let's set the stage by talking a little about Gotham, the primary setting for the Nolan trilogy of Batman movies,
textbook
starting with Batman
definition
Begins
of
and ending with The Dark Knight Rises. Now, these films are as much about Gotham as they are about Bruce Wayne. When the series first begins, we're presented with a Gotham that's completely corrupt, overrun with crime, mafia bosses, and paid-off police officers. In fact, the villain's plot in Batman Begins is all about correcting Gotham by purging it.
Gotham's time has come. The city has become a breeding ground for suffering and injustice.
Racist.
It is beyond saving and must be allowed to die.
And if fake Ra's al Ghul here sounds a bit harsh, well, that's because he is. But he's also speaking from past experience.
You attacked Gotham before. Of course.
In fact, if you re-watch Batman Begins and only focus on the League of Shadows and Ra's al Ghul's motivation,
freak out of here,
over
Jesse.
our heads repeatedly that their
Joker
only
sets us free.
goal is to hit reset on Gotham, a city that they consider to have become so rotten that they can no longer
Pop
save
psych.
it.
The forest grows too wild.
How do you know?
Is inevitable and natural. The movement back to harmony will be unstoppable this time.
Or at least it would have been unstoppable if it hadn't been for that meddling bat. Despite Ra's pumping fear gas into the city, Gotham is eventually saved by its greatest hero, Batman. Or is it? You see, movie 2, The Dark Knight, picks up about a year later, and things aren't looking much better for Gotham than when we last left them. Oh sure, Batman is cleaning up petty criminals here and there on a case-by-case basis, but he's been powerless to do anything about the true institutional corruption that pervades the city. The mafia is still running wild, corruption is still everywhere in the police station. Heck, we're even starting to see the negative effects of Batman himself in the city. Despite trying to clean up crime, Batman's vigilante justice has only resulted in one major thing: escalation of the criminals. The looming threat of Batman being out there threatening to foil any underhanded behavior has forced the criminals to get more extreme in their behaviors. They now use bigger guns and have themselves more protection. It was actually something the soon-to-be Commissioner Gordon worried about in the first movie.
I could have swore they'd hide more at night. They're like looking over their shoulders and on and so forth. But yeah, fair enough.
Movie of the trilogy.
What about escalation?
Escalation.
We start carrying semi-automatics, they buy automatics. We start wearing Kevlar, they buy armor-piercing rounds.
And what do we have at the beginning of Dark Knight? A lowly drug dealer traveling heavily armed with multiple guard dogs. Gordon's fears have become fully realized. Escalation is happening, and it's all the result.
You took that from a guy, a mob boss, walking up in a car with 4 dogs. Escalation.
Result of Batman. Enter the Joker, who describes.
The Joker was the escalation. Fuck. Those guys are all worried about. They're having a meeting saying how much they're getting fucked up. Right? They'll still hire this guy. They'll hire the Joker as like the escalation. Right? Am I tripping on that? That's the plot of the movie, right?
Guard dogs. Gordon's fears have become fully realized. Escalation is happening.
That's
It's
the Joker
all
right
the result of Batman. Enter the Joker, who describes himself as
I'm an agent of chaos. I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it.
he robs banks, blows up hospitals, sets up impossible game theory-esque scenarios where lives are constantly being threatened. Wait a minute, game theory? I love love that show. Any way you slice it, he is a villain in every sense of the word. Or at least he is until you actually look at his actions. Because by the end of The Dark Knight, Gotham, that city that was so corrupt it had to be destroyed in Batman Begins, yeah, by the end of the second movie, it's cured. It's saved. And it's saved by one man. Not Bruce Wayne, but by the Joker. You see, it's easy to walk away from this movie just reciting the catchphrases.
You wanna know how I got these scars?
Why so serious? It's time for Gotham to get the hero it needs, not the hero it thinks it deserves. Right.
But if you pay attention to the plot, the Joker's ability to understand human behavior and set up dominoes to fall in just the right way is practically ingenious. When the movie begins, we watch as the Joker robs a bank, not for the money, but to alert the mafia to the fact that their money is being actively tracked.
The problem is our money being tracked by the cops.
This causes their accountant Lau to run away with all the gang money to Hong Kong. Joker uses this to convince the combined gangs of Gotham that Lau's gonna reveal everything to Batman unless the gangs give him half their money to kill the Batman first.
Batman has no jurisdiction. He'll find him and make him squeal.
What do you propose?
We kill the Batman.
What you want?
Half.
When Batman does, in fact, do exactly what the Joker predicted and extradite Lau forcibly, Lau starts singing like a bird, and the gangs give in to the Joker's demands. But Joker isn't content with just half the money at this point. He allows himself to get caught by the police in order to kidnap Lau and get himself all of the gang's money. Money which he then promptly burns.
It's not about money, it's about sending a message. Everything burns.
In this series of moves, the Joker has now bankrupted the mafia. The gangs of Gotham are now broken and penniless, something that no one has been able to accomplish yet. So with that out of the way, the Joker then turns his attention towards the final evil that's plaguing Gotham, that lunatic jumping off of rooftops in a ninja costume that the police refuse to do anything about, Batman. But his plan isn't to kill him. Oh no, killing the Batman would just encourage more vigilantes to take up his mantle, just like the
I mean, Joker's motive was to not kill Batman because he's worried about other Batmans popping up. Yeah. You're with Joker, Arsiva. Yeah, Batman is the self of this world. Well, he's the hero archetype of this movie. And Joker is the force attempting to essentially like a mind breaking down itself, and then what's left standing is that's the true one. That picture you sent me. Sculpture of a guy off into it. You prefer the Joker, really? You guys missed a movie then. Oh well. Alright, here we go. Hey, I've had 1-on-5 debates on this. Yeah, 5 dead bodies on 5 carcasses. I love leaving it in this area where people don't know if I'm serious or not. I love that. Alright, here we go.
random dudes that we see at the beginning of the movie who are woefully underprepared for the world of hurt that they're getting themselves into. The only way to end the Batman problem is to get him to quit, to retire, to disappear, and instead have the city recognize a more wholesome, brand-safe, traditional hero. To do this, Joker lures Batman to a construction site using hostages while his real
Mace in the hole
works its magic in the background. You see, by manipulating Gotham's golden boy Harvey Dent into becoming a homicidal monster, Joker leaves Batman with little choice but to kill him. Batman is forced to break his one rule, and in the process, he
I am
realizes
not a
that
plumber.
he has to retire. To salvage Harvey's reputation and give Gotham the hero it can believe in, he tells Gordon to blame all of Harvey's murders on himself. And Batman just gives up. That's it. Game over. He retires. For the next 8 years, up until the events of Dark Knight Rises, Batman stays retired. So at the end of Dark Knight, we have ourselves 3 key things. 1, a destabilized mafia that's penniless. 2, most of that mafia and corrupted officials in jail thanks in part to the passing of the Dent Act, which honored the supposed hero of Gotham by denying appeals to criminals found guilty in those corruption cases. And 3, no more lawless vigilantes roaming the streets. That means that for 8 years after the events of the Dark Knight, Gotham was the paradise that Bruce Wayne and Ra's al Ghul never thought would come. The mafia defeated, dozens of corrupt cops either discovered or killed, the ineffective alcoholic commissioner replaced by the incorruptible Jim Gordon, and no need for heavily armed vigilantes. And that, dear theorists, was Joker's intent the entire time. He saved a city that everyone thought was beyond saving.
You're crazy.
Now, archetypally, the Force is supposed to represent, it's the like a darker side of cleansing, if you will. It does represent that archetypally. That's why that Force is necessary for like things like maturity. In this sense, it's like moral maturity. But hey, the good guy out of that, I wouldn't go there. I get salaries from the yes. Stop it, Emblem. Stop it. Sure you're not Muay Thai? Where is Muay Thai? Damn it. Here we go.
No, I'm not.
Now, the first thing that a lot of fans are probably thinking is, no, Joker's an agent of chaos. You played that exact clip earlier in this episode.
You know what I am? I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it. I'm an agent of chaos.
But can we really believe what the Joker's saying here? Of course not, it's the Joker we're talking about. Just think about the logistics of his plan in the first place. Joker had to think about the actions and reactions of the Mafia, the police, and Batman to manipulate them all. For one undeniable example, just think about his final battle against Batman. He sets up a situation where the alleged hostages are actually his goons, and vice versa. But the SWAT team and Batman that's coming in doesn't know that. So Joker is effectively pitting Batman against the SWAT team who supposedly...
You had 5 dead bodies after the... That's right. So I guess in the end, you finally sided with the Joker. Batman won't hurt people. Oh, he'll hurt people. 100%. He'll hurt people. He won't kill them. My killing was metaphor. Not literal. A figurative murking that happened. All who were there and all know what happened. Saying. May they rest in peace. What is wrong with you? Fred Hampton's leftist Discord got raided. Got raided today. Oh, what'd you guys do? This is the analysis of a 23-year-old. Do not blame age. Did this all on his own and saw how many views and clicks. Don't get mad at me, guys. Like, I'm not trying to be too harsh on this guy, but it's like downfall of art. Imagine like fucking Rembrandt or some shit, or Picasso or something. Here's the theory behind the painting of Picasso. Imagine that shit. Like, people are gonna be like, what? He's talking about the bombing in 18 blah 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 or whatever the fuck. Something silly. Or something you know, political and serious. That's what I think they were trying to do with their movie too. But it's Batman, so you giggle. Or it's Neo, so you giggle. It's like any introduction of some sort of deeper, darker concepts to younger people are gonna be washed with this stuff. Come on, man. There's no guys that fly. This is serious. This is silly. We're supposed to giggle at it. Meanwhile, there's deeper concepts within the artwork that we left out. But Banksy will be taken serious when he says, just paints a mural that says, Iraq war bad. Yeah, man. This is what I was telling you guys. Telling you. Not like I'm hating right now, but I'm just being honest with you. Like, this is what I see. Someone give me a piece of like a film or something that's taken serious nowadays, and then give me the subject matter. I'd have to watch it again. I watched it and then never went back to it. People didn't like it at all, and the sense I got was like just a pure sci-fi, but I'd have to watch it again. Trying to think what movies and artwork is taken serious today, and you tell me like the subject matter as far as like film and TV. Trying to think what's like a really popular show or movie. And I mean like it's attempting to have like a message to it, not just be like a good drama, right? Because you can say Game of Thrones all day. Joker, the movie Joker, right? Now, what's the deeper concept in the movie? Well, that there's gonna be some sort of societal collapse, the culture war happening right in front of us in a movie. It's a protest of, you know, of Antifa, or not of Antifa, but like of the world not paying attention that there's clearly a culture war. People don't get it. And it's like that's the subject matter. Meanwhile, you could have a movie that says, "Hey, I'm trying to say like this is the meaning of life. I'm trying to say it in a movie." Silly. 5 reasons why the meaning of life is actually, I don't know. I don't know what they would say. Batman is a neoliberal cop and a closet racist. No idea where you got archetype or deeper meaning from. Stop hating, Alice. I know you know better. So I know you're trolling. Schindler's List, I dare you to criticize it. It's a social, political, fucking, I haven't seen it since fucking 6th grade, dude. I'd have to watch it again. Oh, it was high school, not 6th grade. What am I thinking? 9th grade. My bad. But, yeah. Is there another one? How about not something other than Joker? I mean, like what's a movie that's everyone loves? Would it be the Marvel movies? No. They movie. They and Private Ryan would probably wash. Movies that people take serious to being some kind of meaning or something. Yeah, like last 5 years. Or TV shows too. We say Watchmen. What's that about? Like race? There was some shit in there, but that shit no one cared about. Racial stuff. Yeah. It can't be old like Shawshank Redemption or Braveheart. I mean, like in today, pop culture, like that movie. Like, you look at the concepts in them. Shallow, at best. In fact, if there was something, they'd have to mask it with shallow shit. Hey guys, you guys get it, right? I wasn't joking when I said kind of dead. The core soul part, like narrative of your movie is, well, black people shouldn't be oppressed. Society's fucked. "12 Years a Slave." Amistad was better. That. Zero Dark 30, too old. Oh, like Get Out. There you go. There's one. Get Out. The deeper meaning. Don't lose your blackness. American History X, too old. Too old of a movie. Ex Machina, too old. But even that one's just like, it's okay. Good. But... yeah, 2016 and later. Probably could. No Country for Old Men, too old. I'll debate you in. I know, like Gone with the Wind. Wizard of Oz. Get Out, deeper meaning was Whitey is bad, right? No. Punishing himself then. Oh wait, I missed one of these. Long one. Pause. You put Batman greater than Joker for the meaning and symbolism. How do you rank them on performance? For me, villains can be more relatable, but stories are written from hero perspective. Wait, do you mean the Joker the movie? Or Joker the character in the Dark Knight movie? And for me, no. Well, it depends. It could be any particular story, but the Joker is not more relatable to me. I don't think it's supposed to represent a person. Has no other names, has no other aliases. Nothing in his pocket but lint and knives. Nothing. He's not even a human in that world, bro. How do you, like, yeah. He is the wind in fucking, in the movie Chocolat. With Johnny Depp and shit. where the wind blows and like, oh, here comes this force entering this town, throws it all in shambles, and then it reorders itself in a new way. The change of winds happened. Winds moves on to the next town or whatever the fuck. That's what Joker is, not a person. Now, if you're saying, yeah, man, the system sucks, something needs to bring it down, then I guess you could say you would want a Joker-type force to happen. You know, the Batman character is like, hey, there's a way to do this without, you know, blood and guts everywhere, this guy murdering people, this guy doing all this shit. Like, hey, maybe there's a better way to do this. We can have a symbol, a hopeful symbol named Harvey Dent that will inspire people to do good. We don't need you all to be fucking massacred to fucking change your ways. I guess, maybe you do. Anyways, a good, meaningful recent movie was Parasite, but it was a foreign film, but it played in the theaters here and did well. I've heard of it, I haven't seen it. What's the meaning in it? That's where it gets sad. I get there with movies. It's turning into YellBRo Dark. Turning into it. I go there with movies. This does not mean you have to enjoy movies as much as YellBRo does, but then I gotta be me. The Shape of Water. I've seen that. And okay movie. But the idea, so you're nerd of like prejudice, and that's what's in. Me and this alien can be together, or whatever the fuck. Amy Adams. Oh, Aliens. Rival. What year is that? That's one of that's a great movie. What year is that movie? Arrival might be 2016. Oh, there you go. You have one. There's one. That movie is super duper legit. Like, I might watch it again soon because you reminded me of it. That's a legit great movie. Let's see the picture. Come on. Uses these aliens. If they didn't spend like $3 trillion on special effects for aliens, because it's a story, right? And the time is skewed. And the only way these aliens communicate is not. They only speak meaning. That's the only way to communicate with these aliens is with meaning, right? She's like an interpreter. So she's trying to like do like a symbol thing with her hand and say, human. But they're more of like feeling vibes. Oh, so when you say it's like a word while also bringing the, as you're saying the word. That's how the aliens speak. And in this sense, also, once you are in touch with that sense of internal language, it plays around with this notion of time. Because you may not be able to egotistically remember something from your childhood, but you can experience like an emotion or a feeling, right? That's also you. That's the same you that was there then. And that's essentially kind of like time travel for the ego. Like you're really there again because it's the same thing. No time for the soul. No time. Great movie. I have to watch it again. I remember watching it, I was like, okay, this is one of the best movies. This is easily 8.9 and might go up when I watch it again. Amy Adams is overrated? I don't think so. Well, if you're talking about acting skill, that's one thing. But if you're talking about choices of film and work, he is ding. He's legit. Roid rage. All right, so you got one. Arrival. He overacts. I didn't notice. I think she's a great actress. I don't know, it could be her face, the way her face has a natural, like, emotional to it. I haven't taken that test booster the guy on Rogan was talking about. Here's milkshakes. Pause. Meaning of Parasite. Western influence upon Asian culture, primarily capitalism, detrimental to Asian society. You're joking, right? Moonlight, another social. I was hoping for good things, but all I got was a social messaging. Well shot, though. Well shot as far as cinematography. Well shot, but nothing. Pretty picture of a prime rib. Eat it though. Plastic. I didn't see Shape of Water. Was it good and deep? Pause. Find the fish thing attractive? No. Annihilation was about that film? No, no. 1 out of 5 years anyway. There could be more, maybe movies I haven't seen, or yeah, or I'm forgetting something I have seen. There's one movie that was on Netflix by Charlie Kaufman that was interesting, very interesting, but all right, not enough. The main themes of Parasite was class conflict, social inequity, or inequality, wealth disparity. Main themes of Parasite are class conflict, social inequality, and wealth disparity. Oh, he meant the paste. Oh, so it's like they're being erased. Black comedy? Really? I thought it was like a serious movie. Follows a poor family who schemed to played by a wealthy create their household by unrelated, highly qualified individuals. I mean, I could see someone doing something with that, but it could end up falling back on. The social stuff isn't bullshit. It's just you can do both. Honestly, that's one. Two, the other stuff seemed to aim at the core of what's happening. Opposed to they just hate black people. That's why. Answer. Which one, YellBRo? On what? Parasite is well shot and does the social message better than most. Okay. Okay. So it is doing a social message. Mainly. Marvel is better? Freak you, Jackie. Nectity, New York, or Adaptation, or Eternal Sunshine. Those three movies? Nectity, New York is already third place for me. That's fucking tough, man. Eternal Sunshine, that's Charlie Kaufman too? It is, I didn't even know. I only knew him for like Adaptation. Wow, he was. He was the writer. That's the one I saw on Netflix, which wasn't good. I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Pretty good. Pretty weird and trippy, like a typical of his movie. I think I've seen Human Nature too. Fucking Patty Arquette. Yes, it is. He's now a shit lib. I'm gonna go eat. That's tough. Probably gonna go Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. By a hair. Fucking close though. Yeah, he does great work. Oh, bro, and DC suck. Freak you, Jackie. Us was about that movie. Oh, the Jordan Peele movie. Haven't seen it. Parasite was better than most garbage, but could be better. Makes me not want to watch it. They hear like the underlying message of, hey, don't oppress poor people. Holy shit, you needed a movie to tell you that? Freak my life, bro. Movie's like made for symbolism and innuendo or whatever. Whatever the word is. Not scared of anything, not even scared itself. YellBRo. Good job, YellBRo. Social stuff is bullshit. No, it's unless it's for this movie is made for social educational purposes. Hey, I'll be like, nope. Adam full movie from Unity to this animation. His animation. That before? I don't Parasite was a bit overrated. Some movies are good on like a social level. They're not trying to do too much or anything like that. For sure that exists. Movies I'm just like, oh, I can watch this movie. So Parasite could be that. I'm saying, like, I'm looking for movies with like an underlying message. You talk Godfather all fucking day, but the underlying message there. Don't snitch. What about Cloverfield Lane? Is that the one with John Goodman and Mary Elizabeth Winstead? Oh, gee, golly. People like this. Got a cute. The class issues in Parasite were on the surface. People don't like it because of that. It shows raw people and human condition pushed to extremes. Surfaces inner. I'd have to see what that was exactly, because I could say that for like Saw. Right? I can call Saw like a psychological. Well, you want to play a game? Depends though. Lots of suspense. Parasite is what Joker tried to be. Joker was. As a fan of like the superhero genre, that was disappointing. But people love this, so they'll make more of the same type of movie. What are you playing, a game on us? Ever seen... Oh, Being John Malkovich? I've seen that. I don't remember it too well, though. I'll have to watch that one again, too. I haven't seen it in a while. Even before I like actually cared to watch movies. Ever seen Bone Tomahawk? Completely free of social commentary, no whiteys. No rich people are evil nonsense, no capitalism is... No, I have not seen it. What's it about? What's the deeper concept in it, Matt Hunter? Sugar sucked and I never saw it. Sorry. Oh, about something. The irony is, without Western influence, Asia would have no cinema. Oh, stop it. Of course you think like that. Hey, Matt, without this YellBRo channel, I don't know how many people would be actually listening to you. The light is where the truth is. The darkness is where the truth is at. Not bad. That's not bad. People are describing Parasite like if someone were to tell you The Dark Knight was about a crime-stopping superhero, you would tell them that it was an experience. Okay. Take your word for it. Darkness is spreading, everyone. Godfather's about family, I think. I think it's just a period time period thing, and there's a little bit of a lot more in depth hero's journey type of thing in the second one, where you follow Vito Corleone, where you follow him. That's a lot more hero's journey is in that one for sure. It's like kind of like an origin story for him. Basically showing how he's like a legit stand-up guy, and his son is who was supposed to be the legit stand-up son out of all of them, but being a shithead. Never go against the family. Yes, it's the John Goodman Cloverfield. That one good? Don't really remember it too well. Don't remember it too well. But I like Mary Elizabeth Winstead. No pause. Oh, it's beyond trash. It is not even scary. Because Anthony, your generation is just all, what's the word? Desensitized. I remember seeing the first one when I was like 16 or 17. I can handle things. I'm smart. Everybody else. Grab my... What? There's something in it. There's plenty of Godfather. It's all about the family, but he's his own brother in the water. Like they showed Vito was like, he had some sense of righteousness behind what he did. There's a sense of justice and righteousness, code behind it, principle. And Michael, cold-blooded, even though he was supposed to be the good guy, the good one out of all the sons. Right? Fredo's aloof. Sonny is fucking maniac. Michael's supposed to be like, no, you don't do this life. You military and all that shit. But he ends up being the most calculated, cold-blooded. Oh yeah, he left. Yeah. He ended up being the most cold-blooded of all of them. Psycho type of thing. You can see that even like when he goes away, hide away. Fuck. Like they basically take his like, here's your perfect female counterpart, and poof, dead. Like turn him like, okay, this is a cold world. Not romanticize it or sugarcoat it. Oh, that. Oh, that. Where older Pacino came out of younger. Pause. Younger Pacino. Like this. Oh my God! And the Devil's Advocate came out. Yeah, no. That other movie, that was really good. Huh? Oh. Dog Day Afternoon. There we go. That was that was a really good movie. I forgot exactly. Something like that. Push him, he rocked. And John Malkovich. You know. Fuck the guy on Jimmy Dore show. Guy that does the impersonations. Listen, I had them all. I had the best. I'm in the mood for pancakes, but I'm also glad I don't have friends. I'll offer you some pancakes. Bitches. War hero turned cool. Right, I'm here for myself. Oh, green. Father was too. But he had a code, he had a moral, he had some morals behind it. All Michael saw was tragedies. Yeah. Tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. Like he suffered the sins of his father, like fathers. Dies of old age, family, and all that shit. As the guy. Got to see his grandkid. What was I saw it in high school. I think I saw a parts of it like from the fucking like 70s or something. Giant. The guy who played Fredo is also Dog Day Afternoon partner. It's this giant fucking forehead, bro. Fucking movie. His forehead's like next level large. Huh? He gave him a wig in the fucking movie. Forehead's just massive. Michael was a madman. Archetype. I made everything. People consider him like a great actor.
What? Hello, Al?
I'm all by myself. Where'd everybody go? Everybody's walking around with those mad drugs and the rackets. Where does it say you can't shoot a cop like that?
Nice. But could you say?
Oh, you and your colleague. Oh, you're gonna get blood all over your college suit for bang. Hey, watch that movie.
So,
hey,
how about
it? Shut the door. Hey, Mike, how's it going? Hey, good to see you. You didn't really make me laugh, you know that? Yeah, you want to talk business? Let's talk business. First of all, you're all done. The Corleone family doesn't have that kind of muscle anymore. The Godfather's sick, right? You're being chased out of Brooklyn by Barzini and the other families. You want to come here and tell me I'm doing my business wrong?
Holy shit!
No, I just think you're unlucky. Oh, you want to come here? You want to come here and tell me how to do my business, Mike? Is that what you want to do? Tell me how to do my business?
Oh my God! You do Mo Green?
Is that why you slap my brother around in public? Whoa, hey, Mikey, that was nothing. Sure, Mo flies off the handle every now and again, but we're good pals, right? We're good buddies. He was banging cocktail waitresses 2 at a time. People at the table couldn't get a drink. I'm trying to run a business here. I got to straighten some people out to get it done.
Yeah, oh my God.
You had to straighten my brother out?
Wow, that was amazing.
I've seen that movie a lot.
No kidding. Wow, that's amazing.
You kiddies really make me laugh, you know that?
No one else does that, I don't think.
She made me look ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot afford to be made ridiculous. That's a long sentence.
Wow.
I'm not giving it up. I don't care how many of you guinea dagos come out of the woodwork. Actually, I'm German-Irish. To be my Kraut McFriend.
My Kraut McFriend. That was such... He didn't skip a step. Didn't skip a step. I'm actually German-Irish. Well, then my Kraut McFriend. I'm looking for... I don't know. I was just thinking of watching The Apartment with Jack Lemmon.
Oh, well.
All right. Copyright. As she calls black guy. I don't feel like it, man. Like where you live. It's like probably in a Jack Lemmon. Dude, my go finish up the Dark Knight.
What? Hello, Al?
I'm all by Oh, well, I've never seen it, but I'm sure it's a fine film. I'm older than you.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. How old are you?
You fucking child. You fucking cunt.
Oh my.
That's mid-Ray, remember? Like mid, like.
That was when he was Tony Montana. Yeah, that was mid. That wasn't Scott. That was Tony Montana.
No, that was what was his name in that movie?
Tony Montana.
Ricky Roma. Ricky Roma.
Oh, you're doing Glengarry.
Glen Ross. Yeah.
Are you going downtown? Are you going to Are you going to Mitch and Murray?
I will. Oh yeah, I will talk to Mitch and Murray. I will talk to Lipkin.
Oh,
remember that part?
Yeah, he
reveals there's someone above Mitch and Murray.
Above Mitch and Murray. Like, holy shit.
Talk to Mitch and Murray. I will talk
to Limpkin. Oh, he's not fucking around. Oh,
Limpkin.
Oh shit!
Like even he, the other guy couldn't call Lemkin. Like, holy shit, Ricky.
Yeah, once you fucking Limpkin someone, you should work that into your fucking vocabulary.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote, Music for Life said, she was the best piece of ass I ever had, and I had them all over the world.
Best in the world.
I wake up the next morning, she brings me a cafe au lait in bed. My balls are like concrete.
Wait, did he say that?
He said that.
Wait, Wolfowitz or Wolf?
No. Ricky Roma. Ricky Roma was telling a story. Do you remember? And it had ended. It was all about how he's having sex with this woman, and how he got her in bed.
Oh yes, yeah, you're a real asshole. You know that. I'm older than you.
Let me tell you something, Shell. That shit you were slinging.
Well, look, I could sell all sorts of shit. I just got to get those leads. Jimmy, you got to give me some of those leads. I know I could sell them. It'd be like the old days, getting out there in the rain. That's the leads.
Oh. Do you do an Alec Baldwin?
I've toyed with it.
Always be closing. That was a legendary scene.
People love saying that.
Always be closing.
Coffee is for closers. Put that down.
You think I'm fucking with you? I am not fucking with you.
Jimmy, I'm getting the distinct impression that you're done talking about politics for the day. Jimmy Dore finally has gotten tired and sick of politics.
Yes, I have finally gotten tired and sick of politics. Yes, I have. You know what I wish I could do? I wish I could go call Steve-O and go for sushi at our favorite secret sushi place and then have George Clooney walk in and have to eat sushi staring at a wall.
Oh, that's the best way to eat it, quite frankly. That's the way that, these Japanese chefs, they say, if you really want to experience a good sushi, if you really want sushi the right way.
Sushi! Oh, my God, he said that.
You got to have the rice hot. You got to have the rice hot. And you have to be staring at a blank fucking wall. So you're not distracted by anything visually. So your brain, your mind, can focus on the sushi or the sash.
True story.
Oh, lay it on me, Jack.
The first time I go in there with Steve-O, maybe it was the second time, I don't know. But I remember I was reading a review and they casually said, hey, maybe you'll get lucky. George Clooney's known to frequent here. And when you get there, it's such a nondescript sushi place. It doesn't look nice. You don't expect it to be good. And it's fantastic, of course. That's why we're there. And it was a Friday night. There was no one in the place except George Clooney and a table of 5 other people. That was it. It's this, them, and us. And again, that's when I figured out.
I gotta tell you, that was one of the most awkward nights of my life. I'm there with my special lady. You know that moment when you think you have the whole restaurant to yourself? It's like, this is heaven.
Yeah. And then
these two jabronis walk in and they're staring and they're loud. This one guy, just a loud talker.
Would that be
clearly
me?
High, just screaming. And it was very discomforting.
So I go to the bathroom. There's no one else in the place. I go to the bathroom. As I'm walking out of the bathroom to come back to sit at the counter, George Clooney is standing talking to the chef, but he's doing it from like 8 feet away. He's not right up on the counter. So now I have to walk in between them. And so as I walk out, I notice they're talking, and like I stop. Like my instinct is to stop as if they're like about to take a picture, but they're not about to take a picture. They're talking. And so I stop for like a second or two, and I realize I can't stop because they're going to keep talking. I go, it's okay if I walk through their conversation. That's okay. That's not rude. But still, for some reason, as I walk through, I ducked down. Like a fucking idiot. I'm like, oh my, I am such a moron.
Anti-imperialism
around
is rising.
celebrities. It's always
Infrared is rising.
And that's what makes me so forgiving whenever
the
I
most sus
meet
shit
people.
I've ever heard in my
And they're always like, oh, I didn't mean. It's like, no, I'm the.
Said that. Red is rising. Make it better. No sé. I'm starting to get dumb tired. Right, Hinkle reads the room. All right, guys, I am about to close up shop. Might go stream snipe Marcus. I don't know. Alright, seriously, I'm done. I am done. I am tired. Hungry and tired. Watching? YellBRo Light? I should did more topics on Bliss. Like I said, I ended up just following my Bliss. Good enough. What about Discord? No, no chance. Tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow, all up in my own Discord. There you have Jimmy's Ducker. And I've had them all. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to share, support, and hopefully donate to all the links, all of them in the description box. Check them out. Can't donate? Fucking share it somewhere. That'd be nice. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down. Bye.
Say you wanna get in.